Marx and Engels on imperialism. Selected journalism, 1856-62. Edited by Spencer A. Leonard. For my students. Contents. List of abbreviations. Introduction, Beyond Dispute. Editing Marx after Marxism. 1. The Second Opium War and the Indian Revolt of 1857-58. Introduction. The Anglo-Chinese Conflict January 23, 1857. English Atrocities in China April 10, 1857. Persia-China June 5, 1857. The Revolt in the Indian Army July 15, 1857. The Indian Question August 14, 1857. The Indian Revolt September 16, 1857. Investigation of tortures in India September 17, 1857. British incomes in India September 21, 1857. British atrocities in India April 5, 1858. Details of the attack on Lucknow May 25, 1858. The annexation of Uday May 28, 1858. The British Army in India June 26, 1858. The Indian Bill July 24, 1858. History of the Opium Trade September, 1858. 2. The regime of Louis Bonaparte and the post-1848 European order. Introduction. The France of Bonaparte the Little April 5, 1856. The French Credit Mobilier June, July, 1856. The Monetary Crisis in Europe October 15, 1856. State of Europe Financial State of France July 27, 1857. The Attempt upon the Life of Bonaparte February 22, 1858. The Rule of the Praetorians March 12, 1858. The British Government and the Slave Trade July 2, 1858. Project for the Regulation of the Price of Bread in France December 15, 1858. On Italian Unity January 24, 1859. Affairs in Prussia February 1, 1859. The War Prospect in France March 31, 1859. A Historic Parallel March 31, 1859. What has Italy gained? July 27, 1859. Louis Napoleon and Italy August 29, 1859. 3. Palmerston's re-election as the political consolidation of imperialism. Introduction. The defeat of the Palmerston ministry and the election of 1857 March, April, 1857. The defeat of Cobden, Bright, and Gibson April 17, 1857. The English Bank Act of 1844 August 23, 1858. On Ernest Jones July 16, 1859. The Invasion Panic in England December 9, 1859. English Politics February 14, 1860. A Slander Trial December 24, 1861. 4. The American Civil War. Introduction. The American Question in England October 11, 1861. The London Times and Lord Palmerston October 21, 1861. The London Times on the Orleans Princes in America November 7, 1861. The Civil War in the United States November 7, 1861. A London Workers' Meeting February 2, 1862. A Treaty Against the Slave Trade May 22, 1862. A Criticism of American Affairs August 9, 1862. Comments on the North American Events October 12, 1862. Appendix 1, Newspapers quoted by Marx and Engels. Appendix 2. Newspapers Marx and Engels wrote for, 1851-62. Appendix 3, Chronology, Socialism, Marxism and Imperialism, 1815-1899. Notes to primary texts. Index. About the editor. List of abbreviations. Single volume journalism collections. Articles on Britain. Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1971. AJME, The American Journalism of Marx and Engels, a selection from the New York Daily Tribune. Edited by Henry M. Christman. New York, New American Library, 1966. CWUS, The Civil War in the United States. 2nd ed. Edited by Andrew Zimmerman. New York, International Publishers, 2016. First edition in 1937. DNYT, Dispatches for the New York Tribune, Selected Journalism of Karl Marx. Edited by James Ledbetter. New York, Penguin, 2007. FIWI, The First Indian War of Independence, 1857 to 1859. London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1960. KMCM, Karl Marx on Colonialism and Modernization, His Dispatches and Other Writings on China, India, Mexico, the Middle East and North Africa. Edited by Shlomo Aveinry. Garden City, New York, Anchor Books, 1969. KMOI, Karl Marx on India, from the New York Daily Tribune and extracts from Marx-Engels correspondence 1853 to 1862. Edited by Iqbal Hussain with an introduction by Ifran Habib. New Delhi, Tulika, 2006. MEOB, Marx and Engels on Britain. 2nd ed. Moscow, Foreign Languages Publishing House, 1962. First edition in 1953. MOG, Marx on Globalization. Edited by Dave Renton. London, Lawrence and Wishart, 2001. OC, on Colonialism, Articles from the New York Tribune and Other Writings. New York, International Publishers, 1972. First published in 1960. OC, Marx on China, 1853 to 1860, Articles from the New York Daily Tribune. With introduction and notes by Donator. London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1951. SFE, Political Writings. Volume 2 Surveys from Exile. Edited by David Fernbach. New York, Verso, 2010. First edition in 1973. UR, Marx and Lincoln, An Unfinished Revolution. Edited by Robin Blackburn. London, Verso, 2011. Except for Capital and the 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon, all citations are to the Marx-Engels collected works. MECW, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Collected Works. New York, International Publishers, 1975 to 2004. Note that all citations of the writings of Marx and Engels are to this edition except where otherwise stated and with the exceptions of the Communist Manifesto, where I refer to the standard translation in no specific edition, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and Capital. Single volume editions of Marx used here. Capital, A Critique of Political Economy. Volume 1. Translated by Ben Fowkes. New York, Penguin, 1976. Capital, A Critique of Political Economy. Volume 3, The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole. Translated by David Fernbach. London, Penguin, 1991. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Edited by C.P. Dude. New York, International Publishers, 1963. Introduction. Beyond Dispute. Editing Marx after Marxism. Marx and Engels have, on balance, been well served by their English editors. This is true of both the scholars responsible for editing their collected works as well as those that brought out various individual works and compilations. A partial exception to this general picture, however, is the treatment accorded the disparate mass of journalism written by Marx and Engels in the 1850s and early 1860s. For these writings, there have been two general selections, Henry M. Christman's 1966 The American Journalism of Marx and Engels, which has long been out of print, and James Ledbetter's 2007 Dispatches for the New York Tribune, Selected Journalism of Karl Marx, which, at the time of writing, remains in print. Both volumes introduce general readers to Marx's journalism from the New York Tribune. But, apart from the journalism that they edited, neither Christman nor Ledbetter were deeply immersed in the writings or political activity of Marx and Engels in the history of Marxism. Christman, a self-described non-Marxist democratic socialist, was a professional editor of other people's writings. 1 In addition to Marx's journalism, he brought out selections of writings by figures as disparate as Indira Gandhi, V.I. Lenin, Huey Long, Golda Meir, Muammar Gaddafi, Walter Reuther, Chief Justice Earl Warren, and Walt Whitman. Ledbetter, for his part, is a journalist. A former staff writer at The Village Voice, editor of Time magazine, Slate, and Reuters, and former deputy managing editor of CNN Money. At the time of writing he edits Inc. magazine. While, perhaps, the lack of ideological encumbrance both men brought to the task proved a certain strength, it was also a limitation. In selecting Marx's journalism, both chose pieces on the basis of their accessibility and literary merit. This is unobjectionable, indeed valuable, in itself. But, while solid enough as general introductions, neither volume has substantially informed, whether on the left or in academia, the evaluation of Marx and Engels' legacy. The same is true of the small pocket edition of Marx's Journalism, Revolution, and War, published with no named editor in 2009 in Penguin's Great Ideas series. Better known among leftists than Christman's and Ledbetter's selections are the many volumes incorporating Marx's journalism published by the various internationally affiliated communist houses between the 1930s and the 1970s. In the English language, the most important of these were Foreign Languages Press in Beijing, Foreign Languages Publishing House and Progress Publishers in Moscow, International Publishers in New York, Lawrence and Wishart in London, and People's Publishing House in Delhi and Mumbai. Theirs was a coordinated publishing venture that brought out identical volumes in different countries. The volumes of Marx and Engels' journalism that they published were of varying quality, all of them compiling writings by country or by question: Britain, China, colonialism, India, Ireland, and the Irish question, the Spanish Revolution of 1854, the U.S. Civil War, etc. Shlomo Avinri's Karl Marx on Colonialism and Modernization, brought out by Doubleday's Anchor Books imprint in 1968, is another volume that gained a wide readership in its day. Like the communist volume on colonialism, it compiled writings on India, China, and other non-Western regions. In recent decades, Verso, international publishers, and the Indian publisher Tulika have kept up this mode of presenting the journalism by bringing out new editions of the most popular writings, those on the U.S. Civil War and on India. 2. The way that communist houses published Marx and Engels' journalism in the 20th century obscured its thematic consistency. In volumes bearing titles like articles on India, on China, on Britain, and on colonialism, often anonymous editors lumped together everything that Marx and Engels wrote on a geographically defined subject. The result was collections of articles padded out with excerpts from Capital, selections from the Marx-Engels correspondence, etc. The colonies were typically separated from Western national histories, and, broadly speaking, a conception of national roads to socialism underlay the entire endeavor. This isolated the writings from Marx and Engels' overall thought and project, that is, from the broader corpus of which the articles form a part and from the evolving political project they express. Around the time the communist houses were beginning to bring out these various Marx on volumes, British Marxist Cliff Slaughter noted how the dialectic abstracted from history by international Stalinism only to be reimposed on social development as a series of fixed stages. He deplored how, instead of the rich variety and conflict of human history, we have the natural series of slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and socialism through which all societies pass. The USSR's present structure is thus sanctified as an inevitable successor of capitalism, and any criticisms of its social and political structure must be regarded as secondary. An apparent touch of flexibility is given to this schematic picture by the doctrine that different countries will find their own roads to socialism. The connection between the struggles of the working class for socialism in, say, Britain, Russia, and Vietnam, is not at all in the greater or lesser degree of similarity of social structure of those countries, but in the organic interdependence of their struggles. Point 3. Marx and Engels' thinking and politics were always evolving, and this was misleadingly presented in these volumes according to a historico-geographical schema. The very conception of the various marks on publications distorted and obscured the crucial question respecting the professional journalism of the 1850s. How does it illuminate the development of Marx and Engels' thinking in the aftermath of the Revolution of 1848? More specifically, how does the journalism of the 1850s relate to that written during the Revolution of 1848? Above all, that in Marx and Engels' own Neue Rheinische and Neue Rheinische, Politisko-Ökonomische Review, and the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte? How does it bridge the transformation that occurs between the revolutionary period of 1848 to 49 and Marx and Engels' work within the First International, the response to the Paris Commune, the Capital Project, and the two men's critical early guidance of German social democracy, for due in part to this national roads to socialism geographicist bent that prevailed in the communist press's publication of the 1850s journalism, the crucial post-1848 transformation in Marx's thought, above all, its sharpened political and strategic edge as regards democracy and the state passed, interpretively, unaddressed. This form of publication, in short, reinforced the Stalinist evasion of the revolutionary Marx as the historical self-consciousness of the revolution of 1848.5. My intention here is not to establish a new Marx, but to marshal known, if poorly served and ill-digested writings, to test them against, and facilitate the recovery of, an older, political conception of Marx. While long overdue, this task is premature in a technical scholarly sense. Because these writings have not been fully worked through by the editors of the new Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, 3 of the relevant volumes having yet to appear I/15, covering January 1856 to October 1857, I/17, covering January to October 1859, and I/19, covering January 1861 to September 1864. For this project I have relied chiefly on the English-language Marx-Engels collected works, not only because it is complete but also because it is digitized and, thus, accessible to a wide English-speaking readership. That said, the appearance in 2018 of Volume I/16 of Mega, which includes the journalism from October 1857 to December 1858, bodes well for the complete publication of Marx and Engels' 1850s journalism. Still, the volume you hold in your hands basically relies on an older scholarly effort, that undertaken from the 1890s through the 1980s. Interpretively, it does not divide Marx from Marxism, but takes as its point of departure the way that Marxists themselves criticized reformist Marxism by invoking Marx, i.e., by seeking to recover and reinscribe orthodoxy under new historical circumstances that, in their specificity, were unforeseen by Marx and Engels. I do not sidestep the debates of Second International Marxism, but rather presume them. Thus, the contents are organized chronologically, thematically around what Marx and Marxists took to be the central point respecting the mass revolutionary struggle of 1848 to 49, namely that the revolution of the 19th century had departed from the bourgeois revolutionary script, that history itself was in crisis. As Marxist philosopher Walter Benjamin recognized, since 1848 the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. 6 Without developing historical consciousness, the class struggle in capitalist democracy might open not upon new vistas, but only upon new forms of imperialism. The bourgeoisie may no longer be able to rule, but for the proletariat to become fit to do so it must first make itself capable of learning from a crisis-ridden history, capable of learning from its sole resource, its defeats. This is what impelled Marx's imminent dialectical critique of the self-contradiction of the bourgeois dialectic of history, what George Lukács refers to as its internal dialectical twist, and the 20th-century Marxist philosopher Theodore W. Adorno termed Marxism's negative dialectic 7. Unlike past publications, this volume, like its companion, Marx and Engels on Bonapartism, unfolds the 1850s journalism more or less chronologically, with the different chapters elucidating varying aspects of a single overarching concern, that of Bonapartism or imperialism, terms that Marx and Engels used interchangeably. For them, these categories do not refer primarily to overseas domination, exploitation, and military adventurism, but to the political expression of capital, the failure or, better, self-contradiction of the revolution and, more specifically, the world state system that symptomatically expresses, and attempts to manage, that self-contradiction. Here was the crux of the matter in the revisionist dispute within Marxism. As Karl Korsch wrote, the crisis of Marxist theory showed itself most clearly in the problem of the attitude of social revolution towards the state. This major issue posed in practice the defeat of the revolutionary movement in 1848. 8. The material presented here, in short, textually supplements and reinforces the now dead, yet unavoidable, orthodoxy that revolutionary Marxism presupposed and sought to advance. It shows how Marx elaborated the concept of imperialism first adumbrated in relation to the revolution of 1848 and its aftermath. Marx and Engels published nearly 500 articles in the New York Tribune alone. An additional 1/5 to 1/4 of that number was submitted but rejected for publication by that paper's editors. 9 of those published, altogether 36, are reproduced here, whether in whole or in part, standing alone or as parts of series. While it is true that Marx could not see these writings through every stage of the publication process, so that we cannot be altogether confident that the text as published is precisely what Marx submitted, nevertheless, neglect of this material by serious students of Marx is unwarranted. To Ernest Jones's neo-Chartist organ, the People's Paper, Marx and Engels contributed 30 articles from 1852 to 1856. Some of these were rewrites of pieces originally written for the Tribune. Some articles sourced here from the Tribune were also printed in the People's Paper, but one is reproduced here from that Chartist organ. Though Marx wrote journalism mostly in English in the 1850s, he also wrote in German for the London-based German Workers' Educational Association's publication, Das Volk, Breslau's Neue oder Zeitung, and the liberal Viennese paper, Die Presse. Of these three, Marx wrote by far the most for the Neue oder Zeitung, his total output for that organ amounting to over 200 articles, all in 1855. Though he wrote less for Die Presse, its circulation of roughly 30,000 gained him, as did the Tribune's, a large readership. It is also our nearly exclusive source, apart from private correspondence, for Marx's views on the American Civil War during the critical year of 1862. Apart from this, Marx's German-language journalism in this period largely overlaps with what he wrote for the Tribune. In this volume, one article is drawn from Das Volk and 6 from Die Presse. The article series included in this volume appear under the following heads: History of the Opium Trade, the French Credit Mobilier, and the Defeat of the Palmerston Ministry and the Election of 1857. All three were written by Marx for the Tribune. Others form an integrated whole as much as do the articles formally published as series. The rest are stand-alone pieces or excerpts from them. I have included here 3 articles attributable to Engels, all in Chapter 1. I do not here enter into the grounds on which articles carrying Marx's byline are attributed to Engels. Readers interested in the basis of attributions are referred to the editor's comments in the Mega and the MECW. In the case of Tribune articles, I place the author's name in square brackets when the article originally appeared without byline. Similarly, when the original bore no title, so that the title has been supplied by later editors, it likewise appears in square brackets. When Engels is given as the author, his name is supplied in brackets, as, in all three cases, the article appeared without a byline. Where articles were accompanied by a dateline in the original, I supply it. When, as sometimes happened, the article was stated to be from a foreign correspondent, this information and other such details are given in a footnote. The selection of Marx's journalism offered here will not meet with the approval of everyone familiar with the corpus. People have their favorites. My chief argument for the selection given here is that it brings together a body of work that demonstrates the journalism's thematic coherence through an immense variety of subject matter. To aid comprehension, the material is divided into 4 chapters that vary in their degree of internal coherence. Some are highly varied, others fairly tightly interlinked. These chapters are arranged roughly chronologically with each bearing its own introduction. The whole is arranged to allow the theme of imperialism to sound in different registers across chapters. The journalism of the 1850s forms a significant part of Marx and Engels's entire corpus, comprising between 1/4 and 1/3 of what they published in their own lifetimes. It was written for a complex of reasons, to keep the wolf from the door, to clarify ideas in the onrush of events, and to influence readers, whether in the broad, diffuse manner of the mass circulation liberal press or in the more targeted, if unremunerative, manner of the socialist press. These 3 purposes could conflict with one another. Most obviously, it is unlikely that, without pressing financial need, they would have written so much, in the same way, and on the same subjects. Making deadline and getting paid were pitiless imperatives. As Marx complained to Adolf Kluss, I find perpetual hack work for the newspapers tiresome. It is time-consuming, distracting, and, in the end, amounts to very little. However independent one may think oneself, one is tied to the newspaper and its readers, especially when, like myself, one is paid in cash. Purely learned work is something totally different, and the honor of figuring beside an APC, a lady correspondent, and an archbishop is certainly not to be envied. 10. Being bound to the news cycle was likewise frustrating. As Marx complained to Engels, the RSs and anything which is not in the crudest sense a question of the day they tend to cast aside as uninteresting. 11. Still, while it is true that he chose his subject matter with their preferences in mind, Marx never produced hack work, never wrote simply to satisfy his editors. Comparison of an article published in the Tribune with the identical article published in the People's paper demonstrates the Tribune copy to be authentic. Towards the end of his years working for the Tribune, Marx described the job in these terms to Ferdinand Lassalle: "My real business with the Tribune consists in writing leaders about anything I choose. Here, England heads the bill and France comes second. Much is of an economic nature." 12. Defending his honor against Karl Vogt's Bonapartist slanders, he proudly averred, "My articles in the New York Tribune earned me a publicly recognized position in the English-American press." 13. Marx valued not only the pay, but also the work and the position, and his employers esteemed him. Thus, we find that, towards the beginning of his stint with the paper in 1853, they inserted the following at the end of one of his articles: "He may properly pay a tribute to the remarkable ability of the correspondent by whom this interesting piece of intelligence is furnished." Mr. Marx has very decided opinions of his own, with some of which we are far from agreeing, but those who do not read his letters neglect one of the most instructive sources of information on the great questions of current European politics. 14. Seeing this, Marx rejoiced to Engels: "As you see, I am firmly in the saddle." 15. There is no reason to doubt Marx's claim that, as to the prejudices of so-called public opinion, never made concessions. 16. Mortified by the apologetics for Tsarism of another of the Tribune's European contributors, Adam Goroski, Marx groused in 1855, "The devil take the Tribune." Certainly, it is now absolutely essential that it should adopt an anti-Pan-Slav line. 17. Then, between January and April 1856, Engels submitted 15 articles in Marx's name attacking Panslavism. Most were rejected, only 2 appearing in print after having been butchered by the editors. 18 This Marx and Engels thought serious enough to require them, fruitlessly as it turned out, to seek another American outlet. When the paper later delayed publishing a string of Marx's pieces on Germany and on Britain's war with Persia, he assumed they had all been rejected, at which point he lost patience. It's truly nauseating that one should be condemned to count it a blessing when taken aboard by a blotting paper vendor such as this. To crush up bones, grind them, and make them into soup like paupers in the workhouse, that's what the political work to which one is condemned in such large measure in a concern like this boils down to. 19. Marx not infrequently found himself opposed to the Tribune's editorial line. Indeed, his immediate boss at the Tribune, managing editor Charles A. Dana, could not fathom Marx's preoccupation with Tsarism and Bonapartism, attributing it to his supposed German nationalism. Scholars have ever since echoed the charge. For instance, rather than substantively explore what he termed obsessive dimension to discussion of Tsarism and Bonapartism in the Tribune, Marx biographer Gareth Stedman Jones endorses Dana's assessment, characterizing the few articles that survive as over-the-top and apoplectic. The rationale he gives is telling. Panslavism, he claims, is like German and Italian nationalism, originated as a cultural and political response to the challenge to dynastic Europe resulting from the French Revolution and the wars of Napoleon XX. But panslavism differs from German and Italian nationalism precisely in that it does not predate 1848. Marx's first biographer, Franz Mehring, understood the significance of this in a way that Stedman Jones could not. He recognized that the issue was not simply indignation at the slavish services rendered by the Austrian Slavs to the European reaction during the Revolution of 1848. Rather, with the exception of the Poles, the Russians, and perhaps the Engels denied the Slav peoples any historical future, for the simple reason that have not the first historical, geographical, political, and industrial conditions for independence and national life. Their struggle for national independence made them the willing tools of Tsarism, and all the well-meaning self-deceptions of the democratic Pan-Slavs could not alter this fact. This from a Zimmerwaldian who can hardly be accused of being a German nationalist or a Russophobe. Mehring recognized that, for Marx and Engels, even the frustrated national aspirations of Poland, Hungary, Germany, and Italy could not be realized on their own terms, but only as reorganization of the international imperial state order, whereas other nationalisms largely served as proxies for the great Bonapartist states. In 1882, Engels restated the position: if the struggle of the Balkan Slavs for their independence ran counter to the interests of the proletariat of Western Europe, then these lackeys of Tsardom could go to the devil. Poetic sympathies had no place in the political struggle. 21 Imperialism and Tsarism were, for Marx, indissolubly linked, and Panslavism was their misbegotten offspring. In the early 1850s, Marx was likewise never convinced that any genuine enmity underlay the Crimean War. As Louis Bonaparte and Tsar Nicholas I hurled soldiers into the mouths of each other's cannon, he took the position that the entire affray was phony, a means for both sides to suppress dissent, boost militarism, and consolidate power at home. That remained their view throughout the conflict. Pan-Slavic nationalism was the Tsarist counterpart to Bonaparte's espousal of a monarchical Italian unification. For both, national self-determination was imperial strategy. Marx and Engels took the same view of German national unification as undertaken by Bismarck in the 1860s. Such subtleties eluded Dana, however, though he did certainly recognize the phoniness of Confederate claims to national self-determination. The focus, typical among Marxologists, on the drudgery and heteronomy of Marx's work as a journalist is both well-warranted and easily exaggerated. It obscures the opportunity that this work provided Marx and Engels to work out in detail the failure of the Revolution of 1848. As Murray Kempton noted over half a century ago, grumbled at how trivial was the work which, as serious men, they were never able to make trivial. 22 While, of course, Marx's critique of political economy was likewise motivated by his critique of Bonapartist democracy, completing that project required more than leisure time. It meant sifting through not only the history of political economy but, more fundamentally, the failure of the democratic revolution. Perhaps this is why Engels expressed to Jenny his hope that the library will not entirely drive the Tribune from his mind. 23 And when in 1857 Marx returns to political economy after 5 years of writing journalism, he had considerably deepened his critical conception. After drafting the Grundrisse and publishing a contribution to a critique of political economy, Marx in his journalism continued to track closely the turning of the political tide from the resurgence of the Italian unification struggle through the opening phase of the U.S. Civil War. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation signaled the end of the immediate post-1848 counter-revolution and, tellingly, it was the last event Marx covered as a professional journalist. From that time on, he dedicated himself to politics and to capital. This volume concentrates, above all, on the New York Tribune writings, because it is the largest and most sustained body of the 1850s journalism and because Marx and Engels regarded it most highly. In his famous preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, Marx boasted of my collaboration, continued now for 8 years, with the New York Tribune, the leading Anglo-American newspaper. 10 years later, in a 1869 biographical sketch of his friend, Engels observed without excessive exaggeration, that was a regular contributor to the New York Tribune, acting, until the outbreak of the American Civil War, so to speak, as the editor for European politics of this, the leading Anglo-American newspaper. 25 Again boosting Marx's reputation in 1878, Engels recalled numerous leading articles on conditions in Europe and Asia from his pen that appeared in the pages of the Tribune. In his widely circulated 1883 funeral oration, Engels again adverted to Marx's American writings. Finally, in an article on Marx that Engels wrote in 1892 for a German reference work, he noted, "are not ordinary articles, but extensive accounts. Based upon thorough study and often constituting a whole series of articles," adding, "the military essays amongst them on the Crimean War, the Indian Rebellion, etc. are by Engels." 26 In a biographical note that Marx once dictated, he identifies himself as a regular collaborator on the Tribune up to the beginning of the American Civil War, writing not only the English correspondence signed with own name, but a massive on the European and Asiatic movement. 27. Marx and Engels thus never forgot or dismissed their 1850s journalism. Indeed, correspondence attests to the fact that in 1876 they intended to include at least his Tribune writings in a projected, though unrealized, edition of Marx's complete works. 28 But there was a problem. The party of Germans sympathetic to Marx who were exiled to America seems to have mislaid, at least for a time, the collection of Tribune pieces that they had kept. This was the result of a series of premature deaths and consequent changes of hands. Hermann Meyer was a close friend of Joseph Wade Meyer, the closest comrade and associate of Marx and Engels to immigrate to America, who died in 1866. It was likely through him that the American comrade's collection eventually found its way into Engels's papers, where, like so many other treasures, it was discovered after his death. If Marx and Engels recognized the significance of the 1850s journalism, so did Second International Marxists. Indeed, the very history of the editing and publication of Marx's journalism is bound up with their struggle over Marxist orthodoxy. As already noted, the organization of this volume around the theme of imperialism replaces it within that history. In the literary inheritance bequeathed to Marx's daughters by the dear old general, Eleanor discovered Meyer's collection of clippings from the Tribune with related documents, such as draft translations of the German Revolution series that, it seems, Wade Meyer made for the German-American press. And though, as Eleanor Marx immediately recognized, the collection was incomplete, there are far more than had been imagined by Marx and Engels's literary heirs, she, her sister Laura Lafargue, and the theorists of social democracy, Edward Bernstein and Karl Koski. Eleanor readily understood that many Tribune pieces are not in our lot and only at the museum or some other archive, and that all must be published with as little delay as possible, both in England and in Germany. 29 For all its shortcomings, the Meyer collection was invaluable. For instance, apart from one article that existed only in Wade Meyer's German translation, the Germany, Revolution and Counter-Revolution series was preserved entire as clippings from the Tribune. Thinking the praise due to her father, not to Engels, Marx's youngest enthused to Koskai, I can't tell you how delightfully these articles are written. They are a very apropos contribution to the history of Germany. 30 She also mentioned articles she had discovered on English Prime Minister Lord Palmerston, the Eastern Question, and the Credit Mobilier. Eventually, in consultation with her sister and Koskai, she resolved to bring out, in addition to Value, Price, and Profit, a manuscript of which she also discovered 4 volumes of journalism. The projected volumes were Revolution and Counter-Revolution, or, Germany in 1848, The Eastern Question, The Story of the Life of Lord Palmerston, and The Secret Diplomatic History of the 18th Century. As it happened, she saw only the first 2 through the press, the other 2 appearing after her tragic suicide in 1898.31. She undertook this task, as she said, to counter the creeping reformism that she detected in international social democracy. Revolutionary social democrats can, as she wrote to Koskai, walk under large legs and find ourselves honorable graves. 32. A decade after Eleanor Marx completed her pioneering work, the Russian Marxist David Ryazanov undertook to correct some of her editorial errors and, more importantly, to build upon the foundations that she had laid. 33 Ryazanov set himself to discover, edit, and exhaustively publish the whole of the Tribune journalism. He first embarked upon this task while in exile after the 1905 Russian Revolution, in which he played a leading role in organizing St. Petersburg trade unions. In May of 1909, he traveled to France to visit the last surviving Marx daughter, Laura Lafargue. There he consulted the Meyer collection that Eleanor Marx chiefly relied upon, deeming it uncritically and superficially bound together. 34 Indeed, as can be seen from her preface to the Eastern Question and from private correspondence, Eleanor Marx herself had already recognized that the collection could not serve on its own as a basis for publication. In fact, she identified many of the pitfalls later editors would face. Having at first intended simply to translate into German Eleanor Marx's edition of the Eastern Question, Ryazanov resolved instead to make a new and sounder one. Traveling to London to dig into the British Museum's Tribune holdings, his research there convinced him that the quantity and significance of the articles of Marx and Engels published in that American newspaper greatly transcended expectations. 35 As he wrote to Koskai in 1909 in a transport of enthusiasm, I must tell you that it is a shame that those articles from the New York Tribune have hitherto not been published. What splendid articles! I am only at the beginning. 36 Koskai's efforts to bring out Marx's theories of surplus value and Franz Mehring's to publish his early writings, however valuable, did not deal directly with the revolution of 1848 and its aftermath. Only Babel and Bernstein's edition of Marx and Engels's correspondence and Eleanor Marx's publications further illuminated that experience. Ryazanov set out to remedy this. Eventually, the fruits of his research in the British Museum appeared as 2 volumes of journalism published in German translation in 1917 as Gesammeltschriften von Karl Marx und Friedrich Engels, 1852 bis 1862. At the time of his 20th birthday in April 1890, David Ryazanov traveled to Paris from his hometown of Odessa to attend the First Congress of the Second International. 20 years later and 10 years after the beginning of the revisionist dispute within Second International Marxism, he was convinced of the need to publish an extensive if not exhaustive, edition of Marx's journalism from first exile decade. In those writings, Ryazanov felt, Marx both reflected on the recent revolution and worked with the Chartists in what proved a preparatory period for the International. 37 Eventually, he came to view this work on the journalism as both contributing to a complete edition of Marx and Engels's work. In 1911, he urged an ad hoc group composed of Max Adler, Otto Bauer, Adolf Braun, Gustav Eckstein, Rudolf Hilferding, and Karl Renner to recommend that the German Social Democratic Party fund the so-called Vienna Plan to edit and publish a Gesamtausgabe of the works of Marx that should conform to all scientific requirements, should be absolutely complete and systematically arranged, comparable with the manuscripts and various editions of the works of Marx, and equipped with introduction and extensive indexes. 38. However, the SPD felt, as Koski reported to Ryazanov, that such a work was premature. It could be accomplished only by neglecting the more important tasks of the day. Around this time, the party shifted the bulk of Marx and Engels' literary legacy to the house of Eduard Bernstein, the standard-bearer of reformism. 39. Still, as late as January 1917, Ryazanov felt the preliminary work for the Gesamtausgabe is getting more and more imminent. 40. When the revolution broke out, he recognized still more keenly that his task formed an aspect of the wider struggle over orthodoxy, even as the project had, for the time being, to be shelved. It would be, Ryazanov observed, boring to put forward Marx quotations just then, even as events call loudly for Marx. 41. En route to Russia, where he would join the Bolsheviks, Ryazanov wrote to Koski, Marx and science must now become practical in another way. 42. Both Eleanor Marx and Ryazanov, acting in consultation with Koski, recognized the publication of Marx and Engels' journalism as part of a larger project of mobilizing Marx to criticize social democracy. But the research involved in discovering, editing, and translating the journalism was massive. Plus, Ryazanov's English was imperfect and the British Museum's holdings incomplete. Still, of an intended four, Ryazanov managed, as we have seen, to publish 2 substantial volumes of Marx's 1850s journalism in 1917. Later, as director of the Marx-Engels Institute, he acquired a complete series of the Tribune for the relevant period. He recruited Marxist intellectuals fluent in English to work on the material in that language, and he collected the other papers Marx wrote for. Thus, the work of systematically republishing Marx's journalism, the task that first impressed Ryazanov with the need for a complete edition of Marx's work, was undertaken in earnest in the 1920s as a direct consequence of the Revolution of 1905 and the October Revolution. Formally, the Bolsheviks established the Marx-Engels Institute in 1919, but it did not fully commence operations with Ryazanov as its director until 1921. Ryazanov's pre-revolutionary Marx scholarship made him the inevitable choice to head up the new, specifically Marxist, Research Institute. In early 1921, Lenin wrote Ryazanov to ask, "Could we buy the letters of Marx and Engels, or photographs of them, from Scheidemann and Co.? Is there any hope of our collecting in Moscow everything published by Marx and Engels? Is there a catalogue of everything already collected here? Are we collecting the letters of Marx and Engels, or is that impossible?" 43. Lenin had kept up with the latest in Marx scholarship and with new Marx publications. In 1914, he shared Ryazanov's frustration that no complete collection of Marx's works and letters has yet been published. 44. Of course, he had himself been instrumental in helping to bring Marx, most notably the Marx-Engels correspondence, before a Russian audience. 45. So, Lenin wanted to read the writings Ryazanov was procuring. Thus, he wrote to him asking, "Do you at the library have a collection of all the of Marx and Engels from the newspapers? Is there a catalogue of all? Could I have it to go over for about a week?" 46. Given this support, the fledgling institute was allocated the resources it needed to pursue its unique archival and publishing mission, despite the desperate conditions the Soviet Union faced at the end of the Civil War. It was a priority. Originally, the Marx-Engels Institute was intended to be a kind of museum of Marxism, but Ryazanov envisaged something more significant. He wanted to realize on a grand scale the project that the SPD had set aside in 1911. What he catalyzed was a research institute to advance the scientific propaganda of Marxism, a laboratory where historians and revolutionaries could study in the most favorable conditions the birth, development, and spread of the theory and practice of scientific socialism. 47 Max Beer describes the institute of the 1920s in these terms. Poor as Russia was in the first years after the war, no sum was too large for the new rulers to spend on collecting old manuscripts, incunabula, books, pamphlets, and periodical publications which had any relation to social and labor movements. And of any rare book that was only extant in a few copies in London, Paris, or Leipzig, Ryazanov procured a photostatic facsimile. The libraries of the Russian nobility, so rich in 17th and 18th century books, were ransacked for the institute, which is now unique with regard to literature dealing with the critical epochs of human history. It is in this respect incomparably richer than the British Museum Library. 48. Though its ambition spanned the entire experience of modern revolution, as its name implied, the Marx-Engels Institute's primary charge was the collection, editing, and eventual publication of Marx and Engels' writings, whether previously published or left in manuscript. In 1923 another institute was founded in Frankfurt, where Karl Korsch, George Lukács, Friedrich Pollock, Karl Wittfogel, and others worked. It collaborated closely with its Russian counterpart to gather Marx's publications and manuscripts. Eventually, under Max Horkheimer's leadership and in the face of Marxism's crisis, it grew into what people typically mean by the Frankfurt School, but it was the Frankfurt Institute's first director, Karl Grunberg, who coordinated closely with Ryazanov. The two were comrades and friends who had lived together for a time before the outbreak of revolution in 1917. In 1921, Ryazanov traveled to Berlin to photograph the Marx and Engels papers then in Bernstein's hands, but to no purpose. Undeterred, he returned in the autumn of 1923, managing this time to acquire copies of some 7,000 pages of manuscripts, letters, and other documents, thereby laying the foundation of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. 49 of this, he wrote, I had to fairly wrest the material from its possessor, Bernstein, adding that the documents lent out by him were photographed 50 the following year. Bernstein disowned all further editorial involvement in Marx and Engels' writings. Ryazanov signed an agreement with Felix Weil of the Frankfurt Institute obliging them to assist in supplying all publications and manuscripts kept in Germany, including the copies held there of Marx's articles in the Neue Oder Zeitung. 51. In 1925, Ryazanov wrote to Grunberg to inquire, what do you think of the suggestion of a joint Marx-Engels archive in association with your archive? That means, the archive, like a common journal of the Institute of Social Research and the Marx-Engels Institute, would be under our joint editorship. My motto is, instead of competition, let there be a joining of our two powers. 52 But such happy cooperation was not to be. By 1929, the USPD's Wilhelm Dittmann, who had taken over the party archive, informed Ryazanov that relations between their respective parties had deteriorated to the point that cooperation had become impossible. 53 At the same time, and in a development that parallels the trajectory of the Frankfurt School, in the course of the 1920s Ryazanov went over to the left opposition. Friedrich Pollock's letters to Max Horkheimer, who by this time had taken over from Grunberg, reveal how, during Pollock's trip to the Soviet Union on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, Ryazanov was one of his most important contacts there, introducing him to several left opposition members. 54. As the international October Revolution retreated, Ryazanov found it increasingly impossible even to maintain a low profile. His name carried too much prestige for Stalin to abide even the recollection of his opposition. Plus, Ryazanov had hired many intellectuals out of favor with the regime. He even gave Trotsky work when he was expelled to Alma-Ata. This is why, despite Ryazanov's work having been highly and repeatedly praised by communist parties internationally, in 1931 Stalin's regime compelled the brilliant Marx scholar Isaac I. Rubin to inculpate him. In the so-called Menshevik trial, Ryazanov faced charges of treason to the party and direct aid to the Menshevik interventionists. 55. Rubin was shattered by what he was forced to do. As his sister recalled, everyone knew with what mutual respect these two men were connected, Rubin and Ryazanov. Ryazanov, who was considerably older than Rubin, saw in him a talented Marxist scholar who had devoted his life to the study and popularization of Marxism. Ryazanov had trusted him unreservedly. 56 Ryazanov had at first criticized from the right the October seizure of power, the dismissal of the Constituent Assembly, and the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. He had also pressed hard for the independence of the unions from the state that Lenin also supported. As a revolutionary, Ryazanov was cherished and respected for his revolutionary commitment and independence of mind. In his 1947 Memoirs of a Revolutionary, Victor Serge recalls, "Alone, had never ceased to cry out against the death penalty, even during the terror, never ceased to demand the strict limitation of the rights of the Cheka and its successor, the GPU. Heretics of all kinds, Menshevik socialists or oppositionists of right or left, found peace and work in his institute, provided only that they had a love of knowledge." He was still the man who had told a conference to its face, "I am not one of those old Bolsheviks who for 20 years were described by Lenin as old fools." During the trial of the so-called Menshevik Center, the defendant Rubin, one of Ryazanov's protégés, suddenly brought his name into the case, accusing him of having hidden in the institute documents of the Socialist International concerned with war against the Soviet Union. Everything that was told to the audience was engineered in advance, so this sensational revelation was inserted to order. Summoned on that very night before the Politburo, Ryazanov had a violent exchange with Stalin. "Where are the documents?" shouted the General Secretary. Ryazanov replied vehemently, "You won't find them anywhere unless you've put them there yourself." He was arrested, jailed, and deported to a group of little towns on the Volga, doomed to penury and physical collapse. 57. As we have seen, Lenin himself had appointed Ryazanov director of the institute, where his reputation was built on his scholarship. As George Lukács, who conducted research there, recalled, was an eccentric man, but very highly cultivated and with a very profound knowledge of Marx. 58 In 1923, Anatoly Lunacharsky, under whom Ryazanov worked for a time in the Commissariat of Education, identified him as incontestably the most learned man in the party. 59 And, again, Serge. His scientific staff at the Marx-Engels Institute headed by David Borisovich Ryazanov, who had created there a scientific establishment of noteworthy quality. Ryazanov, one of the founders of the Russian working class movement, was, in his 60th year, at the peak of a career whose success might appear exceptional in times so cruel. He had devoted a great part of his life to a severely scrupulous inquiry into the biography and works of Marx. His revolution heaped honor on him, so that for a time it was thought that in the party his independence of outlook was respected. 60 Indeed, on the occasion of his 60th birthday in 1930, Ryazanov was celebrated in the international communist press as the historian of Marxism. 61 Pravda observed that he organized a scientific institute that was the pride of our revolutionary science, while the Communist Party's Central Committee remarked in their message congratulating Ryazanov, "Sure that for many years longer your work will serve the cause of the world proletariat's struggle for the victory of communism." 62 His revolutionary commitment and peerless scholarship meant that purging him constituted a blow against Marxist intellectualism per se. Stripped of his position and deported to Saratov, in 1931 he was replaced as head of the institute by the hack Vladimir Adoritsky. In 1938 during the Great Purge, he was accused of being a Trotskyite, put on trial, and executed. But before all this, Ryazanov not only completed, or set in train, the editing and publication of Marx's most important unpublished manuscripts, for which he is principally remembered, he also recommenced the research into Marx's 1850s journalism, the project that first launched him on the vast undertaking with which his name has ever since been associated. In 1925 Ryazanov opened a correspondence with colleagues at the New York Public Library, asking them to help locate and facilitate the purchase of a complete file of the New York Tribune. 63 This they did, and by decade's end Ryazanov had recruited the promising young British writer, Ralph Winston Fox, to head up the Institute's English language division. On this, his third trip to the Soviet Union, Fox was, it seems, assigned the task of identifying Marx's unattributed articles on the basis of the article's contents, available records, and Marx and Engels's English writing styles. But, because he was working with Ryazanov when he fell from favor, Fox's political integrity was also impugned. When he returned to Britain from Moscow, the party leadership mistrusted him. He had attended the Menshevik trial in Moscow and, though they were never published, he even submitted articles skeptical about it to the Daily Worker. 64 Eventually, however, Fox came around. He was politically rehabilitated and set to work against the Trotsky Party in the UK. 65 In an article in the Communist Review in 1932 he urged rooting all relics of left reformism from our literature, adding that the present writer has been a sinner in this respect in the past 66. 4 years later, Fox died on a battlefield in Spain. Before leaving for the front, Fox managed to supply fellow traveler of communism and Indian nationalist Mulk Raj Anand with many of the 1,853 writings on India reproduced in Chapter 3 of Marx and Engels on Bonapartism, the companion volume to this. 67 Fox had already by that time published works that quoted extensively from previously unknown articles by Marx and Engels. 68 Around the same time, the Indian leftist Babapurelal Bedi and his English wife, Frida Bedi, independently discovered in British Museum collections most of the 1,853 writings on India that Fox gave Anand. Also around the same time, in the early to mid-1930s, Brooklyn College professor Herbert M. Morey published a volume of Marx and Engels's writings on the U.S. Civil War under the pseudonym Richard Inmally. 69 That volume also included a substantial body of translations from Marx's articles for Die Presse. So, the journalism that remains most well known to this day, that on America and India, what has been republished in new editions in the 21st century, was initially published by the Old Left in the 1930s. The writings on Spain were also published, doubtless because of the civil war raging at the time. 70. While communist journals in Britain and the United States republished a steady trickle of Marx's journalism throughout the 30s, Ryazanov's project of comprehensively republishing that work was interrupted by the war and by Adoritsky's preoccupation with putting out inexpensive popular editions of Marx and Engels. As a result, Marx's 1850s journalism only began to emerge into the full light of day after World War II. By the time of the New Left, the bulk of what we have today had been identified and published, making possible, for instance, Henry Christman's 1966 General Selection. The volumes of the English language MECW on which the present edition chiefly relies, volumes 11 to 19, were published between 1979 and 1986 and represent a significant plateau of post-war Marx scholarship. While I sometimes deviate from or even correct the editorial work embodied in the MECW, more often I expand upon it or simply rely upon it. In short, this volume bears incalculable debts to Eleanor Marx and Ryazanov as well as to Fox and post-war communist scholars. The new material available to it notwithstanding, the New Left's return to Marx tended towards a narrow preoccupation with Marx's philosophy and social theory. In this, it differed markedly from the study of Marx and Engels undertaken by social democrats in the initial decades of the 20th century. The New Left had little interest in Marx's journalism, indeed, in Marx's politics so little, in fact, that the entirety of his work on certain topics, such as British parliamentary Bonapartism, was scarcely acknowledged. Trends inaugurated in the 1960s are now so far advanced that interpreters commonly write about the author of Capital as if he were simply a theorist, one whose brilliance is shown by his prophesying of Fordist and post-Fordist automation. Either way, he is widely regarded as distracting himself with unfortunate and self-imposed political commitments. The flip side of this is that like a 21st century academic, Marx is thought to have had no more to reflect upon than the books he read. Thus, for instance, The 2018 commemoration of Marx's 200th birthday was largely indistinguishable from that held the year before, celebrating the 150th anniversary of Marx's Capital. The interest in Marx's social theory, to which capital itself has been reduced, overshadowed Marx's revolutionary politics at these commemorations. Because of this endless rehash of new left interpretive preoccupations, the very motivations and concerns of capital and of Marx's critique of philosophy have been mystified. Marx as a 19th-century revolutionary is increasingly inconceivable, not least by those who make a great show of understanding him in context, because socialist revolution in the 19th century strikes contemporary leftists as only slightly less possible than revolution in the 21st. Because history has collapsed, it is assumed never to have existed. But Marx's negative dialectical politics was not extrinsic to his critique of political economy. Rather, Marx's political economic writings, particularly those written after 1848, are best understood as critical analyses of social relations as politically constituted, i.e., as mass democratic. As New Left outlier Dick Howard argued, Marx's exposition in Capital Plain that understanding capitalist economic relations presupposes a theory of the political. Marx explains why the bourgeoisie was seen to be willing to abandon its political power to preserve its economic interests. 71 As and when bourgeois social relations came into contradiction with the very forces of production they unleashed, this generated, in the absence of proletarian political power, an explosion of phantasmagoria, that is, an ongoing political crisis that could only be managed, and thereby reproduced, democratically, through the imperialist state. Lukács remarked as follows upon the dynamics. The tragedy of the bourgeoisie is reflected historically in the fact that even before it had defeated its predecessor, feudalism, its new enemy, the proletariat, had appeared on the scene. Politically, it became evident when at the moment of victory, the freedom in whose name the bourgeoisie had joined battle with feudalism, was transformed into a new repressiveness. The bourgeoisie endowed the individual with an unprecedented importance, but at the same time that same individuality was annihilated by the economic conditions to which it was subjected. Point 72. In the face of the disintegration of society, atomized individuals demand democracy, demand that society be cobbled back together, which is to say, forcibly managed. In this critical sense, social reproduction is not a function of ruling class power, whether brute or subtle, nor of independent iron laws of economic motion, but of democracy. Capitalist democracy is the politics generated by a society based on the commodity form, in crisis. Such a society increasingly renders not work, but the workers superfluous. 73 And it is only by winning the battle of democracy and instituting a regime adequate to the permanent state of emergency, instituting, that is, the dictatorship of the proletariat, that bourgeois social relations can be realized and overcome. Failing this, society returns to 1848, only via the regression achieved by progress. So, Marx's 1850s journalism, the writing through which Marx digested the long arc of the revolution of 1848, did not merely combine elements of philosophy and social theory, but operated on its own level and in its own terms, immanent as it was to history in crisis, on the wing, and spiraling back. The major Marx engagements of the 1960s were an aspect of the New Left's attempts to overcome the impasse the left had reached in both communism and social democracy, in the antinomy of the two. Perhaps unsurprisingly, such engagements by Althusser, Draper, Fromm, Gortz, Marcuse, Mazaros, Nicholas, Rostalski, Sartre, and Schmidt, to name some of the more prominent interpreters, drew heavily upon Marx's posthumous publications, the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, the German Ideology, and the Grundrisse, i.e., the unpublished manuscripts Ryazanov set in train of publication before being purged. Initially, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, the preoccupation was with the young Marx, by which was meant Marx the young Hegelian humanist philosopher. Later, especially in the late 1960s and 70s, concern shifted from the humanist to an anti-humanist, scientific, or social theoretical Marx. Marx, the author of Capital. 74. In either case, the New Left wanted theories to ponder, not an obscurely failed political project that required working through, reconstituting, and redeeming. As Hal Draper observed towards the end of the New Left's return to Marx, Marx's political ideas have not generally interested Marxology except as incidental appendages to the grand theory, adding that grand theory, precisely because it seems to soar above current struggles, can sometimes be discussed with an air of tranquility when the subject is the political realm of power. The knife cuts deeper. 75. In its more political aspect, the New Left was by the late 1960s looking back no further than Lenin, whether the Lenin of official communism or of orthodox Trotskyism, cut off from his connection to Marx and Engels and from the struggles within the Second International that made possible his recovery of the negative dialectics of Marx. At the same time, with the academic domestication of Marxology, Marx, the socialist critic of socialism, has inevitably grown still more obscure. The 1960s and 1970s return to Marx coincided, of course, with the New Left's support for decolonization. Spurred on by Soviet-sponsored decolonization, the Chinese and Cuban revolutions, the Algerian War of Independence, and, especially, by the mounting and worldwide opposition to America's war in Vietnam, this anti-imperialism conditioned such reception as there was of Marx's journalism. 76. Two of the collections already mentioned went through multiple editions: Avinery's volume Karl Marx on Colonialism and Modernization and the Communist collection on Colonialism. And yet, the post-war anti-imperialism that so dominated the New Left had shallow roots in Marxism. As scholar Anthony Brewer has observed, they're in work that corresponds at all exactly to the concepts of imperialism. Marx did not have a generic term to describe the rule of a more advanced nation-state over a more backward area. 77. The decolonization struggle's connection to a viable strategy for socialism was always tenuous at best. And as, in the 20th century anti-capitalist struggle, socialism took leave of its project, the meaning of imperialism bequeathed by liberalism, pre-Marxian socialism, and Marxism was lost. This was already a potential at the time of the Lenin-Roy debate of the Second Congress of the Communist International, especially as the turn to anti-colonial movements came to be viewed positively, as an advance rather than as a conscious maneuver of retreat, indeed, as a substitute for the struggle for socialism in the core of capitalism. Consequently, Marx's anti-imperialism was not simply distant from, but potentially at odds with, the New Left's, insofar as anti-imperialist solidarity effectively obscured the abandonment of the struggle for socialism. Unsurprisingly, then, Marx and Engels' writings on overseas imperialism ultimately proved an embarrassment for the New Left, particularly as it retreated to the university, so that, even those who defended Marx often did so on the spurious ground that imperialism was an agent of modernization. By the 1980s, the left was caught up in increasingly sterile debates over Marx's alleged Eurocentrism between, on the one hand, academicized Maoism, now rebranded as post-colonialism, and, on the other, their Enlightenment-mongering post-Trotskyist critics. 78 With the waning of political passions and possibility, these debates have since devolved into academic trends that endlessly rehearse the New Left's collapse of decades before. The question of imperialism, then, helped solidify the impasse in the New Left's failed return to Marx. In this sense, the work of Eleanor Marx and David Ryazanov came to naught. Trotsky himself, Ryazanov's comrade, erstwhile collaborator in the work of the Marx-Engels Institute, and one fully committed to the Marxist critique of Marxism, already recognized the dilemma in 1937. Bolshevism, which degenerated into Stalinism, itself grew out of Marxism. Consequently, one cannot fight Stalinism while remaining on the foundation of Marxism. There are others, less consistent but more numerous, who say on the contrary, we must return Bolshevism to Marxism. How? To what Marxism? Before Marxism became bankrupt in the form of Bolshevism, it already broken down in the form of social democracy. Does the slogan "Back to Marxism" then mean a leap over the periods of the Second and Third Internationals to the First International? But it too broke down in its time. Thus, in the last analysis, it is a question of returning to the collected works of Marx and Engels. One can accomplish this historic leap without leaving one's study and even without taking off one's slippers. But how are we going to go from our classics to the tasks of a new epoch? Did not prevent the degeneration of the Soviet state and the staging of the Moscow trials. So, what is to be done? 79. For ourselves in the 21st century, we cannot proceed, against this background of the multiply-compounded defeat of socialism, as if editing Marx did not place us, whether we will or no, within a history of struggle over orthodoxy, of repeated returns to Marx, threatening always to degenerate into the bibliographical quisquelia they have long since become. Even if the struggle for orthodoxy is now at an end, what passes for the left today remains haunted by the specter of Marx, and that ghost can never be exorcised until what Marxism was is adequately recognized and its compounded defeats worked through. When an ellipsis appears without brackets in the text, this indicates that text has been cut by the editor. When one appears before an opening paragraph or in between paragraphs, this indicates that a paragraph or more has been cut. When ellipses appear within brackets, this indicates a feature of the original text. They are either Marx's own ellipses or were introduced by Marx's editors. This is more rare, which is why I have adopted this potentially confusing convention. In general, Marx more often than not quotes his sources accurately, but without always alerting his reader to his excisions. There are many occasions, in other words, in which, without showing it, Marx runs together passages from which some intervening text has been cut. The MECW introduces ellipses where this is the case, a practice that has not been followed here. Instead, this is acknowledged in a footnote. Finally, I should note that significant editorial liberties have been taken with the punctuation of Marx's text. This is because the punctuation, capitalization, and use of italics in Marx's English-language journalism is now anachronistic and, consequently, distracting. Moreover, it was largely determined by his editors, not himself. Chapter 1. The Second Opium War and the Indian Revolt of 1857–58. Introduction. Though the term is still commonplace, imperialism as Marx understood it is wholly obscure today. 1. This is chiefly due to the 20th century Stalinist and liberal intellectuals' equation of it with colonialism. At the same time, they narrowed and distorted the category of Bonapartism to denote dictatorships and other especially authoritarian regimes, deviations from a supposed liberal democratic norm. 2. For ostensible Marxism, this went hand in hand with the abandonment of the goal of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the revolutionary political intervention necessary to render tractable the self-contradiction of bourgeois freedom. If the term Bonapartism dropped out of usage, imperialism went mainstream. Thus, it shapes conventional historical periodization today. According to standard textbook history, the age of imperialism extends from the last quarter of the 19th century up to World War I. As early as 1902, that is, already within the period itself, J. A. Hobson argued in Imperialism, a study that, a quarter of a century after 1848, history entered a new and retrograde imperialist phase. The scramble for Africa and Asia has virtually recast the policy of all European nations, has evoked alliances which cross all natural lines of sympathy and historical association, has driven every continental nation to consume an ever-growing share of its material and human resources upon military and naval equipment, has drawn the great new power of the United States from its isolation into the full tide of competition, and, by the multitude, the magnitude, and the suddenness of the issues it throws onto the stage of politics, has become a constant agent of menace and of perturbation to the peace and progress of mankind. 3. The third volume of communist historian Eric Hobsbawm's magisterial survey of the modern age, the volume covering 1875 to 1914, The Age of Empire, follows Hobson in its very title. What defines the periodization of both is the manifest growth of European conquests and annexations overseas. The high imperialist moment is thus exemplified by the crowning of Queen Victoria Empress of India in 1876 and by Hobson's scramble for Africa and Asia of the 1880s, the Third Anglo-Burmese War of 1885, the consolidation of French Indochina through the Sino-French War of 1884–85, and, above all, the scramble for Africa that led to the Berlin Conference of 1884–85 and brought the German Empire fully into global competition for exploitation colonies. For as Hobson also notes, the U.S. was a latecomer to the game, playing catch-up through the Spanish-American War and the subjugation of the Philippines at the turn of the 20th century. Both the liberal Hobson and the communist Hobsbawm viewed imperialism as extra-metropolitan. According to this mainstream progressive account, the new imperialism of the last decades of the 19th century and the first of the 20th was linked to the Second Industrial Revolution. New industrial processes required more and different natural resources. The search for these by emergent large corporate trusts and monopolies stoked inter-imperialist rivalries that placed the old free trade system under increasingly unbearable strain. The result was the quickening of executive power and militarism, dynamics that reached their cataclysmic climax in World War I. This account and the periodization it implies is, of course, interpretively well grounded. But, on its own terms, it leaves critical questions unanswered, such as, how did monopoly and inter-imperialist rivalry emerge from a free trade-based Pax Britannica? What drove the peripheralization that accompanied political and economic integration? How was capitalist imperialism simultaneously progressive and regressive? How did it relate to the rise of socialism in the metropole? Marxists of the Second International emphasized that high imperialism had to be grasped in terms of its development precisely out of what Hobsbawm terms the age of capital, a crucial but neglected aspect of which was the growth of their own socialist politics and parties. The analysis of imperialism that Koski, Lenin, Luxemburg, Trotsky, and others offered attempted to grapple with the connection and contradiction of the co-occurrence of high imperialism, on the one hand, with the explosive rise, growth, and internal crises of the mass socialist parties in the Second International, on the other. The development and dynamics of international socialist politics was integrally linked, for them, to the high imperialism of the age. Even the very successes of the left had contradictory consequences. The very reforms provoked by class struggle did not, when implemented, solve or ameliorate, but only deepened the problem of capitalism. In coming to terms with their tradition's own crisis in the opening decades of the 20th century, revolutionary Marxists grasped overseas imperialism as a symptom of capitalism parallel to the growth, crisis, and ultimate split of the international workers' movement for socialism. 5 International imperialism met the same necessity the international dictatorship of the proletariat would have to meet, both in their own way managed the self-contradiction of bourgeois society. Imperialism characterized the entire period after 1848, even as it came to be transformed and ripened, so to speak, by the rise, advance, and crisis of social democracy, a crisis that emerged full-blown in the period between the revisionist dispute and the October Revolution, which is to say between the Boer War and World War I. 6 As Lenin put it, imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution and the split in the labor movement is bound up with the objective conditions of imperialism. 7. Historians of empire, for their part, could not help but observe that the age of imperialism that dawned in the 1870s grew out of earlier developments, crucially the overseas expansion of the period 1839–73. Whereas American independence and, later, the independence of former Spanish colonies in the New World seemed to indicate, events in India notwithstanding, an ebbing of empire. By mid-century this could no longer be maintained. How to understand the new dynamics? Those 3.5 decades predated the rise of manifest inter-imperialist rivalry. Still, the period of the lead-up to, and dissolution of, the Revolution of 1848 coincided with the final conquest of India, the First Afghan War, 2 Opium Wars with China, the Second Anglo-Burmese War, the Anglo-Persian War of 1856–57, the annexation of the Lagos colony in 1861, Imperial France's development of a determined, yet romantic Algerian policy after 1858, the establishment of French power in Indochina in the period 1858–67, not to mention Spain, France, Britain, and the Southern Confederacy's project, foiled by Union victory in the U.S. Civil War, of reopening the transatlantic slave trade and recolonizing the New World. 8 This in addition to expanding Russian influence in the former Ottoman domains and the Tsar's extensive conquests of Central Asian Khanates in the 1860s. The historian's phrase "the imperialism of free trade" expresses as a paradox the dynamics of this mid-century geopolitical shift. For Marx, the First Opium War and First Afghan War, both in the period 1839–42, presaged a new imperial age, just as the revolution of 1848 had its roots in the emergence of class struggle announced most unmistakably by the 1839 Newport Uprising and by the Blanquist Uprising in Paris in the same year. Confining ourselves for convenience's sake to British imperial history, the little wars of the 1840s and, especially, the 1850s, no less than the Crimean War, exemplified the crisis of liberalism associated with the rise and political predominance of Lord Palmerston. With Palmerston at the Foreign Office and, later, as Prime Minister, the expansion of bourgeois society came increasingly to depend upon what it once aspired to supersede: slavery, despotism, and war. The growth of the Bonapartist state in Great Britain especially involved overseas conquests. But while that, of course, needs to be understood in its own terms, it is equally important to recognize that for Marx and Engels, at least, as for the Second International Marxists, imperialism was, as the scholar of Marxism J. P. Nettle argued, essentially a domestic and not a colonial problem. 9 Marx's preoccupation with Palmerston thus centers on how the most English minister brought the secretive, militaristic, and undemocratic habits of the Foreign Office, how habits acquired overseas became paradigmatic for the governance of the empire as a whole. For Marx, the issue was always, in the final analysis, Bonapartism at the level of the world state. Palmerston, subtly metamorphosing patriotism into jingoism at home, was the great impresario of peace and war on the international stage. If not a good statesman of all work, he is at least a good actor of all work. He succeeds in the comic as in the heroic, in pathos as in familiarity, in tragedy as in farce. The most minute knowledge of parliamentary tricks, intrigues, parties, and men, he handles difficult cases in an admirable manner and with a pleasant volatility, sticking to the prejudices and susceptibilities of his public. A country like England allows him, of course, to busy himself in every corner of the earth. What he aims at is not the substance, but the mere appearance of success. He exults in show conflicts, show battles, show enemies, diplomatical notes to be exchanged, ships to be ordered to sail, the whole ending in violent parliamentary debates, which are sure to prepare him an ephemeral success, the constant and the only object of all his exertions. In his eyes, the movement of history itself is nothing but a pastime, expressly invented for the private satisfaction of the noble Viscount Palmerston of Palmerston. 10. Arguing that administration was not that of an ordinary cabinet, Marx first firmly fixed his attention on Palmerston during the Eastern Crisis and Crimean War. 11 And though one would scarcely guess it today from either mainstream or Marxist British political historiography, Marx was scarcely alone in his recognition that a subtle yet fundamental change was taking place. As historian Miles Taylor has observed, there are striking parallels between Marx's critique of Palmerstonian Caesarist imperialism and Palmerston's Russophile tendencies, and the domestic newspaper analysis of the Palmerstonian ascendancy in the aftermath of the Crimean War. Well before the general election of 1857, several papers noted how Palmerston was sacrificing the Constitution in the interests of his personal power and carrying over into peacetime the strong executive powers he had assumed during the war. By the time of Palmerston's election victory in 1857, a wide range of English newspaper and periodical opinion, from Ernest Jones through to William Gladstone, was describing Palmerstonian England as a dictatorship, absolutist, Palmerston's election victory a coup d'état, and the resultant parliament servile and little more than Palmerston's tool. 12. British aggression in China was especially widely debated and condemned in the contemporary press. As Marx reported respecting the parliamentary debates in March 1857 on the Arrow incident that provoked the outbreak of the Second Opium War, the immense excitement prevailing on the last night of the debates, within the walls as well as among the masses who had gathered in the adjoining streets, was due not only to the greatness of the interests at stake, but still more to the character of the party on trial, Lord Palmerston. 13. 1 year before the wanton bombardment of Canton, the Anglo-Persian War provoked considerable outrage, it having never been authorized by Parliament, as was the case with the First Afghan War nearly 2 decades before. Now the political divisions were not simply between Conservative and Liberal, Tory and Whig. Instead, in the debate over the aggression in China, Tory Lords Derby and Lyndhurst delivered what Marx termed masterly speeches pitilessly dismantling the legal pretense for hostilities even as they raised grave constitutional questions respecting ministerial government. This was no mere matter of Tories being moved on a question of conscience. Rather, the bombardment of Canton halfway around the world exposed unmistakably liberalism's new bellicosity. The English governor in Hong Kong, Sir John Bowring, was a notorious radical. Indeed, he was no less than the executor of Jeremy Bentham's literary estate. Yet, despite this, his dispatches argued that a Chinese vessel under the protection of the English flag had been violated, thereby supplying casus belli. Derby and Lyndhurst's response proved beyond doubt that England had no case at all with regard to that lordship. As Marx wryly observed, the Earl of Derby, the chief of the hereditary aristocracy of England, pleading against the late Dr., now Sir, John Bowring, the pet disciple of Bentham pleading for humanity against the professional humanitarian, defending the real interests of nations against the systematic utilitarian insisting upon a punctilio of diplomatic etiquette, appealing to the vox populi vox dei against the greatest benefit for the greatest number man, 14 the descendant of the conquerors preaching peace where a member of the Peace Society preached red-hot shell, a Derby branding the acts of the British Navy as miserable proceedings and inglorious operations where a Bowring congratulates it upon cowardly outrages which met with no resistance, upon its brilliant achievements, unparalleled bravery and splendid union of military skill and valor. Such contrasts were the more keenly satirical the less Derby seemed to be aware of them. He had the advantage of that great historical irony which does not flow from the wit of individuals, but from the humor of situations. 15. Whether he had secretly ordered the aggression or not, Palmerston was adamant in Bowring's defense. The newspapers closest to him, the Morning Post, the Globe, and the Times, all dutifully pounded the war drums. The future leader of the Liberal Party, William Ewart Gladstone, stepped decisively out of the shadow of the deceased Sir Robert Peel to deliver one of the greatest speeches of his long career in opposition to the hostilities at Canton. Responding to the claim that British commerce had to be forcibly advanced, he insisted, "It is very well to talk of the opinions of British merchants, but it has never been the practice of Parliament to abdicate its own functions and to register its judgments according to the opinions of that class. We certainly, when we were considering the factory bills, did not take as our paramount authority the opinions of the manufacturers. When we were considering the corn laws, we did not take as our paramount authority the opinion of the landed gentlemen. When we were considering the abolition of the slave trade, we did not take as our paramount authority the voices of the members for Liverpool. And if, in 1833, the sentiments of the West India planters, with what they called their knowledge of the Negro character, had been predominant, would emancipation have been given to the black population? 16. The drive to war with China, remarked Gladstone in his best impression of Adam Smith, was a case of mercantilism, of particular interests capturing the state to distort and override the general welfare. The tale, he argued, was wagging the British imperial lion. To those who admitted that the case against the Chinese authorities could not justify war yet still remained indifferent, Gladstone queried, "If you are about to hang a man and, although you find a technical flaw in the proceedings, yet persist in hanging him, is that a technical offence only? Or was it not also an offence against the first principle of justice?" 17 Such was the sequel to Gladstone's earlier condemnation of Palmerston's Persian War on the constitutional ground that Parliament had not been consulted. And yet, 2 short years later Gladstone would join Palmerston to form the Liberal Party. 3 years after that, Gladstone's was the public face of the Palmerston ministry's attempt to steer British public opinion into siding with the Confederacy in the US Civil War. Such was the party that led the British working class for the balance of the century. Attending the parliamentary debates in person, Marx reported on March 25, 1857, after having raged for 4 nights, the Chinese debates subsided at last in a vote of censure passed by the House of Commons on the Palmerston ministry. Palmerston retorts to the censure by a penal dissolution. He punishes the Commons by sending them home. 18 The election that ensued was a referendum on overseas belligerence and ministerial government. Palmerston made his case in a speech delivered at a banquet given in his honour by the Lord Mayor of London. Those who voted knew the full import of their votes. The resolution was that the proceedings which the government have approved were unjustifiable. We were persuaded, on the contrary, that those proceedings were right and necessary. We felt that the greatest wrong had been inflicted upon the country. We felt that our fellow countrymen, in a distant part of the globe, had been exposed to every sort of insult, outrage, and atrocity. We did not believe that the country at large shared their opinions. We have even now, before the constituencies have had the opportunity of recording their votes, had numerous expressions of opinion from all parts of the United Kingdom, addresses from all ranks of society and of all shades of politics, from Whigs, Tories, and Radicals, declaring it right that, when the interests of the country are at stake, party differences should be forgotten and the whole people should rally together to vindicate the honor of the empire. 19. Palmerston then published his election manifesto, framed as an address to his constituents at Tiverton but distributed nationwide. This unapologetically jingoistic appeal by the most English minister won the day. In the election, voters sanctioned military aggression against China and, by implication, the previous aggression in Persia as well as the reconquest of India that was soon to come. Immediately following Palmerston's re-election, the East India Company's Indian troops revolted, precipitating a collapse of British power across North India. So began a prolonged and bloody pacification campaign. The press coverage dwarfed that devoted to the company's charter renewal 4 years before, and Marx's response centered on this public debate. Engels, for his part, covered the reconquest as such, especially the conflicts between soldiers, officers, and the high command over the indiscriminate brutality. Unlike the hostilities with China and, doubtless, because of the blow the election delivered to Palmerston's critics, the reconquest of North India in 1857–58 proved positively popular with the English public. Lurid accounts of alleged Indian barbarity, complete with fabricated tales of the rape and murder of innocents, gained widespread credence and circulation. In what amounted to a celebration of racial bloodlust, the near-total collapse of discipline in the army was ignored or even celebrated in the press. Members of the traditional military imperial caste, the aristocracy, recoiled from the barbarity that junior officers and soldiers demonstrated in the field, while the press defended murder and plunder as just retribution. Rather than reprehend the atrocities committed against non-combatants, the newspapers outdid each other in their cries for vengeance. Marx and Engels' writing on the Indian Revolt paralleled their analysis of the Taiping Rebellion and Second Opium War. Both were less national liberation struggles than convulsively violent and conservative responses to a crisis to which, nonetheless, neither Indian nor Chinese tradition could muster any answer. Still, Marx and Engels felt the upheaval of Asian societies might produce unforeseeable results. From the ruins, from tradition's recognition of its own limitations, social regeneration might arise. As Engels remarked with respect to the British victories in the Anglo-Persian War fought from November 1856 to April 1857, the reverse will do the Persians the more good the more signal it was. 20 As with the deindustrialization in large swaths of Europe and Asia, Marx favored neither liberalism nor illiberalism. I share neither in the opinions of Ricardo, who regards net revenue as the Moloch to whom entire populations must be sacrificed, nor in the opinion of Sismondi, who, in his hypochondriacal philanthropy, would forcibly retain the superannuated methods of agriculture and proscribe science from industry. But, in the end, he sought to go beyond the Ricardian project, not to retreat from it. Reality, Marx argued, must be met, not affirmed but not denied, denounced, or evaded. Society is undergoing a silent revolution, which must be submitted to and which takes no more notice of the human existences it breaks down than an earthquake regards the houses it subverts. The classes and the races too weak to master the new conditions must give way. But what was necessary could not be affirmed. It was puerile to celebrate as progress this woeful transitory state. 21. Marx and Engels no more favored a Persian, Chinese, or Indian military victory than they wished for European success. The defining circumstance was this: the forces in China and India that opposed British militarism and chauvinism were not themselves politically constituted, much less in solidarity with European democrats or socialists. At the same time, though many, especially in the new cities, did not rebel, the British could no longer credibly claim the allegiance of the Indian people. He talk about the apathy of the Hindus or even their sympathy with British rule is all nonsense. The princes, like true Asiatics, are watching their opportunity. The people in the whole presidency of Bengal, where not kept in check by a handful of Europeans, are enjoying a blessed anarchy. Is a curious quid pro quo to expect an Indian revolt to assume the features of a European revolution. 22. Like Napoleon's army in Spain during the Peninsular War, Engels observed, command only the spot of ground held by their own troops. 23. This despite the general disunity among the peoples of India. Sikhs, like the Mohammedans, making common cause with the Brahmins, so that in the revolt, a general union against the British rule of all the different tribes rapidly progressing. 24. Militarily, there existed, even if it lacked purpose and cohesion, a revolutionary league of peoples. What leadership there was only such as a historically exhausted aristocracy could provide. Moneyed Indians and the working poor in the colonial centers of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, were less romantic than the princes and peasants who repudiated their allegiance to the company. Rather than back aside, the new elements in Indian society waited upon events. As Marx observed, if, indeed, the Indian capitalists were as fond of British rule as every true Englishman thinks it an article of faith to assert, no better opportunity could have been afforded them of exhibiting their loyalty. The Indian capitalists upped their hoards. 25. In September 1858 Marx and Engels informed their American readers, the British have reconquered India. The Great Rebellion, stirred up by the mutiny of the Bengal army, is indeed dying out. They had made a wasteland and called it peace. As Engels remarked, the cruelty of the retribution dealt out by the British troops, goaded on by exaggerated and false reports of the atrocities attributed to the natives, have not created any particular fondness for the victors. On the contrary, they themselves confess that among both Hindus and Mussulmans, the hereditary hatred against the Christian intruder is more fierce than ever. 26. Given the utter collapse of the attempt at reconstituting Chartism to which Marx had actively contributed through 1856, and given liberalism's parliamentary defeat in the so-called Chinese election of 1857, Jingoism now ran riot. The Palmerstonian press molded the public opinion from which it took its cues. As Marx put it, the English people at home look no further than the grocers where they buy their tea, are prepared to swallow all the misrepresentations which the ministry and the press choose to thrust down the public throat. 27. New York Tribune. January 23, 1857. No dateline. The mails of the America which reached us yesterday morning bring a variety of documents concerning the British quarrel with the Chinese authorities at Canton and the warlike operations of Admiral Seymour, the result which a careful study of the official correspondence between the British and Chinese authorities at Hong Kong and Canton must, we think, produce upon every impartial mind is that the British are in the wrong in the whole proceeding. The alleged cause of the quarrel, as stated by the latter, is that, instead of appealing to the British consul, certain Chinese officers had violently removed some Chinese criminals from a lorcha lying in Canton River and hauled down the British flag which was flying from its mast. But, as says the London Times, there are, indeed, matters in dispute, such as whether the lorcha was carrying British colours and whether the consul was entirely justified in the steps that he took. The doubt thus admitted is confirmed when we remember that the provision of the treaty which the consul insists should be applied to this lorcha relates to British ships alone, while the lorcha, as it abundantly appears, was not in any just sense British. But, in order that our readers may have the whole case before them, we proceed to give what is important in the official correspondence. First, we have a communication dated October 21 from Mr. Parkes, the British consul at Canton, to Governor-General Yeh as follows. On the morning of 8th, the British lorcha Arrow, when lying among the shipping anchored before the city, was boarded without any previous reference being made to the British consul by a large force of Chinese officers and soldiers in uniform, who, in the face of the remonstrance of her master, an Englishman, seized, bound, and carried away 12 Chinese out of her crew of 14 and hauled down her colours. I reported all the particulars of this public insult to the British flag and grave violation of the 9th article of the supplementary treaty to Your Excellency the same day, and appealed to you to afford satisfaction for the insult and cause the provisions of the treaty to be in this case faithfully observed. But Your Excellency, with a strange disregard both to justice and treaty engagement, has offered no reparation or apology for the injury and, by retaining the men you have seized in your custody, signify your approval of this violation of the treaty and leave Her Majesty's government without any assurance that similar aggressions shall not again occur. It seems that the Chinese on board the lorcha were seized by the Chinese officers because the latter had been informed that some of the crew had participated in a piracy committed against a Chinese merchantman. The British consul accuses the Chinese Governor-General of seizing the crew, of hauling down the British flag, of declining to offer any apology, and of retaining the men seized in his custody. The Chinese governor in a letter addressed to Admiral Seymour affirms that, having ascertained that 9 of the captives were innocent, he directed on October 10 an officer to put them on board of their vessel again, but that Consul Parkes refused to receive them. As to the lorcha itself, he states that when the Chinese on board were seized, she was supposed to be a Chinese vessel, and rightly so, because she was built by a Chinese and belonged to a Chinese who had fraudulently obtained possession of a British ensign by entering his vessel on the colonial British registers, a method, it seems, habitual with Chinese smugglers. As to the question of the insult to the flag, the governor remarks, "It has been the invariable rule with lorchas of Your Excellency's nation to haul down their ensign when they drop anchor and to hoist it again when they get under way. When the lorcha was boarded in order that the prisoners might be seized, it has been satisfactorily proved that no flag was flying. How then could a flag have been hauled down?" Yet Consul Parkes, in one dispatch after another, pretends that satisfaction is required for this insult offered to the flag. From these premises the Chinese governor concludes that no breach of any treaty has been committed. On October 12, nevertheless, the British plenipotentiary demanded not only the surrender of the whole of the arrested crew but also an apology. The governor thus replies, "Early on the morning of October 22, I wrote to Consul Parkes and at the same time forwarded to him 12 men, namely Liang Mingtai and Liang Qifu, convicted on the inquiry I had instituted, and the witness, Wu, together with 9 previously tendered. But Mr. Consul Parkes would neither receive the 12 prisoners nor my letter. Parkes might, therefore, have now got back the whole of his 12 men, together with what was most probably an apology contained in a letter which he did not open." In the evening of the same day, Governor Ye again made inquiry why the prisoners tendered by him were not received and why he received no answer to his letter. No notice was taken of this step, but on the 24th fire was opened on the forts and several of them were taken, and it was not until November 1 that Admiral Seymour explained the apparently incomprehensible conduct of Consul Parkes in a message to the governor. The men, he says, had been restored to the consul, but not publicly restored to their vessel, nor had the required apology been made for the violation of the consular jurisdiction. To this quibble, then, of not restoring in state a set of men numbering 3 convicted criminals, the whole case is reduced. To this the governor of Canton answers, first, that the 12 men had been actually handed over to the consul and that there had not been any refusal to return the men to their vessel. What was still the matter with this British consul the Chinese governor only learned after the city had been bombarded for 6 days. As to an apology, Governor Ye insists that none could be given as no fault had been committed. We quote his words, "No foreign flag was seen by my executive at the time of the capture and as, in addition to this, it was ascertained, on the examination of the prisoners by the officer deputed to conduct it, that the Lorcha was in no respect a foreign vessel, I maintain that there was no mistake committed." Indeed, the force of this Chinaman's dialectics disposes so effectually of the whole question that Admiral Seymour at last has no resource left him but a declaration like the following: "I must positively decline any further argument on the merits of the case of the Lorcha Arrow. I am perfectly satisfied of the facts as represented to Your Excellency by Mr. Consul Parkes. But after having taken the forts, breached the walls of the city, and bombarded Canton for 6 days, the Admiral suddenly discovers quite a new object for his measures, as we find him writing to the Chinese governor on October 30, "It is now for Your Excellency, by immediate consultation with me, to terminate a condition of things of which the present evil is not slight, but which, if not amended, can scarcely fail to be productive of the most serious calamities." The Chinese governor answers that, according to the Convention of 1849, he had no right to ask for such a consultation. He further says, "In reference to the admission into the city, I must observe that in April 1849 His Excellency the Plenipotentiary Bonham issued a public notice at the factories here to the effect that he thereby prohibited foreigners from entering the city. The notice was inserted in the newspapers of the time and will, I presume, have been read by Your Excellency. Add to this that the exclusion of foreigners from the city is by the unanimous vote of the whole population of Kwangtung. It may be supposed how little to their liking has been this storming of the forts and this destruction of their dwellings, and, apprehensive as I am of the evil that may hence befall the officials and citizens of Your Excellency's nation, I can suggest nothing better than a continued adherence to the policy of the Plenipotentiary Bonham as to the correct course to be pursued. As to the consultation proposed by Your Excellency, I have already, some days ago, deputed Chiang, prefect of Lake Fu. Admiral Seymour now makes a clean breast of it, declaring that he does not care for the convention of Mr. Bonham. Your Excellency's reply refers me to the notification of the British Plenipotentiary of 1849, prohibiting foreigners from entering Canton. Now I must remind you that, although we have indeed serious matter of complaint against the Chinese government for breach of the promise given in 1847 to admit foreigners into Canton at the end of 2 years, my demand now made is in no way connected with former negotiations on the same subject. Neither am I demanding admission of any but the foreign officials, and this only for the simple and sufficient reasons above assigned. On my proposal to treat personally with Your Excellency, you do me the honor to remark that you sent a prefect some days ago. I am compelled therefore to regard Your Excellency's whole letter as unsatisfactory in the extreme and have only to add that, unless I immediately receive an explicit assurance of your assent to what I have proposed, I shall at once resume offensive operations. Governor Ye retorts by again entering into the details of the Convention of 1849. In 1848, there was a long controversial correspondence on the subject between my predecessor SCU and the British Plenipotentiary, Mr. Bonham, and Mr. Bonham being satisfied that an interview within the city was utterly out of the question, addressed a letter to SEU in the April of 1849 in which he said, "At the present time I can have no more discussion with your excellency on this subject." He further issued a notice from the factories to the effect that no foreigner was to enter the city, which was inserted in the papers, and he communicated this to the British government. There was not a Chinese or foreigner of any nation who did not know that the question was never to be discussed again. Impatient of argument, the British admiral hereupon forces his way into the city of Canton to the residence of the governor, at the same time destroying the imperial fleet in the river. Thus, there are two distinct acts in this diplomatic and military drama: the first, introducing the bombardment of Canton on the pretext of a breach of the Treaty of 1842 committed by the Chinese governor, and the second, continuing that bombardment on an enlarged scale on the pretext that the governor clung stubbornly to the Convention of 1849. First, Canton is bombarded for breaking a treaty, and next it is bombarded for observing a treaty. Besides, it is not even pretended that redress was not given in the first instance, but only that redress was not given in the orthodox manner. The view of the case put forth by the London Times would do no discredit even to General William Walker of Nicaragua. 1 By this outbreak of hostilities, says that journal, existing treaties are annulled and we are left free to shape our relations with the Chinese Empire as we please. The recent proceedings at Canton warn us that we ought to enforce that right of free entrance into the country and into the ports open to us which was stipulated for by the Treaty of 1842. We must not again be told that our representatives must be excluded from the presence of the Chinese Governor-General, because we have waived the performance of the article which enabled foreigners to penetrate beyond the precincts of our factories. In other words, we have commenced hostilities in order to break an existing treaty and to enforce a claim which we have waived by an express convention. We are happy to say, however, that another prominent organ of British opinion expresses itself in a more humane and becoming tone. It is, says the Daily News, a monstrous fact that, in order to avenge the irritated pride of a British official and punish the folly of an Asiatic governor, we prostitute our strength to the wicked work of carrying fire and sword and desolation and death into the peaceful homes of unoffending men on whose shores we were originally intruders. Whatever may be the issue of this Canton bombardment, the deed itself is a bad and a base one, a reckless and wanton waste of human life at the shrine of a false etiquette and a mistaken policy. It is, perhaps, a question whether the civilized nations of the world will approve this mode of invading a peaceful country without previous declaration of war for an alleged infringement of the fanciful code of diplomatic etiquette. If the First Chinese War, in spite of its infamous pretext, was patiently looked upon by other powers because it held out the prospect of opening the trade with China, is not this second war likely to obstruct that trade for an indefinite period? Its first result must be the cutting off of Canton from the tea-growing districts, as yet, for the most part, in the hands of the imperialists, a circumstance which cannot profit anybody but the Russian overland tea traders. New York Tribune. April 10, 1857. No dateline. A few years since, when the frightful system of torture in India was exposed in Parliament, Sir James Hogg, one of the directors of the Most Honourable East India Company, boldly asserted that the statements made were unfounded. Subsequent investigation, however, proved them to be based upon facts which should have been well known to the directors, and Sir James. To admit either wilful ignorance or criminal knowledge of the horrible charge laid at the company's doors. Lord Palmerston, the present Premier of England, and the Earl of Clarendon, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, seem just now to be placed in a similar unenviable position. At the late Lord Mayor's banquet, the Premier said in his speech, while attempting to justify the atrocities committed upon the Chinese, if the government had in this case approved of unjustifiable proceedings, they had undoubtedly followed a course which deserved to incur the censure of Parliament and of the country. We were persuaded, however, on the contrary, that these proceedings were necessary and vital. We felt that a great wrong had been inflicted on our country. We felt that our fellow countrymen in a distant part of the globe had been exposed to a series of insults, outrages, and atrocities which could not be passed over in silence. We felt that the treaty rights of this country had been broken and that those locally charged with the defense of our interests in that quarter of the world were not only justified but obliged to resent those outrages so far as the power in their hands would enable them to do so. We felt that we should be betraying the trust which the citizens of the country had reposed in us if we had not approved of the proceedings which we thought to be right and which we, if placed in the same circumstances, should have deemed it our duty to have pursued. Now, however much the people of England and the world at large may be deceived by such plausible statements, his lordship himself certainly does not believe them to be true, or, if he does, he has betrayed a willful ignorance almost as unjustifiable as criminal knowledge. Ever since the first report reached us of English hostilities in China, the government journals of England and a portion of the American press have been heaping wholesale denunciations upon the Chinese, sweeping charges of violation of treaty obligations, insults to the English flag, degradation of foreigners residing on their soil, and the like, yet not one single distinct charge has been made or a single fact instanced in support of these denunciations save the case of the Lorcha Arrow, and, with respect to this case, the circumstances have been so misrepresented and glossed over by parliamentary rhetoric as utterly to mislead those who really desire to understand the merits of the question. The Lorcha Arrow was a small Chinese vessel manned by Chinese but employed by some Englishmen. A license to carry the English flag had been temporarily granted to her, which license had expired prior to the alleged insult. She is said to have been used to smuggle salt and had on board of her some very bad characters, Chinese pirates and smugglers whom, being old offenders against the laws, the authorities had long been trying to arrest. While lying at anchor in front of Canton with sails furled and no flag whatever displayed, the police became aware of the presence on board of these offenders and arrested them, precisely such an act as would have taken place here had the police along our wharves known that river thieves and smugglers were secreted in a native or foreign vessel nearby. But as this arrest interfered with the business of the owners, the captain went to the English consul and complained. The consul rushes on board in propria persona, gets into an excited parley with the police and, consequently, fails in obtaining satisfaction. Thence he rushes back to the consulate, writes an imperative demand for restitution and apology to the Governor-General of the Kwangtung Province and a note to Sir John Bowring and Admiral Seymour at Hong Kong representing that he and his country's flag have been insulted beyond endurance and intimating in pretty broad terms that now is the time for a demonstration against Canton such as had long been waited for. 3. Governor Ye politely and calmly responds to the arrogant demands of the excited young British consul. He states the reason of the arrest and regrets that there should have been any misunderstanding in the matter. At the same time, he unqualifiedly denies the slightest intention of insulting the English flag and sends back the men whom, although lawfully arrested, he desired not to detain at the expense of so serious a misunderstanding. But this is not satisfactory to Mr. Consul Parkes. He must have an official apology and a more formal restitution or Governor Ye must abide the consequences. Next arrives Admiral Seymour with the British fleet and then commences another correspondence, dogmatic and threatening on the side of the Admiral, cool, unimpassioned, polite on the side of the Chinese official. Admiral Seymour demands a personal interview within the walls of Canton. Governor Ye says this is contrary to all precedent and that Sir George Bonham had agreed that it should not be required. He would readily consent to an interview, as usual, outside the walled town, if necessary, or meet the Admiral's wishes in any other way not contrary to Chinese usage and hereditary etiquette. But this did not suit the bellicose representative of British power in the East. Upon the grounds thus briefly stated, this most unrighteous war has been waged. The unoffending citizens and peaceful tradesmen of Canton have been slaughtered, their habitations battered into the ground, and the claims of humanity violated on the flimsy pretense that English life and property are endangered by the aggressive acts of the Chinese. The British government and the British people know how false and hollow are such charges. An attempt has been made to divert investigation from the main issue and to impress the public mind with the idea that a long series of injuries preceding the case of the Lorcha Arrow form of themselves a sufficient casus belli. But these sweeping assertions are baseless. The Chinese have at least 99 injuries to complain of to one on the part of the English. How silent is the press of England upon the outrageous violations of the treaty daily practiced by foreigners living in China under British protection. We hear nothing of the illicit opium trade, which yearly feeds the British Treasury at the expense of human life and morality. We hear nothing of the constant bribery of sub-officials by means of which the Chinese government is defrauded of its rightful revenue on incoming and outgoing merchandise. We hear nothing of the wrongs inflicted even unto death upon misguided and bonded emigrants sold to worse than slavery on the coast of Peru and into Cuban bondage. We hear nothing of the bullying spirit often exercised against the timid nature of the Chinese or of the vice introduced by foreigners at the ports open to their trade. We hear nothing of all this and of much more, first, because the majority of people out of China care little about the social and moral condition of that country, and, secondly, because it is the part of policy and prudence not to agitate topics where no pecuniary advantage would result. Thus, the English people at home, who look no further than the grocers where they buy their tea, are prepared to swallow all the misrepresentations which the ministry and the press choose to thrust down the public throat. Meanwhile, in China the smothered fires of hatred kindled against the English during the Opium War have burst into a flame of animosity which no tenders of peace and friendship will be very likely to quench. For the sake of Christian and commercial intercourse with China, it is in the highest degree desirable that we should keep out of this quarrel and that the Chinese should not be led to regard all the nations of the Western world as united in a conspiracy against them. Persia, China. New York Tribune. June 5, 1857. London, May 22, 1857. The English have just concluded an Asiatic war and are entering upon another. The resistance offered by the Persians and that which the Chinese have so far opposed to British invasion form a contrast worth our attention. In Persia, the European system of military organization has been engrafted upon Asiatic barbarity. In China, the rotting semi-civilization of the oldest state in the world meets the Europeans with its own resources. Persia has been signally defeated, while distracted, half-dissolved China has hit upon a system of resistance which, if followed up, will render impossible a repetition of the triumphal marches of the First Anglo-Chinese War. Persia was in a state similar to that of Turkey during the War of 1828-29 against Russia. English, French, Russian officers had in turns tried their hands at the organization of the Persian army. One system had succeeded another, and each in its turn had been thwarted by the jealousy, the intrigues, the ignorance, the cupidity and corruption of the Orientals whom it was to form into European officers and soldiers. The new regular army had never had an opportunity of trying its organization and strength in the field. Its only exploits had been confined to a few campaigns against Kurds, Turkomans, and Afghans, where it served as a sort of nucleus or reserve to the numerous irregular cavalry of Persia. The latter did most of the actual fighting. The regulars had generally but to impose upon the enemy by the demonstrative effect of their seemingly formidable arrays. At last, the war with England broke out. The English attacked Bushire and met with a gallant though ineffective resistance. But the men who fought at Bushire were not regulars, they were composed of the irregular levies of the Persian and Arab inhabitants of the coast. The regulars were only concentrating some 60 miles off in the hills. At last they advanced. The Anglo-Indian army met them halfway and, though the Persians used their artillery with credit to themselves and formed their squares on the most approved principles, a single charge of one single Indian cavalry regiment swept the whole Persian army guards and line from the field. And to know what these Indian regular cavalry are considered to be worth in their own service, we have only to refer to Captain Nolan's book on the subject. For they are among Anglo-Indian officers considered worse than useless and far inferior to the irregular Anglo-Indian cavalry. Not a single action can Captain Nolan find where they were creditably engaged. And yet, these were the men, 600 of whom drove 10,000 Persians before them. Such was the terror spread among the Persian regulars that never since have they made a stand anywhere, the artillery alone excepted. At Mohammerah they kept out of harm's way, leaving the artillery to defend the batteries, and retired as soon as these were silenced. and when on a reconnaissance the British landed 300 riflemen and 50 irregular horse, the whole of the Persian host marched off, leaving baggage, stores, and guns in the possession of the victors. You cannot call them the invaders. All this, however, neither brands the Persians as a nation of cowards, nor condemns the introduction of European tactics among Orientals. The Russo-Turkish Wars of 1809-12 and 1828-29 offer plenty of such examples. The principal resistance offered to the Russians was made by the irregular levies both from the fortified towns and from the mountain provinces. The regulars, wherever they showed themselves in the open field, were at once upset by the Russians and very often ran away at the first shot, while a single company of Arnaut irregulars in a ravine at Varna successfully opposed the Russian siege operations for weeks together. Yet, during the late war the Turkish regular army have defeated the Russians in every single engagement from Oltenitsa and Citate to Kars and to Engur. The fact is that the introduction of European military organization with barbaric nations is far from being completed when the new army has been subdivided, equipped, and drilled after the European fashion. That is merely the first step towards it. Nor will the enactment of some European military code suffice. It will no more ensure European discipline than a European set of drill regulations will produce, by itself, European tactics and strategy. The main point is the creation of a body of officers and sergeants, educated on the modern European system, totally freed from the old national prejudices and reminiscences in military matters, and fit to inspire life into the new formation. This requires a long time and is sure to meet with the most obstinate opposition from Oriental ignorance, impatience, prejudice, and the vicissitudes of fortune and favor inherent to Eastern courts. A sultan or shah is but too apt to consider his army equal to anything as soon as the men can defile in parade, will, deploy, and form column without getting into hopeless disorder. And, as to military schools, their fruits are so slow in ripening that, under the instabilities of Eastern governments, they can scarcely ever be expected to show any. Even in Turkey the supply of educated officers is but scanty, and the Turkish army could not have done at all during the late war without the great number of renegades and the European officers in its ranks. The only arm which everywhere forms an exception is the artillery. Here the Orientals are so much at fault and so helpless that they have to leave the whole management to their European instructors. The consequence is that, as in Turkey so in Persia, the artillery was far ahead of the infantry and cavalry. That under these circumstances the Anglo-Indian army, the oldest of all Eastern armies organized on the European system, the only one that is subject not to an Eastern, but an exclusively European government, and officered almost entirely by Europeans, that this army, supported by a strong reserve of British troops and a powerful navy, should easily disperse the Persian regulars is but a matter of course. The reverse will do the Persians the more good the more signal it was. They will now see, as the Turks have seen before, that European dress and parade drill is no talisman in itself, and maybe 20 years hence the Persians will turn out as respectable as the Turks did in their late victories. The troops which conquered Bushir and Mohammerah will, it is understood, be at once sent to China. There they will find a different enemy. No attempts at European evolutions, but the irregular array of Asiatic masses will oppose them there. Of these they no doubt will easily dispose. But what if the Chinese wage against them a national war? If barbarism be unscrupulous enough to use the only weapons which it knows how to wield? There is evidently a different spirit among the Chinese now to what they showed in the war of 1840 to 1842. Then the people were quiet. They left the emperor's soldiers to fight the invaders and submitted after a defeat with Eastern fatalism to the power of the enemy. But now, at least in the southern provinces to which the contest has so far been confined, the mass of the people take an active, nay, a fanatical part in the struggle against the foreigners. They poison the bread of the European community at Hong Kong by wholesale and with the coolest premeditation. They go with hidden arms on board trading steamers and, when on the journey, massacre the crew and European passengers and seize the boat. They kidnap and kill every foreigner within their reach. the very coolies emigrating to foreign countries rise in mutiny. As if by concert on board every emigrant ship and fight for its possession and, rather than surrender, go down to the bottom with it or perish in its flames. Even out of China, the Chinese colonists, the most submissive and meek of subjects hitherto, conspire and suddenly rise in nightly insurrection, as at Sarawak, or, as at Singapore, are held down by main force and vigilance only. The piratical policy of the British government has caused this universal outbreak of all Chinese against all foreigners and marked it as a war of extermination. What is an army to do against a people resorting to such means of warfare? Where, how far, is it to penetrate into the enemy's country, how to maintain itself there? Civilization mongers who throw hot shells on a defenseless city and add rape to murder may call the system cowardly, barbarous, atrocious, but what matters it to the Chinese if it be only successful? Since the British treat them as barbarians, they cannot deny to them the full benefit of their barbarism. If their kidnappings, surprises, midnight massacres are what we call cowardly, the civilization mongers should not forget that, according to their own showing, they could not stand against European means of destruction with their ordinary means of warfare. In short, instead of moralizing on the horrible atrocities of the Chinese, we had better recognize that this is a war pro eris et focis, a popular war for the maintenance of Chinese nationality with all its overbearing prejudice, stupidity, learned ignorance, and pedantic barbarism if you like, but yet a popular war. And in a popular war the means used by the insurgent nation cannot be measured by the commonly recognized rules of regular warfare, nor by any other abstract standard, but by the degree of civilization only attained by that insurgent nation. The English are this time placed in a difficult position. Thus far, the national Chinese fanaticism seems to extend no farther than over those southern provinces which have not adhered to the Great Rebellion. Is the war to be confined to these? Then it would certainly lead to no result, no vital point of the empire being menaced. At the same time, it would be a very dangerous war for the English if the fanaticism extends to the people of the interior. Canton may be totally destroyed and the coasts nibbled at in all possible points, but all the forces the British could bring together would not suffice to conquer and hold the two provinces of Guangdong and Guangxi. What then can they do further? The country north of Canton, as far as Shanghai and Nanking, is in the hands of the Chinese insurgents, whom it would be bad policy to offend, and north of Nanking the only point of attack on which might lead to a decisive result is Peking. But where is the army to form a fortified and garrisoned base of operations on the shore, to overcome every obstacle on the road, to leave detachments to secure the communications with the shore, and to appear in anything like formidable strength before the walls of a town the size of London, 100 miles from its landing place? On the other side, a successful demonstration against the capital would shake to its groundworks the very existence of the Chinese Empire, accelerate the upsetting of the Manchu dynasty, and pave the way not for British, but for Russian progress. The new Anglo-Chinese War presents so many complications that it is utterly impossible to guess the turn it may take. For some months, the want of troops and the want of decision will keep the British pretty inactive except perhaps on some unimportant point, to which under actual circumstances Canton, too, may be said to belong. One thing is certain, that the death hour of old China is rapidly drawing nigh. Civil war has already divided the south from the north of the empire, and the rebel king seems to be as secure from the imperialists at Nanking as the heavenly emperor from the rebels at Peking. Canton carries on, so far, a sort of independent war with the English and all foreigners in general, and, while British and French fleets and troops flock to Hong Kong, slowly but steadily the Siberian Line Cossacks advance their stanitsas from the Dorian Mountains to the banks of the Amur, and the Russian Marines close in by fortifications the splendid harbors of Manchuria. 5 The very fanaticism of the southern Chinese in their struggle against foreigners seems to mark a consciousness of the supreme danger in which old China is placed, and, before many years pass away, we shall have to witness the death struggles of the oldest empire in the world and the opening day of a new era for all Asia. New York Tribune. July 15, 1857. No dateline. The Roman divide et impera was the great rule by which Great Britain for about 150 years contrived to retain the tenure of her Indian Empire. The antagonism of the various races, tribes, castes, creeds, and sovereignties, the aggregate of which forms the geographical unity of what is called India, continued to be the vital principle of British supremacy. In later times, however, the conditions of that supremacy have undergone a change. With the conquest of Sindh and the Punjab, the Anglo-Indian Empire had not only reached its natural limits, but it had trampled out the last vestiges of independent Indian states. All warlike native tribes were subdued, all serious internal conflicts were at an end, and the late incorporation of Oudh proved satisfactorily that the remnants of the so-called independent Indian principalities exist on sufferance only. Hence a great change in the position of the East Indian Company. It no longer attacked one part of India by the help of another part, but found itself placed at the head and the whole of India at its feet. No longer conquering, it had become the conqueror. The armies at its disposition no longer had to extend its dominion, but only to maintain it. From soldiers they were converted into policemen, 200 million natives being curbed by a native army of 200,000 men officered by Englishmen, and that native army, in its turn, being kept in check by an English army numbering 40,000 only. On first view, it is evident that the allegiance of the Indian people rests on the fidelity of the native army, in creating which the British rule simultaneously organized the first general center of resistance which the Indian people was ever possessed of. How far that native army may be relied upon is clearly shown by its recent mutinies, breaking out as soon as the war with Persia had almost denuded the presidency of Bengal of its European soldiers. Before this there had been mutinies in the Indian army, but the present revolt is distinguished by characteristic and fatal features. It is the first time that sepoy regiments have murdered their European officers, that Mussulmans and Hindus, renouncing their mutual antipathies, have combined against their common masters, that disturbances beginning with the Hindus have actually ended in placing on the throne of Delhi a Mohammedan emperor, that the mutiny has not been confined to a few localities, and, lastly, that the revolt in the Anglo-Indian army has coincided with the general disaffection exhibited against English supremacy on the part of the great Asiatic nations, the revolt of the Bengal army being, beyond doubt, intimately connected with the Persian and Chinese wars. The alleged cause of the dissatisfaction which began to spread 4 months ago in the Bengal army was the apprehension on the part of the natives lest the government should interfere with their religion. The serving out of cartridges, the paper of which was said to have been greased with the fat of bullocks and pigs, and the compulsory biting of which was, therefore, considered by the natives as an infringement of their religious prescriptions, gave the signal for local disturbances. On the 22nd of January, an incendiary fire broke out in cantonments a short distance from Calcutta. On the 25th of February, the 19th Native Regiment mutinied at Berhampuri, the men objecting to the cartridges served out to them. On the 31st of March, that regiment was disbanded. At the end of March, the 34th Sepoy Regiment stationed at Barrackpore allowed one of its men to advance with a loaded musket upon the parade ground in front of the line and, after having called his comrades to mutiny, he was permitted to attack and wound the adjutant and sergeant major of his regiment. During the hand-to-hand conflict that ensued, hundreds of sepoys looked passively on, while others participated in the struggle and attacked the officers with the butt ends of their muskets. Subsequently, that regiment was also disbanded. The month of April was signalized by incendiary fires in several cantonments of the Bengal army at Allahabad, Agra, Ambala, by a mutiny of the 3rd Regiment of Light Cavalry at Meerut, and by similar appearances of disaffection in the Madras and Bombay armies. At the beginning of May, an emeute was preparing at Lucknow, the capital of Oudh, which was, however, prevented by the promptitude of Sir Henry Lawrence. On the 9th of May, the mutineers of the 3rd Light Cavalry of Meerut were marched off to jail to undergo the various terms of imprisonment to which they were sentenced. On the evening of the following day, the troopers of the 3rd Cavalry, together with the 2 native regiments, the 11th and 20th, assembled upon the parade ground, killed the officers endeavoring to pacify them, set fire to the cantonments, and slew all the Englishmen they were able to lay hands on. Although the British part of the brigade mustered a regiment of infantry, another of cavalry, and an overwhelming force of horse and foot artillery, they were not able to move until nightfall. Having inflicted but little harm on the mutineers, they allowed them to betake themselves to the open field and to throw themselves into Delhi, some 40 miles distant from Meerut. There they were joined by the native garrison, consisting of the 38th, 54th, and 74th regiments of infantry, and a company of native artillery. The British officers were attacked, all Englishmen within reach of the rebels were murdered, and the heir of the late Mughal of Delhi proclaimed King of India. Of the troops sent to the rescue of Meerut, 6 companies of native sappers and miners who arrived on the 15th of May murdered their commanding officer, Major Fraser, and made at once for the open country pursued by troops of horse artillery and several of the 6th Dragoon Guards. 50 or 60 of the mutineers were shot, but the rest contrived to escape to Delhi. At Ferozepur in the Punjab the 57th and 45th Native Infantry Regiments mutinied, but were put down by force. Private letters from Lahore state the whole of the native troops to be in an undisguised state of mutiny. On the 19th of May, unsuccessful efforts were made by the sepoys stationed at Calcutta to get possession of Fort William. 3 regiments arrived from Bushire at Bombay were at once dispatched to Calcutta. In reviewing these events, one is startled by the conduct of the British commander at Meerut, his late appearance on the field of battle being still less incomprehensible than the weak manner in which he pursued the mutineers. As Delhi is situated on the right and Meerut on the left bank of the Jumna, the 2 banks being joined at Delhi by one bridge only, nothing could have been easier than to cut off the retreat of the fugitives. Meanwhile, martial law has been proclaimed in all the disaffected districts. Forces consisting of natives mainly are concentrating against Delhi from the north, the east, and the south. The neighboring princes are said to have pronounced for the English. Letters have been sent to Ceylon to stop Lord Elgin and General Ashburnham's forces on their way to China. And, finally, 14,000 British troops were to be dispatched from England to India in about a fortnight. Whatever obstacles the climate of India at the present season and the total want of means of transportation may oppose to the movements of the British forces, the rebels at Delhi are very likely to succumb without any prolonged resistance. Yet, even then, it is only the prologue of a most terrible tragedy that will have to be enacted. The Indian Question. New York Tribune. August 14, 1857. London, July 28, 1857. The 3-hour speech delivered last night in the Dead House by Mr. Disraeli will gain rather than lose by being read instead of being listened to. For some time, Mr. Disraeli affects an awful solemnity of speech, an elaborate slowness of utterance, and a passionless method of formality, which, however consistent they may be with his peculiar notions of the dignity becoming a minister in expectance, are really distressing to his tortured audience. Once he succeeded in giving even commonplaces the pointed appearance of epigrams, now he contrives to bury even epigrams in the conventional dullness of respectability. An orator who, like Mr. Disraeli, excels in handling the dagger rather than in wielding the sword, should have been the last to forget Voltaire's warning that tous les genres sont bons, except le genre ennuyeux. Beside these technical peculiarities which characterize Mr. Disraeli's present manner of eloquence, he, since Palmerston's accession to power, has taken good care to deprive his parliamentary exhibitions of every possible interest of actuality. His speeches are not intended to carry his motions, but his motions are intended to prepare for his speeches. They might be called self-denying motions, since they are so constructed as neither to harm the adversary, if carried, nor to damage the proposer, if lost. They mean, in fact, to be neither carried nor lost, but simply to be dropped. They belong neither to the acids nor to the alkalis, but are born neutrals. The speech is not the vehicle of action, but the hypocrisy of action affords the opportunity for a speech. Such, indeed, may be the classical and final form of parliamentary eloquence, but then, at all events, the final form of parliamentary eloquence must not demur to sharing the fate of all final forms of parliamentarism, that of being ranged under the category of nuisances. Action, as Aristotle said, is the ruling law of the drama, so it is of political oratory. Mr. Disraeli's speech on the Indian revolt might be published in the Tracts of the Society for the Propagation of Useful Knowledge, or it might be delivered to a mechanics institution or tendered as a prize essay to the Academy of Berlin. This curious impartiality of his speech as to the place where, and the time when, and the occasion on which it was delivered goes far to prove that it fitted neither place, time, nor occasion. A chapter on the decline of the Roman Empire, which might read exceedingly well in Montesquieu or Gibbon, would prove an enormous blunder if put in the mouth of a Roman senator whose peculiar business it was to stop that very decline. It is true that, in our modern parliaments, a part lacking neither dignity nor interest might be imagined of an independent orator who, while despairing of influencing the actual course of events, should content himself to assume a position of iron-ical neutrality. Such a part was more or less successfully played by the late M. Garni Pages, not the Garni Pages of provisional government memory in Louis Philippe's Chamber of Deputies. But Mr. Disraeli, the avowed leader of an obsolete faction, would consider even success in this line as a supreme failure. The revolt of the Indian Army afforded certainly a magnificent opportunity for oratorical display. But apart from his dreary manner of treating the subject, what was the gist of the motion which he made the pretext for his speech? It was no motion at all. He feigned to be anxious for becoming acquainted with two official papers, the one of which he was not quite sure to exist and the other of which he was sure not immediately to bear on the subject in question. Consequently, his speech and his motion lacked any point of contact save this, that the motion heralded a speech without an object, and that the object confessed itself not worth a speech. Still, as the highly elaborated opinion of the most distinguished out-of-office statesman of England, Mr. Disraeli's speech ought to attract the attention of foreign countries. I shall content myself with giving in his ipsissima verba a short analysis of his considerations on the decline of the Anglo-Indian Empire. Does the disturbance in India indicate a military mutiny, or is it a national revolt? Is the conduct of the troops the consequence of a sudden impulse, or is it the result of an organized conspiracy? Upon these points Mr. Disraeli asserts the whole question to hinge. Until the last 10 years, he affirmed, the British Empire in India was founded on the old principle of divide et impera, but that principle was put into action by respecting the different nationalities of which India consisted, by avoiding to tamper with their religion, and by protecting their landed property. The sepoy army served as a safety valve to absorb the turbulent spirits of the country. But of late years a new principle has been adopted in the government of India, the principle of destroying nationality. The principle has been realized by the forcible destruction of native princes, the disturbance of the settlement of property, and the tampering with the religion of the people. In 1848 the financial difficulties of the East India Company had reached that point that it became necessary to augment its revenues one way or the other. Then a minute in council was published in which was laid down the principle, almost without disguise, that the only mode by which an increased revenue could be obtained was by enlarging the British territories at the expense of the native princes. Accordingly, on the death of the Raja of Satara, his adoptive heir was not acknowledged by the East India Company, but the absorbed in its own dominions. From that moment the system of annexation was acted upon whenever a native prince died without natural heirs. The principle of adoption, the very cornerstone of Indian society, was systematically set aside by the government. Thus were forcibly annexed to the British Empire the of more than a dozen independent princes from 1848 to 54.6 in 1854, the Raj of Berar, which comprised 80,000 square miles of land, a population from 4 to 5 million, and enormous treasures, was forcibly seized. Mr. Disraeli ends the list of forcible annexations with Oudh, which brought the East India government in collision not only with the Hindus but also with the Mohammedans. Mr. Disraeli then goes on showing how the settlement of property in India was disturbed by the new system of government during the last 10 years. The principle of the law of adoption, he says, is not the prerogative of princes and principalities in India. It applies to every man in Hindustan who has landed property and who professes the Hindu religion. I quote a passage. the great feudatory, or jagirdar, who holds his lands by public service to his lord, and the inamdar, who holds his land free of all land tax, who corresponds, if not precisely in a popular sense at least, with our freeholder. Both of these classes always, on the failure of their natural heirs, find in this principle the means of obtaining successors to their estates. These classes were all touched by the annexation of Satara, they were touched by the annexation of the territories of the 10 inferior but independent princes to whom I have already alluded, and they were more than touched, they were terrified to the last degree when the annexation of the Raj of Berar took place. What man was safe? What feudatory, what freeholder who had not a child of his own loins was safe throughout India? These were not idle fears. They were extensively acted upon and reduced to practice. The resumption of Jagirs and of Inams commenced for the first time in India. There have been, no doubt, impolitic moments when attempts have been made to inquire into titles, but no one had ever dreamt of abolishing the law of adoption. Therefore, no authority, no government had ever been in a position to resume Jagirs and Inams, the holders of which had left no natural heirs. Here was a new source of revenue. But while all these things were acting upon the minds of these classes of Hindus, the government took another step to disturb the settlement of property, to which I must now call the attention of the House. The House is aware, no doubt, from reading the evidence taken before the Committee of 1853, that there are great portions of the land of India which are exempt from the land tax. Being free from land tax in India is far more than equivalent to freedom from the land tax in this country. For, speaking generally and popularly, the land tax in India is the whole taxation of the state. The origin of these grants is difficult to penetrate, but they are undoubtedly of great antiquity. They are of different kinds. Beside the private freeholds, which are very extensive, there are large grants of land free from the land tax with which mosques and temples have been endowed. On the pretext of fraudulent claims of exemption, the British Governor-General took upon himself to examine the titles of the Indian landed estates. Under the new system established in 1848. That plan of investigating titles was at once embraced as a proof of a powerful government, vigorous executive, and most fruitful source of public revenue. Therefore, commissions were issued to inquire into titles to landed estates in the Presidency of Bengal and adjoining country. They were also issued in the Presidency of Bombay, and surveys were ordered to be made in the newly settled provinces, in order that these commissions might be conducted when the surveys were completed with due efficiency. Now, there is no doubt that during the last 9 years the action of these commissions of inquiry into the freehold property of landed estates in India has been going on at an enormous rate, and immense results have been obtained. Mr. Disraeli computes that the resumption of estates from their proprietors is not less than £500,000 a year in the Presidency of Bengal, £370,000 in the Presidency of Bombay, £200,000 in the Punjab, etc. Not content with this one method of seizing upon the property of the natives, the British government discontinued the pensions to the native grandees, to pay which it was bound by treaty. This, says Mr. Disraeli, is confiscation by a new means, but upon a most extensive, startling, and shocking scale. Mr. Disraeli then treats the tampering with the religion of the natives, a point upon which we need not dwell. From all his premises he arrives at the conclusion that the present Indian disturbance is not a military mutiny, but a national revolt, of which the sepoys are the acting instruments only. He ends his harangue by advising the government to turn their attention to the internal improvement of India, instead of pursuing its present course of aggression. The Indian Revolt. New York Tribune. September 16, 1857. London, September 4, 1857. The outrages committed by the revolted sepoys in India are indeed appalling, hideous, ineffable, such as one is prepared to meet only in wars of insurrection, of nationalities, of races, and, above all, of religion, in one word, such as respectable England used to applaud when perpetrated by the Vendeans on the Blues, by the Spanish guerrillas on the infidel Frenchmen, by Serbians on their German and Hungarian neighbors, by Croats on Viennese rebels, by Cavaignacs Garde Mobile or Bonapartes. Decembrists on the sons and daughters of proletarian France. 7. However infamous the conduct of the sepoys, it is only the reflex in a concentrated form of England's own conduct in India, not only during the epoch of the foundation of her Eastern Empire but even during the last 10 years of a long-settled rule. To characterize that rule it suffices to say that torture formed an organic institution of its financial policy. There is something in human history like retribution, and it is a rule of historical retribution that its instrument be forged not by the offended, but by the offender himself. The first blow dealt to the French monarchy proceeded from the nobility, not from the peasants. The Indian revolt does not commence with the rioters tortured, dishonored, and stripped naked by the British, but with the sepoys clad, fed, petted, fat, and pampered by them. 8. To find parallels to the sepoy atrocities we need not fall back on the Middle Ages, nor even wander beyond the history of contemporary England. All we want is to study the First Chinese War, an event, so to say, of yesterday. The English soldiery then committed abominations for the mere fun of it, their passions being neither sanctified by religious fanaticism, nor exacerbated by hatred against an overbearing and conquering race, nor provoked by the stern resistance of a heroic enemy. The violations of women, the spittings of children, the roastings of whole villages were then mere wanton sports not recorded by mandarins, but by British officers themselves. Even at the present catastrophe it would be an unmitigated mistake to suppose that all the cruelty is on the side of the sepoys and all the milk of human kindness flows on the side of the English. The letters of the British officers are redolent of Molly Goodnighty. An officer writing from Peshawar gives a description of the disarming of the 10th Irregular Cavalry for not charging the 55th Native Infantry when ordered to do so. He exults in the fact that they were not only disarmed but stripped of their coats and boots and, after having received 12d per man, were marched down to the riverside and there embarked in boats and sent down the Indus, where the writer is delighted to expect every mother's son will have a chance of being drowned in the rapids. Another writer informs us that some inhabitants of Peshawar, having caused a night alarm by exploding little mines of gunpowder in honor of a wedding, the persons concerned were tied up next morning and received such a flogging as they will not easily forget. News arrived from Pindi that 3 native chiefs were plotting. Sir John Lawrence replied by a message ordering a spy to attend the meeting. On the spy's report, Sir John sent a second message, hang them. The chiefs were hanged. An officer in the civil service from Allahabad writes, "We have power of life and death in our hands, and we assure you we spare not." Another from the same place, "Not a day passes but we string up from 10 to 15 of them." One exulting officer writes, "Holmes is hanging them by the score, like a brick." Another, in allusion to the summary hanging of a large body of the natives, "Then our fun commenced." A third, "We hold court-martials on horseback and every nigger we meet with we either string up or shoot." From Benares we are informed that 30 zamindars were hanged on the mere suspicion of sympathizing with their own countrymen, and whole villages were burned down on the same plea. An officer from Benares, whose letter is printed in the London Times, says, "The European troops have become fiends when opposed to natives." And then it should not be forgotten that, while the cruelties of the English are related as acts of martial vigor told simply, rapidly, without dwelling on disgusting details, the outrages of the natives, shocking as they are still deliberately exaggerated. For instance, the circumstantial account first appearing in the Times and then going the round of the London press of the atrocities perpetrated at Delhi and Meerut. From whom did it proceed? From a cowardly parson residing at Bangalore, Mysore, more than 1,000 miles as the bird flies distant from the scene of action. Actual accounts of Delhi evince the imagination of an English parson to be capable of breeding greater horrors than even the wild fancy of a Hindu mutineer. The cutting of noses, breasts, etc. In one word, the horrid mutilations committed by the sepoys are, of course, more revolting to European feeling than the throwing of red-hot shell on Canton dwellings by a secretary of the Manchester Peace Society, or the roasting of Arabs pent up in a cave by a French marshal, or the flaying alive of British soldiers by the cat o' nine tails under Drumhead court-martial, or any other of the philanthropical appliances used in British penitentiary colonies. Cruelty, like every other thing, has its fashion, changing according to time and place. Caesar, the accomplished scholar, candidly narrates how he ordered many thousand Gallic warriors to have their right hands cut off. 9 Napoleon would have been ashamed to do this. He preferred dispatching his own French regiments suspected of republicanism to Saint-Domingue, there to die of the blacks and the plague. The infamous mutilations committed by the sepoys remind one of the practices of the Christian Byzantine Empire, or the prescriptions of Emperor Charles V's criminal law, or the English punishments for high treason as still recorded by Judge Blackstone. With Hindus, whom their religion has made virtuosi in the art of self-torturing, these tortures inflicted on the enemies of their race and creed appear quite natural and must appear still more so to the English, who, only some years since, still used to draw revenues from the juggernaut festivals protecting and assisting the bloody rites of a religion of cruelty. The frantic roars of the bloody old times, as Cobbett used to call it, it's playing the part of a furious character in one of Mozart's operas who indulges in most melodious strains in the idea of first hanging his enemy, then roasting him, then quartering him, then spitting him, and then flaying him alive. It's tearing the passion of revenge to tatters and to rags. All this would appear but silly if, under the pathos of tragedy, there were not distinctly perceptible the tricks of comedy. The London Times overdoes its part, not only from panic. It supplies comedy with a subject even missed by Molière, the Tartuffe of revenge. What it simply wants is to write up the funds and to screen the government. As Delhi has not, like the walls of Jericho, fallen before mere puffs of wind, John Bull is to be steeped in cries for revenge up to his very ears to make him forget that his government is responsible for the mischief hatched and the colossal dimensions it has been allowed to assume. New York Tribune. September 17, 1857. No dateline. Our London correspondent, whose letter with regard to the Indian revolt we published yesterday very properly referred to some of the antecedents which prepared the way for this violent outbreak. We propose today to devote a moment to continuing that line of reflections and to showing that the British rulers of India are by no means such mild and spotless benefactors of the Indian people as they would have the world believe. For this purpose, we shall resort to the official blue books on the subject of East Indian torture which were laid before the House of Commons during the sessions of 1856 and 1857. The evidence, it will be seen, is of a sort which cannot be gainsaid. We have first the report of the Torture Commission at Madras, which states its belief in the general existence of torture for revenue purposes. It doubts whether anything like an equal number of persons is annually subjected to violence on criminal charges as for the fault of non-payment of revenue. It declares that there was one thing which had impressed the Commission even more painfully than the conviction that torture exists. It is the difficulty of obtaining redress which confronts the injured parties. The reasons for this difficulty given by the commissioners are, 1. The distances which those who wish to make complaints personally to the collector have to travel, involving expense and loss of time in attending upon his office. 2. The fear that applications by letter will be returned with the ordinary endorsement of a reference to the Tahsildar, the district police and revenue officer, that is, to the very man who, either in his person or through his petty police subordinates, has wronged him. 3. The inefficient means of procedure and punishment provided by law for officers of government even when formally accused or convicted of these practices. It seems that if a charge of this nature were proved before a magistrate, he could only punish by a fine of 50 rupees or a month's imprisonment. The alternative consisted of handing over the accused to the criminal judge to be punished by him or committed for trial before the court of the circuit. The report adds that these seem to be tedious proceedings, applicable only to one class of offences, abuse of authority, and totally inadequate to the necessities of the case. A police or revenue officer, when charged with extorting money, is first tried by the assistant collector. He then can appeal to the collector, then to the revenue board. This board may refer him to the government or to the civil courts. In such a state of the law, no poverty-stricken riot could contend against any wealthy revenue officer, and we are not aware of any complaints having been brought forward under these two regulations by the people. Further, this extorting of money applies only to taking the public money or forcing a further contribution from the riot for the officer to put into his own pocket. There is, therefore, no legal means of punishment whatever for the employment of force in collecting the public revenue. The report from which these quotations are made applies only to the Presidency of Madras. But Lord Dalhousie himself, writing in September 1855 to the directors, says that he has long ceased to doubt that torture in one shape or other is practiced by the lower subordinates in every British province. The universal existence of torture as a financial institution of British India is thus officially admitted, but the admission is made in such a manner as to shield the British government itself. In fact, the conclusion arrived at by the Madras Commission is that the practice of torture is entirely the fault of the lower Hindu officials, while the European servants of the government had always, however unsuccessfully, done their best to prevent it. In answer to this assertion, the Madras Native Association presented in January 1856 a petition to Parliament complaining of the torture investigation on the following grounds: 1. That there was scarcely any investigation at all, the Commission sitting only in the city of Madras and for but 3 months, while it was impossible except in very few cases for the natives who had complaints to make to leave their homes. 2. That the commissioners did not endeavour to trace the evil to its source. Had they done so, it would have been discovered to be in the very system of collecting the revenue. 3. That no inquiry was made of the accused native officials as to what extent their superiors were acquainted with the practice. The origin of this coercion, say the petitioners, is not with the physical perpetrators of it, but descends to them from the officials immediately their superiors, which latter again are answerable for the estimated amount of the collection to their European superiors, these also being responsible on the same head to the highest authority of the government. Indeed, a few extracts from the evidence on which the Madras report professes to be founded will suffice to refute its assertion that no blame is due to Englishmen. Thus, Mr. W. D. Kohlhoff, a merchant, says, "The modes of torture practiced are various and suitable to the fancy of the Tahsildar or his subordinates, but whether any redress is received from higher authorities it is difficult for me to tell, as all complaints are generally referred to the Tahsildars for investigation and information." Among the cases of complaint from natives, we find the following. Last year, as our peasantdom failed for want of rain, we were unable to pay as usual. When the Jamabundi was made, we claimed a remission on account of the losses according to the terms of the agreement entered into in 1837 by us when Mr. Eden was our collector. As this remission was not allowed, we refused to take our putas. The Tahsildar then commenced to compel us to pay with great severity, from the month of June to August. I and others were placed in charge of persons who used to take us in the sun. There we were made to stoop and stones were put on our backs and we were kept in the burning sand. After 8 o'clock, we were let to go to our rice. Such like ill treatment was continued during 3 months, during which we sometimes went to give our petitions to the collector, who refused to take them. We took these petitions and appealed to the Sessions Court, who transmitted them to the collector. Still we got no justice. In the month of September, a notice was served upon us, and 25 days after our property was distrained and afterward sold. Beside what I have mentioned, our women were also ill-treated. The kitty was put upon their breasts. A native Christian states in reply to questions put by the commissioners, when a European or native regiment passes through, all the riots are pressed to bring in provisions, etc. for nothing, and, should any of them ask for the price of the articles, they are severely tortured. There follows the case of a Brahmin in which he, with others of his own village and of the neighbouring villages, was called on by the Tahsildar to furnish planks, charcoal, firewood, etc. gratis, that he might carry on the coal room bridge work. On refusing, he is seized by 12 men and maltreated in various ways. He adds, "I presented a complaint to the sub-collector, Mr. W. Cadell, but he made no inquiry and tore my complaint. As he is desirous of completing cheaply the coal room bridge work at the expense of the poor and of acquiring a good name from the government, Whatever may be the nature of the murder committed by the Tahsildar, he takes no cognizance of it. The light in which illegal practices carried to the last degree of extortion and violence were looked upon by the highest authority is best shown by the case of Mr. Brereton, the commissioner in charge of the Ludhiana district in the Punjab, in 1855. According to the report of the Chief Commissioner for the Punjab, it was proved that, in matters under the immediate cognizance or direction of the Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Brereton himself, the houses of wealthy citizens had been causelessly searched, that property seized on such occasions was detained for lengthened periods, that many parties were thrown into prison and lay there for weeks without charges being exhibited against them, and that the laws relating to security for bad character had been applied with sweeping and indiscriminating severity, that the Deputy Commissioner had been followed about from district to district by certain police officers and informers whom he employed wherever he went, and that these men had been the main authors of mischief. In his minute on the case, Lord Dalhousie says, "We have irrefragable proof, indeed, undisputed by Mr. Brereton himself, that that officer has been guilty of each item in the heavy catalogue of irregularities and illegalities with which the Chief Commissioner has charged him, and which have brought disgrace on one portion of the British administration and have subjected a large number of British subjects to gross injustice, to arbitrary imprisonment, and cruel torture." Lord Dalhousie proposes to make a great public example and, consequently, is of opinion that Mr. Brereton cannot, for the present, be fitly entrusted with the authority of a Deputy Commissioner, but ought to be removed from that grade to the grade of a first-class assistant. These extracts from the Blue Books may be concluded with the petition from the inhabitants of a taluk in Kanara on the Malabar coast, who, after stating that they had presented several petitions to the government to no purpose, thus contrast their former and present condition. "While we were cultivating wet and dry lands, hill tracts, low tracts, and forests, paying the light assessment fixed upon us and thereby enjoying tranquility and happiness under the administration of Rani Badar and Tipu, the then Sirkar. Servants levied an additional assessment, but we never paid it. We were not subjected to privations, oppressions, or ill usages in collecting the revenue. On the surrender of this country to the Honourable Company, they devised all sorts of plans to squeeze out money from us. With this pernicious object in view, they invented rules and framed regulations and directed their collectors and civil judges to put them in execution. But the then collectors and their subordinate native officials paid for some time due attention to our grievances and acted in consonance with our wishes. The present collectors and their subordinate officials, desirous of obtaining promotion on any account whatever, neglect the welfare and interests of the people in general, turn a deaf ear to our grievances, and subject us to all sorts of oppressions." We have here given but a brief and mildly coloured chapter from the real history of British rule in India. In view of such facts, dispassionate and thoughtful men may perhaps be led to ask whether a people are not justified in attempting to expel the foreign conquerors who have so abused their subjects. And if the English could do these things in cold blood, is it surprising that the insurgent Hindus should be guilty, in the fury of revolt and conflict, of the crimes and cruelties alleged against them? New York Tribune. September 21, 1857. No dateline. The present state of affairs in Asia suggests the inquiry, what is the real value of their Indian dominion to the British nation and people? Directly, that is, in the shape of tribute, of surplus of Indian receipts over Indian expenditures, nothing whatever reaches the British treasury. On the contrary, the annual outgo is very large. From the moment that the East India Company entered extensively on the career of conquest, now just about a century ago, their finances fell into an embarrassed condition, and they were repeatedly compelled to apply to Parliament not only for military aid to assist them in holding the conquered territories, but for financial aid to save them from bankruptcy, and so things have continued down to the present moment, at which so large a call is made for troops on the British nation, to be followed, no doubt, by corresponding calls for money. In prosecuting its conquests hitherto and building up its establishments, the East India Company has contracted a debt of upward of £50 million sterling, while the British government has been at the expense for years past of transporting to and from and keeping up in India in addition to the forces, native and European, of the East India Company a standing army of 30,000 men. Such being the case, it is evident that the advantage to Great Britain from her Indian Empire must be limited to the profits and benefits which accrue to individual British subjects. These profits and benefits, it must be confessed, are very considerable. First, we have the stockholders in the East India Company to the number of about 3,000 persons, to whom under the recent charter there is guaranteed upon a paid-up capital of £6 millions an annual dividend of 10.5%, amounting to £630,000 annually. As the East India stock is held in transferable shares, anybody may become a stockholder who has money enough to buy the stock, which under the existing charter commands a premium of from 125 to 150%. Stock to the amount of £500 entitles the holder to speak at the proprietors' meetings, but to vote he must have £1,000 of stock. Holders of £3,000 have 2 votes, of £6,000 3 votes, and of £10,000 or upward 4 votes. The proprietors, however, have but little voice except in the election of the board of directors, of whom they choose 12, while the Crown appoints 6. But these appointees of the Crown must be qualified by having resided for 10 years or more in India. 1/3 of the directors go out of office each year but may be re-elected or reappointed. To be a director one must be a proprietor of £2,000 of stock. The directors have a salary of £500 each, and their chairman and deputy chairman twice as much. But the chief inducement to accept the office is the great patronage attached to it in the appointment of all Indian officers, civil and military, a patronage, however, largely shared the Board of Control. This board consists of 6 members, all privy councillors, and, in general, 2 or 3 of them cabinet ministers, the president of the board being always so. Next come the recipients of this patronage, divided into 5 classes: civil, clerical, medical, military, and naval. For service in India, at least in the civil line, some knowledge of the languages spoken there is necessary, and to prepare young men to enter their civil service the East India Company has a college at Haileybury. A corresponding college for the military service, in which, however, the rudiments of military science are the principal branches taught, has been established at Addiscombe, near London. Admission to these colleges was formerly a matter of favour on the part of the directors of the company, but under the latest modifications of the charter it has been open to competition in the way of a public examination of candidates. On first reaching India, a civilian is allowed about $150 a month till, having passed a necessary examination in one or more of the native languages, he is attached to the service with emoluments which vary from $2,500 to near $50,000 per annum. The latter is the pay of the members of the Bengal Council. The members of the Bombay and Madras Councils receive about $30,000 per annum. No person not a member of council can receive more than about $25,000 per annum, and, to obtain an appointment worth $20,000 or over, he must have been a resident in India for 12 years. 9 years residence qualifies for salaries of from $15,000 to $20,000, and 3 years residence for salaries of from $7,000 to $15,000. Appointments in the civil service go nominally by seniority and merit, but really to a great extent by favor. As they are the best paid, there is great competition to get them, the military officers leaving their regiments for this purpose whenever they can get a chance. The average of all the salaries in the civil service is stated at about $8,000, but this does not include perquisites and extra allowances, which are often very considerable. These civil servants are employed as governors, councillors, judges, ambassadors, secretaries, collectors of the revenue, etc., the number in the whole being generally about 800. The salary of the Governor-General of India is $125,000, but the extra allowances often amount to a still larger sum. The church service includes 3 bishops and about 160 chaplains. The Bishop of Calcutta has $25,000 a year, those of Madras and Bombay half as much, the chaplains from $2,500 to $7,000 besides fees. The medical service includes some 800 physicians and surgeons with salaries of from $1,500 to $10,000. The European military officers employed in India, including those of the contingents which the dependent princes are obliged to furnish, number about 8,000. The fixed pay in the infantry is, for ensigns, $1,080, lieutenants, $1,344, captains, $2,226, majors, $3,810, lieutenant colonels, $5,520, colonels, $7,680. This is the pay in cantonment. In active service, it is more. The pay in the cavalry, artillery, and engineers is somewhat higher. By obtaining staff situations or employments in the civil service, many officers double their pay. Here are about 10,000 British subjects holding lucrative situations in India and drawing their pay from the Indian service. To these must be added a considerable number living in England, whither they have retired upon pensions, which in all the services are payable after serving a certain number of years. These pensions, with the dividends and interest on debts due in England, consume some 15 to 20 millions of dollars drawn annually from India, and which may in fact be regarded as so much tribute paid to the English government indirectly through its subjects. Those who annually retire from the several services carry with them very considerable amounts of savings from their salaries, which is so much more added to the annual drain on India. Besides those Europeans actually employed in the service of the government, there are other European residents in India to the number of 6,000 or more employed in trade or private speculation. Except a few indigo, sugar, and coffee planters in the rural districts, they are principally merchants, agents, and manufacturers who reside in the cities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras or their immediate vicinity. The foreign trade of India, including imports and exports to the amount of about $50 millions of each, is almost entirely in their hands, and their profits are no doubt very considerable. It is thus evident that individuals gain largely by the English connection with India, and, of course, their gain goes to increase the sum of the national wealth. But against all this a very large offset is to be made. The military and naval expenses paid out of the pockets of the people of England on Indian account have been constantly increasing with the extent of the Indian dominion. To this must be added the expense of Burmese, Afghan, Chinese, and Persian wars. In fact, the whole cost of the late Russian war may fairly be charged to the Indian account, since the fear and dread of Russia, which led to that war, grew entirely out of jealousy as to her designs on India. Add to this the career of endless conquest and perpetual aggression in which the English are involved by the possession of India, and it may well be doubted whether, on the whole, this dominion does not threaten to cost quite as much as it can ever be expected to come to. 10. New York Tribune. April 5, 1858. No dateline. If the Sepoy rebellion in India developed all at once on the part of the Hindu and Mohammedan barbarians a ferocious and fanatical hatred of their Christian and civilized masters, it is not the less true that the same event has called out on the side of the Christian and civilized masters a display of the dark side of human nature not less unexpected and lamentable. To judge from the tone of the English press for the last few months and the declamations of public speakers, even those of the clerical order, the English nation, from having been the patron and advocate of humanity and clemency, where the passions, the interests, and alleged wrongs of others were concerned, has all at once, in its own case, been seized with a tiger-like appetite for blood. It is very satisfactory to find that this access of revengeful fury seems at last to have reached its crisis, and that the voice of humanity, moderation, and justice begins once more to be heard. A recent debate on this subject in the British House of Commons, while giving some evidence of this, affords also abundant proof that the English in the way of suppressing the Indian rebellion have exhibited an unscrupulous ferocity, a savage antipathy hardly outdone by that of the sepoys themselves. In fact, it turns out that the most grievous charges against the sepoys, those by which indignation was most inflamed against them, both in India and England were, after all, not facts, but the mere inventions of English terror and hatred. The murder by the sepoys of some of the wives and children of their English officers was passionately aggravated in the accounts sent to England by horrible details of mutilation, outrage, and torture, which, having served their purpose of stimulating hatred and antipathy to the highest point, it is now discovered never took place. In many cases, the women and children were spared and were protected and sent in perfect safety to the posts and garrisons occupied by their friends, while the stories of mutilations and fiendish outrages which had for their localities, now, Delhi, and now, Kanpuri have, after a strict investigation made on the spot, failed to be supported by any evidence whatever. The English, on the other hand, whether the officers and soldiers actually engaged in India in the suppression of the rebellion or the English public at home, have not appeared disposed to make the slightest discrimination between the offence of murdering women and children and that of hostility, proved or suspected, against the English domination. Lord Canning, indeed, as the head of the Indian government, issued instructions highly honourable to his humanity in reference to the treatment of mutineers, in which he drew a distinction between the case of the sepoy who rose in mutiny, murdered or helped to murder the officers, and set fire to the cantonments, and that of him who, after this had happened, being left without any European officer to advise or encourage him, yielded to the force of example and joined in the movement. These instructions, however, found very little response in the public sentiment either of the English in India or the English at home. In fact, they provoked a perfect howl of indignation, and it does not appear that down to this time they have had the slightest effect upon the conduct of the war. "Let not the people of England," writes a subaltern officer in a published letter which was read during the course of the debate, "be in the least alarmed at proclamations of the Governor-General or anyone else. We do not care one straw for them. Not only is no quarter given in action, but the whole tenor of the correspondence sent to England indicates on the part of the writers a savage passion for blood. A magistrate of Agra is described as hanging men with his own hands and then shooting at them with his revolver. Another magistrate boasts of having already hanged 95 and hopes the next day to make up the round 100. 2 young officers shoot a Mohammedan apiece for scowling at them, and a court of inquiry justifies the act. In every village where the telegraph posts or wires are found injured, the headman is hanged. The prisoners brought into the camp by the natives at from 30 to 50 rupees a head are hanged, shot, or blown away from the guns. Every sepoy without a discharge is hung as soon as taken, and not only that but the same measure of vengeance is dealt out to every man concealing a sepoy or guilty of having given them food or communicated with them. It would seem, indeed, as if the halter rather than the sword had become the favorite instrument of the English officers. A lot more rebels were strung up this morning. They are being thinned fast. I wish the authorities would set some more of the higher class swinging. It would do a vast deal of good. A late dispatch of Sir Colin Campbell directs that the march of the troops must be deliberate in order to afford time to the magistrates to visit the rebellious villages and to display to the people, in an unmistakable manner, the resolution to visit punishment on all those who have during the last few months done what? Committed murders. Put women and children to death? Not at all who have, during the last few months, set aside their allegiance. Wherever a detachment of English troops appears, a bloody assize, it seems, is held, one village being laid waste after another and the headmen hung in cold blood on the sole ground that they had set aside their allegiance. In other words, have done something to favor, or are suspected of having done something to favor, the re-establishment of the rule which the English had overthrown. That the halter disposes of all who escape death on the field appears from the significant fact, referred to by one of the parties to the debate, that after a war with a numerous enemy, carried on during 10 months, and in which not less than 50 different combats have occurred, the British, so far as official and non-official information goes, are not in possession of a single prisoner taken either in conflict or after pursuit. The very last telegraphic news from India contains accounts of 4 actions in which, with an English loss of only 3 men, 1,250 of the sepoys perished. The program of the Calcutta Papers for the pacification of Oudh is not less ferocious and bloody. 2 years ago, an English force swooped suddenly down on this kingdom, deprived the king of his throne, and set up an English commissioner in his place. The people of Oudh did not relish this change of rulers, and they took advantage of the recent mutiny to attempt to throw off the English yoke. As this province has now become the seat and center of the rebellion, it is proposed to carry a war of extermination into it. The Calcutta Papers recommend in substance that it should be made one great slaughterhouse, that the sepoys who survive the effects of shot and shell be set upon in cold blood with the bayonet, and, should any escape by taking refuge in the pestilential swamps of the country, it is hoped that the wild beasts may complete the work which their English rivals left unfinished. A recent act of the Legislative Council at Calcutta giving authority to brand mutineers has given great dissatisfaction, as seeming to indicate an intention to substitute transportation in place of wholesale slaughter. In the debate in the House of Commons to which we have referred, there were not wanting members to justify all these ferocities, whether already carried into act or only proposed as a rule for the future. Mr. W. Vansittart hoped that the House would not be carried away by feelings of morbid sensibility for the mutinous sepoys in which he was certain that the country did not participate. He had always understood that the crime of mutiny must be expiated by death, and at the present moment he thought that penalty was required not only by justice but by political necessity. All India knew that sepoys outraged English women. All India knew that every man that mutinied expressed by his mutiny his sympathy with that outrage. All India was looking with intense anxiety to see whether the English would or would not revenge the inexpiable insult. If they did not, if any thought of the number of criminals, if any feeling of compassion interfered with the executioner, there was an end of English character in Indian eyes. Several other members seemed to sympathize to a greater or less extent with these fierce sentiments, but the feeling of the House was evidently with those who thought that to persist in refusing all quarter and hanging all prisoners was not only cruel but impolitic, and that the moment for clemency had arrived, that sufficient blood had been shed, and that justice ought now to be tempered by mercy. The President of the Board of Control freely admitted that the people of Oudh, assembled under the banners of their native prince and fighting for the independence of their country, ought not for a moment to be placed in the same category with mutinous sepoys who had murdered their officers and committed other atrocities, and he intimated that instructions on this point had already been sent out to India. Mr. Mangles, on behalf of the directors of the East India Company, was unwilling to admit that the annexation of Oudh had anything to do with the revolt. He took it upon himself to assert that no Asiatic since the world began had been animated by what we call national feeling, and he thought it quite absurd, therefore, to compare the case of the people of Oudh to that of Hungarians or Italians fighting for their nationality. At the same time, he warmly applauded the mixture of firmness and moderation on the part of Lord Canning, which had exposed him to so much obloquy among his countrymen in India, but which was now beginning to receive the approval it was entitled to, and which he was happy to find so unequivocally supported by the House. It is to be hoped that the feeling indicated by this debate will give a check, as well in England as in India, to the bloodthirsty spirit, hateful enough in a single tyrant, but which, when adopted by a whole nation, becomes horrible indeed. New York Tribune. May 25, 1858. No dateline. At last we are in possession of detailed accounts of the attack and fall of Lucknow, the principal sources of information in a military point of view. The dispatches of Sir Colin Campbell have not yet, indeed, been published, but the correspondence of the British press and, especially, the letters of Mr. Russell in the London Times, the chief portions of which have been laid before our readers, are quite sufficient to give a general insight into the proceedings of the attacking party. Point 11. In storming the Imambara and the Kaiserbagh, the bolting of the Hindus was so rapid that the place was not taken, but simply marched into. The interesting scene, however, was now only commencing. For, as Mr. Russell blandly observes, the conquest of the Kaiserbagh on that day was so unexpected that there was no time to guard against indiscriminate plunder. A merry scene it must have been for a true, liberty-loving John Bull to see his British grenadiers helping themselves freely to the jewels, costly arms, clothes, and all the Toghi of His Majesty of Oudh. The Sikhs, Gurkhas, and camp followers were quite ready to imitate the example, and a scene of plunder and destruction followed which evidently surpassed even the descriptive talent of Mr. Russell. Every fresh step in advance was accompanied with plunder and devastation. The Kaiserbag had fallen on the 14th, and half an hour after discipline was at an end and the officers had lost all command over their men. On the 17th, General Campbell was obliged to establish patrols to check plundering and to remain in inactivity until the present license ceases. The troops were evidently completely out of hand. On the 18th we hear that there is a cessation of the grosser sort of plunder, but devastation is still going on freely. In the city, however, while the vanguard were fighting against the natives' fire from the houses, the rearguard plundered and destroyed to their heart's content. In the evening there is another proclamation against plundering, strong parties of every regiment to go out and fetch in their own men and to keep their camp followers at home, nobody to leave the camp except on duty. On the 20th, a recapitulation of the same orders. On the same day, 2 British officers and gentlemen, Lieutenants Cape and Thackwell, went into the city looting and were murdered in a house, and, on the 26th, matters were still so bad that the most stringent orders were issued for the suppression of plunder and outrage. Hourly roll calls were instituted, all soldiers strictly forbidden to enter the city, camp followers, if found armed in the city, to be hanged, soldiers not to wear arms except on duty, and all non-combatants to be disarmed. To give due weight to these orders, a number of triangles for flogging were erected at proper places. This is indeed a pretty state of things in a civilized army in the 19th century, and, if any other troops in the world had committed 1/10 of these excesses, how would the indignant British press brand them with infamy? But these are the deeds of the British Army, and therefore we are told that such things are but the normal consequences of war. British officers and gentlemen are perfectly welcome to appropriate to themselves any silver spoons, jeweled bracelets, and other little memorials they may find about the scene of their glory. And if Campbell is compelled to disarm his own army in the midst of war in order to stop wholesale robbery and violence, there may have been military reasons for the step. But surely nobody will begrudge these poor fellows a week's holiday and a little frolic after so many fatigues and privations. The fact is there is no army in Europe or America with so much brutality as the British. Plundering, violence, massacre, things that everywhere else are strictly and completely banished, are a time-honored privilege, a vested right of the British soldier. The infamies committed for days together after the storming of Badajoz and San Sebastian in the Peninsular War are without a parallel in the annals of any other nation since the beginning of the French Revolution, and the medieval usage, proscribed everywhere else, of giving up to plunder a town taken by assault is still the rule with the British. 12 At Delhi, imperious military considerations enforced an exception, but the army, though bought off by extra pay, grumbled. And now at Lucknow they have made up for what they missed at Delhi. For 12 days and nights there was no British army at Lucknow, nothing but a lawless, drunken, brutal rabble, dissolved into bands of robbers, far more lawless, violent, and greedy than the sepoys who had just been driven out of the place. The sack of Lucknow in 1858 will remain an everlasting disgrace to the British military service. If the reckless soldiery, in their civilizing and humanizing progress through India, could rob the natives of their personal property only, the British government steps in immediately afterward and strips them of their real estate as well. Talk of the First French Revolution confiscating the lands of the nobles and the church. Talk of Louis Napoleon confiscating the property of the Orleans family. Here comes Lord Canning, a British nobleman, mild in language, manners, and feelings, and confiscates the lands of a whole people, every rood, perch, and acre over an extent of 10,000 square miles. A very nice bit of loot indeed for John Bull. And no sooner had Lord Ellenborough in the name of the new government disapproved of this hitherto unexampled measure, than up the Times and a host of minor British papers to defend this wholesale robbery and break a lance for the right of John Bull to confiscate everything he likes. But, then, John is an exceptional being, and what is virtue in him, according to the Times, would be infamy in others. Meanwhile, thanks to the complete dissolution of the British Army for the purpose of plunder, the insurgents escaped, unpursued, into the open country. They concentrate in Rohilkhand, while a portion carry on petty warfare in Oudh and other fugitives have taken the direction of Bundelkhand. New York Tribune. May 28, 1858. No dateline. About 18 months ago at Canton the British government propounded the novel doctrine in the law of nations that a state may commit hostilities on a large scale against a province of another state without either declaring war or establishing a state of war against that other state. Now the same British government, in the person of the Governor-General of India, Lord Canning, has made another forward move in its task of upsetting the existing law of nations. It has proclaimed that the proprietary right in the soil of the province of Oudh is confiscated to the British government, which will dispose of that right in such manner as it may seem fitting. When, after the fall of Warsaw in 1831, the Russian Emperor confiscated the proprietary right in the soil hitherto held by numerous Polish nobles, there was one unanimous outburst of indignation in the British press and Parliament. When, after the Battle of Navarra, the Austrian government did not confiscate, but merely sequestered, the estates of such Lombard noblemen as had taken an active part in the War of Independence, that unanimous outburst of British indignation was repeated, and when, after the December 2, 1851, Louis Napoleon confiscated the estates of the Orleans family, which by the common law of France ought to have been united to the public domain on the accession of Louis Philippe but which had escaped that fate by a legal quibble, then British indignation knew no bounds, and the London Times declared that, by this act, the very foundations of social order were upset and that civil society could no longer exist. All this honest indignation has now been practically illustrated. England by one stroke of the pen has confiscated not only the estates of a few noblemen or of a royal family but the whole length and breadth of a kingdom nearly as large as Ireland, the inheritance of a whole people, as Lord Ellenborough himself terms it. But let us hear what pretexts Lord Canning in the name of the British government sets forth for this unheard of proceeding. First, the army is in possession of Lucknow. Second, the resistance begun by a mutinous soldiery has found support from the inhabitants of the city and of the province at large. Third, they have been guilty of a great crime and have subjected themselves to a just retribution. In plain English, because the British Army have got hold of Lucknow, the government has the right to confiscate all the land in Oudh which they have not yet got hold of. Because the native soldiers in British pay have mutinied, the natives of Oudh, who were subjected to British rule by force, have not the right to rise for their national independence. In short, the people of Oudh have rebelled against the legitimate authority of the British government, and the British government now distinctly declares that rebellion is a sufficient ground for confiscation. Leaving, therefore, out of the question all the circumlocution of Lord Canning, the whole question turns upon the point that he assumes the British rule in Oudh to have been legitimately established. Now, British rule in Oudh was established in the following manner: when, in 1856, Lord Dalhousie thought the moment for action had arrived, he concentrated an army at Kanpuri which the King of Oudh was told was to serve as a corps of observation against Nepal. This army suddenly invaded the country, took possession of Lucknow, and took the king prisoner. He was urged to cede the country to the British, but in vain. He was then carried off to Calcutta, and the country was annexed to the territories of the East India Company. This treacherous invasion was based upon Article 6 of the Treaty of 1801 concluded by Lord Wellesley. This treaty was the natural consequence of that concluded in 1798 by Sir John Shore. According to the usual policy followed by the Anglo-Indian government in their intercourse with native princes, this first treaty of 1798 was a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance on both sides. It secured to the East India Company a yearly subsidy of 76 lakhs of rupees, but by Articles 12 and 13 the king was obliged to reduce the taxation of the country. As a matter of course, these two conditions in open contradiction to each other could not be fulfilled by the king at the same time. This result, looked for by the East India Company, gave rise to fresh complications, resulting in the Treaty of 1801, by which a cession of territory had to make up for the alleged infractions of the former treaty, a cession of territory which, by the way, was at the time denounced in Parliament as a downright robbery and would have brought Lord Wellesley before a committee of inquiry but for the political influence then held by his family. 13. In consideration of the cession of territory, the East India Company by Article 3 undertook to defend the King's remaining territories against all foreign and domestic enemies, and by Article 6 guaranteed the possession of these territories to him and his heirs and successors forever. But this same Article 6 contained also a pitfall for the King, viz., the King engaged that he would establish such a system of administration to be carried into effect by his own officers as should be conducive to the prosperity of his subjects and be calculated to secure the lives and property of the inhabitants. Now, supposing the King of Oudh had broken this treaty, had not by his government secured the lives and property of the inhabitants, what remedy remained to the East India Company? The King was by the treaty acknowledged as an independent sovereign, a free agent, one of the contracting parties. The East India Company, on declaring the treaty broken and thereby annulled, could have but two modes of action: either by negotiation backed by pressure they might have come to a new arrangement, or else they might have declared war against the King. But to invade his territory without declaration of war, to take him prisoner unawares, dethrone him, and annex his territory was an infraction not only of the treaty, but of every principle of the law of nations. That the annexation of Oudh was not a sudden resolution of the British government is proved by a curious fact. No sooner was Lord Palmerston in 1831 Foreign Secretary than he sent an order to the then Governor-General to annex Oudh. The subordinate at that time declined to carry out the suggestion. The affair, however, came to the knowledge of the King of Oudh, who availed himself of some pretext to send an embassy to London. In spite of all obstacles, the embassy succeeded in acquainting William IV, who was ignorant of the whole proceeding, with the danger which had menaced their country. The result was a violent scene between William IV and Palmerston, ending in a strict injunction to the latter never to repeat such coups d'état on pain of instant dismissal. It is important to recollect that the actual annexation of Oudh and the confiscation of all the landed property of the country took place when Palmerston was again in power. The papers relating to this first attempt at annexing Oudh in 1831 were moved for a few weeks ago in the House of Commons, when Mr. Bailey, Secretary of the Board of Control, declared that these papers had disappeared. Again, in 1837, when Palmerston for the second time was Foreign Secretary and Lord Auckland Governor-General of India, the King of Oudh was compelled to make a fresh treaty with the East India Company. This treaty takes up Article 6 of the 1 of 1801, because it provides no remedy for the obligation contained in it, and it expressly provides, therefore, by Article 7, that the King of Oudh shall immediately take into consideration, in concert with the British resident, the best means of remedying the defects in the police and in the judicial and revenue administrations of his dominions, and that, if His Majesty should neglect to attend to the advice and counsel of the British government, and if gross and systematic oppression, anarchy, and misrule should prevail within the Oudh dominions such as seriously to endanger the public tranquillity, the British government reserves to itself the right of appointing its own officers to the management of whatsoever portions of the Oudh territory, either to a small or great extent, in which such misrule shall have occurred for so long a period as it may deem necessary, the surplus receipts in such case, after defraying all charges, to be paid into the King's treasury, and a true and faithful account rendered to His Majesty of the receipts and expenditure. By Article 8 the treaty further provides that, in case the Governor-General of India in Council should be compelled to resort to the exercise of the authority vested in him by Article 7, he will endeavour so far as possible to maintain, with such improvements as they may admit of, the native institutions and forms of administration within the assumed territories, so as to facilitate the restoration of these territories to the Sovereign of Oudh when the proper period for such restoration shall arrive. This treaty professes to be concluded between the Governor-General of British India in Council, on one hand, and the King of Oudh, on the other. It was, as such, duly ratified by both parties, and the ratifications were duly exchanged. But when it was submitted to the Board of Directors of the East India Company, it was annulled as an infraction of the friendly relations between the company and the King of Oudh and an encroachment on the part of the Governor-General on the rights of that potentate. Palmerston had not asked the company's leave to conclude the treaty, and he took no notice of their annulling resolution. Nor was the King of Oudh informed that the treaty had ever been cancelled. This is proved by Lord Dalhousie himself. It is very probable that the King, in the course of the discussions which will take place with the Resident, may refer to the treaty negotiated with his predecessor in 1837. The Resident is aware that the treaty was not continued in force, having been annulled by the Court of Directors as soon as it was received in England. The Resident is further aware that, although the King of Oudh was informed at the time that certain aggravating provisions of the Treaty of 1837 respecting an increased military force would not be carried into effect, the entire abrogation of it was never communicated to His Majesty. The effect of this reserve and want of full communication is felt to be embarrassing today. It is the more embarrassing that the cancelled instrument was still included in a volume of treaties which was published in 1845 by the authority of government. In the same minute, section 17, it is said, if the King should allude to the Treaty of 1837 and should ask why, if further measures are necessary in relation to the administration of Oudh, the large powers which are given to the British government by the said treaty should not now be put in force, His Majesty must be informed that the treaty has had no existence since it was communicated to the Court of Directors by whom it was wholly annulled. His Majesty will be reminded that the Court of Lucknow was informed at the time that certain articles of the Treaty of 1837 by which the payment of an additional military force was imposed upon the King were to be set aside. It must be presumed that it was not thought necessary at that time to make any communication to His Majesty regarding those articles of the treaty which were not of immediate operation, and that the subsequent communication was inadvertently neglected. But not only was this treaty inserted in the official collection of 1845, it was also officially adverted to as a subsisting treaty in Lord Auckland's notification to the King of Oudh, dated July 8, 1839, in Lord Hardinge's remonstrance to the same King of November 23, 1847, and in Colonel Sleeman's communication to Lord Dalhousie himself of the December 10, 1851. Now, why was Lord Dalhousie so eager to deny the validity of a treaty which all his predecessors and even his own agents had acknowledged to be in force in their communications with the King of Oudh? Solely because, by this treaty, whatever pretext the King might give for interference, that interference was limited to an assumption of government by British officers in the name of the King of Oudh, who was to receive the surplus revenue. That was the very opposite of what was wanted. Nothing short of annexation would do. This denying the validity of treaties which had formed the acknowledged base of intercourse for 20 years, this seizing violently upon independent territories in open infraction even of the acknowledged treaties, this final confiscation of every acre of land in the whole country, all these treacherous and brutal modes of proceeding of the British toward the natives of India are now beginning to avenge themselves not only in India, but in England. New York Tribune. June 26, 1858. No dateline. Our indiscreet friend Mr. William Russell of the London Times has recently been induced by his love of the picturesque to illustrate for the second time the sack of Lucknow to a degree which other people will not think very flattering to the British character. It now appears that Delhi, too, was looted to a very considerable extent, and that, besides the Kaiserbagh, the city of Lucknow generally contributed to reward the British soldier for his previous privations and heroic efforts. We quote from Mr. Russell. There are companies which can boast of privates with thousands of pounds worth in their ranks. One man I heard of who complacently offered to lend an officer whatever sum he wanted if he wished to buy over the captain. Others have remitted large sums to their friends. Ere this letter reaches England, many a diamond, emerald, and delicate pearl will have told its tale in a very quiet, pleasant way of the storm and sack of the Kaiserbagh. It is as well that the fair wearers saw not how the glittering baubles were won or the scenes in which the treasure was trove some of these officers have made, literally, their fortunes. There are certain small caskets in battered uniform cases which contain estates in Scotland and Ireland, and snug fishing and shooting boxes in every game-haunted or salmon-frequented angle of the world. This, then, accounts for the inactivity of the British Army after the conquest of Lucknow. The fortnight devoted to plunder was well spent. Officers and soldiers went into the town poor and debt-ridden and came out suddenly enriched. They were no longer the same men. Yet they were expected to return to their former military duty, to submission, silent obedience, fatigue, privation, and battle. But this is out of the question. The army, disbanded for the purpose of plunder, is changed forever. No word of command, no prestige of the general, can make it again what it once was. Listen again to Mr. Russell. It is curious to observe how riches develop disease, how one's liver is affected by loot, and what tremendous ravages in one's family among the nearest and dearest can be caused by a few crystals of carbon. The weight of the belt round the private's waist, full of rupees and gold mowers, assures him the vision of a comfortable independency at home can be realized, and it is no wonder he resents the fall in, 2 batas, 2 shares of prize money, the plunder of 2 cities, and many pickings by the way, have made some of our men too rich for easy soldiering. Accordingly, we hear that above 150 officers have sent in their resignations to Sir Colin Campbell, a very singular proceeding indeed in an army before the enemy, which in any other service would be followed up in 24 hours by cashiering and severest punishment otherwise, but which, we suppose, is considered in the British Army as a very proper act for an officer and a gentleman who has suddenly made his fortune. As to the private soldiers, with them the proceeding is different. Loot engenders the desire for more, and, if no more Indian treasures are at hand for the purpose, why not loot those of the British government? Accordingly, says Mr. Russell, there has been a suspicious upsetting of 2 treasure tumbrils under a European guard in which some few rupees were missing, and paymasters exhibit a preference for natives in the discharge of the delicate duty of convoy. Very good, indeed. The Hindu or Sikh is better disciplined, less thieving, less rapacious than that incomparable model of a warrior, the British soldier. But so far we have seen the individual British only employed. Let us now cast a glance at the British Army looting in its collective capacity. Every day adds to the prize property, and it is estimated that the sales will produce £600,000. The town of Kanpuri is said to be full of the plunder of Lucknow, and, if the damage done to public buildings, the destruction of private property, the deterioration in value of houses and land, and the results of depopulation could be estimated, it would be found that the capital of Oudh has sustained a loss of 5 or 6 millions sterling. The Kalmuck hordes of Yengiz Khan and Timur, falling upon a city like a swarm of locusts and devouring everything that came in their way, must have been a blessing to a country compared with the eruption of these Christian, civilized, chivalrous, and gentle British soldiers. The former, at least, soon passed away on their erratic course, but these methodic Englishmen bring along with them their prize agents, who convert loot into a system, who register the plunder, sell it by auction, and keep a sharp lookout that British heroism is not defrauded of a tittle of its reward. We shall watch with curiosity the capabilities of this army, relaxed as its discipline is by the effects of wholesale plunder, at a time when the fatigues of a hot weather campaign require the greatest stringency of discipline. New York Tribune. July 24, 1858. No dateline. The latest India Bill has passed through its 3rd reading in the House of Commons and, since the Lords swayed by Derby's influence are not likely to show fight, the doom of the East India Company appears to be sealed. They do not die like heroes, it must be confessed, but they have bartered away their power as they crept into it bit by bit, in a business-like way. In fact, their whole history is one of buying and selling. They commenced by buying sovereignty and they have ended by selling it. They have fallen not in a pitched battle, but under the hammer of the auctioneer into the hands of the highest bidder. In 1693 they procured from the Crown a charter for 21 years by paying large sums to the Duke of Leeds and other public officers. In 1767, they prolonged their tenure of power for 2 years by the promise of annually paying £400,000 into the imperial exchequer. In 1769, they struck a similar bargain for 5 years, but soon after, in return for the exchequers foregoing the stipulated annual payment and lending them £1,400,000 at 4%, they alienated some parcels of sovereignty, leaving to Parliament in the first instance the nomination of the Governor-General and 4 councillors, altogether surrendering to the Crown the appointment of the Lord Chief Justice and his 3 judges and agreeing to the conversion of the Court of Proprietors from a democratic into an oligarchic body in 1858, after having solemnly pledged themselves to the Court of Proprietors to resist by all constitutional means the transfer to the Crown of the governing powers of the East India Company. They have accepted that principle and agreed to a bill penal as regards the company, but securing emolument and place to its principal directors. If the death of a hero, as Schiller says, resembles the setting of the sun, the exit of the East India Company bears more likeness to the compromise effected by a bankrupt with his creditors. By this bill the principal functions of administration are entrusted to a Secretary of State in Council, just as at Calcutta the Governor-General in Council manages affairs. But both these functionaries, the Secretary of State in England and the Governor-General in India, are alike authorized to disregard the advice of their assessors and to act upon their own judgment. The new bill also invests the Secretary of State with all the powers at present exercised by the President of the Board of Control through the agency of the Secret Committee, the power, that is, in urgent cases of dispatching orders to India without stopping to ask the advice of his council. In constituting that council, it has been found necessary, after all, to resort to the East India Company as the only practicable source of appointments to it other than nominations by the Crown. The elective members of the council are to be elected by the directors of the East India Company from among their own number. Thus, after all, the name of the East India Company is to outlive its substance. At the last hour it was confessed by the Derby Cabinet that their bill contains no clause abolishing the East India Company as represented by a court of directors, but that it becomes reduced to its ancient character of a company of stockholders distributing the dividends guaranteed by different acts of legislation. Pitt's Bill of 1784 virtually subjected their government to the sway of the Cabinet under the name of the Board of Control. The Act of 1813 stripped them of their monopoly of commerce, save the trade with China. The Act of 1833 destroyed their commercial character altogether, and the Act of 1853 annihilated their last remnant of power, still leaving them in possession of the Indian administration by the rotation of history. The East India Company, converted in 1612 into a joint stock company, is again clothed in its primitive garb, only that it represents now a trading partnership without trade and a joint stock company which has no funds to administer, but only fixed dividends to draw. The history of the Indian Bill is marked by greater dramatic changes than any other act of modern parliamentary legislation. When the Sepoy insurrection broke out, the cry of Indian reform rang through all classes of British society. Popular imagination was heated by the torture reports, the government interference with the native religion was loudly denounced by Indian general officers and civilians of high standing, the rapacious annexation policy of Lord Dalhousie, the mere tool of Downing Street, the fermentation recklessly created in the Asiatic mind by the piratical wars in Persia and China, wars commenced and pursued on Palmerston's private dictation, the weak measures with which he met the outbreak, sailing ships being chosen for transport in preference to steam vessels and the circuitous navigation around the Cape of Good Hope instead of transportation over the Isthmus of Suez. All these accumulated grievances burst into the cry for Indian reform, reform of the company's Indian administration, reform of the government's Indian policy. Palmerston caught at the popular cry, but resolved upon turning it to his exclusive profit. Because both the government and the company had miserably broken down, the company was to be killed in sacrifice and the government to be rendered omnipotent. The power of the company was to be simply transferred to the dictator of the day pretending to represent the Crown as against the Parliament and to represent Parliament as against the Crown, thus absorbing the privileges of the one and the other in his single person. With the Indian army at his back, the Indian treasury at his command, and the Indian patronage in his pocket, Palmerston's position would have become impregnable. His bill passed triumphantly through the first reading, but his career was cut short by the famous Conspiracy Bill, followed by the advent of the Tories to power. 14. On the very first day of their official reappearance on the Treasury benches, declared that, out of deference for the decisive will of the Commons, they would forsake their opposition to the transfer from the Company to the Crown of the Indian government. Lord Ellenborough's legislative abortion seemed to hasten Palmerston's restoration, when Lord John Russell, in order to force the dictator into a compromise, stepped in and saved the government by proposing to proceed with the Indian Bill by way of parliamentary resolution, instead of by a governmental bill. Then Lord Ellenborough's audit dispatch, his sudden resignation, and the consequent disorganization in the ministerial camp, were eagerly seized upon by Palmerston. 15 The Tories were again to be planted in the cold shade of opposition after they had employed their short lease of power in breaking down the opposition of their own party against the confiscation of the East India Company. Yet, it is sufficiently known how these fine calculations were baffled. Instead of rising on the ruins of the East India Company, Palmerston has been buried beneath them. During the whole of the Indian debates, the House seemed to indulge the peculiar satisfaction of humiliating the cives Romanus. 16 All his amendments, great and small, were ignominiously lost. Allusions of the most unsavory kind relating to the Afghan War, the Persian War, and the Chinese War were continually flung at his head, and Mr. Gladstone's clause withdrawing from the Indian minister the power of originating wars beyond the boundaries of India was passed by a crushing majority despite his furious resistance. But although the man has been thrown overboard, his principle upon the whole has been accepted. Although somewhat checked by the obstructive attributes of the Board of Control, the power of the executive has by the formal annexation of India been raised to such a degree that, to counterpoise it, democratic weight must be thrown into the parliamentary scale. New York Tribune. September 20 and 25, 1858. Part 1. No dateline. The news of the new treaty wrung from China by the Allied plenipotentiaries has, it would appear, conjured up the same wild vistas of an immense extension of trade which danced before the eyes of the commercial mind in 1845 after the conclusion of the First Chinese War. Supposing the Petersburg wires to have spoken truth, is it quite certain that an increase of the Chinese trade must follow upon the multiplication of its emporiums? Is there any probability that the War of 1857–58 will lead to more splendid results than the War of 1839–42? So much is certain, that the Treaty of 1842, instead of increasing American and English exports to China, proved instrumental only in precipitating and aggravating the commercial crisis of 1847. In a similar way, by raising dreams of an inexhaustible market and by fostering false speculations, the present treaty may help a new crisis at the very moment when the market of the world is but slowly recovering from the recent universal shock. Besides its negative result, the first Opium War succeeded in stimulating the opium trade at the expense of legitimate commerce, and so will this second Opium War do if England be not forced by the general pressure of the civilized world to abandon the compulsory opium cultivation in India and the armed opium propaganda to China. We forbear dwelling on the morality of that trade described by Montgomery Martin, himself an Englishman, in the following terms. Why, the slave trade was merciful compared with the opium trade. We did not destroy the bodies of the Africans, for it was our immediate interest to keep them alive. We did not debase their natures, corrupt their minds, nor destroy their souls. But the opium seller slays the body after he has corrupted, degraded, and annihilated the moral being of unhappy sinners, while every hour is bringing new victims to a Moloch which knows no satiety, and where the English murderer and Chinese suicide vie with each other in offerings at his shrine. The Chinese cannot take both goods and drug. Under actual circumstances, extension of the Chinese trade resolves into extension of the opium trade. The growth of the latter is incompatible with the development of legitimate commerce. These propositions were pretty generally admitted 2 years ago. A committee of the House of Commons appointed in 1847 to take into consideration the state of British commercial intercourse with China reported thus: "We regret that the trade with that country has been for some time in a very unsatisfactory condition, and that the result of our extended intercourse has by no means realized the just expectations which had naturally been founded on a freer access to so magnificent a market. We find that the difficulties of the trade do not arise from any want of demand in China for articles of British manufacture or from the increasing competition of other nations. The payment for opium absorbs the silver to the great inconvenience of the general traffic of the Chinese, and tea and silk must in fact pay the rest." The Friend of China of July 28, 1849, generalizing the same proposition, says in set terms, "The opium trade progresses steadily. The increased consumption of teas and silk in Great Britain and the United States would merely result in the increase of the opium trade. The case of the manufacturers is hopeless." One of the leading American merchants in China reduced in an article inserted in Hunt's Merchants magazine for January 1850 the whole question of the trade with China to this point: which branch of commerce is to be suppressed, the opium trade or the export trade of American or English produce? The Chinese themselves took exactly the same view of the case. Montgomery Martin narrates, "I inquired of the Taotai at Shanghai which would be the best means of increasing our commerce with China, and his first answer to me, in the presence of Captain Balfour, Her Majesty's consul, was, 'Cease to send us so much opium and we will be able to take your manufactures.'" The history of general commerce during the last 8 years has, in a new and striking manner, illustrated these positions. But before analyzing the deleterious effects on legitimate commerce of the opium trade, we propose giving a short review of the rise and progress of that stupendous traffic which, whether we regard the tragical collisions forming, so to say, the axis round which it turns or the effects produced by it on the general relations of the Eastern and Western worlds, stands solitary on record in the annals of mankind. Previous to 1767 the quantity of opium exported from India did not exceed 200 chests, the chest weighing about 133 pounds. Opium was legally admitted in China on the payment of a duty of about $3 per chest as a medicine, the Portuguese, who brought it from Turkey, being its almost exclusive importers into the Celestial Empire. In 1773, Colonel Watson and Vice President Wheeler, persons deserving to take a place among the Hermantiers, Palmers, and other poisoners of worldwide fame, suggested to the East India Company the idea of entering upon the opium traffic with China. Consequently, there was established a depot for opium in vessels anchored in a bay to the southwest of Macau. The speculation proved a failure. In 1781, the Bengal government sent an armed vessel laden with opium to China, and, in 1794, the company stationed a large opium vessel at Whampoa, the anchorage for the port of Canton. It seems that Whampoa proved a more convenient depot than Macau, because only 2 years after its selection the Chinese government found it necessary to pass a law which threatened Chinese smugglers of opium to be beaten with a bamboo and exposed in the streets with wooden collars around their necks. About 1798, the East India Company ceased to be direct exporters of opium, but they became its producers. The opium monopoly was established in India. While the company's own ships were hypocritically forbidden from trafficking in the drug, the licenses it granted for private ships trading to China contained a provision which attached a penalty to them if freighted with opium of other than the company's own make. In 1800, the import into China had reached the number of 2,000 chests. Having during the 18th century borne the aspect common to all feuds between the foreign merchant and the national custom house, the struggle between the East India Company and the Celestial Empire assumed since the beginning of the 19th century features quite distinct and exceptional. While the Chinese emperor, in order to check the suicide of his people, prohibited at once the import of the poison by the foreigner and its consumption by the natives, the East India Company was rapidly converting the cultivation of opium in India and its contraband sale to China into internal parts of its own financial system. While the semi-barbarian stood on the principle of morality, the civilized opposed to him the principle of self. That a giant empire containing almost 1/3 of the human race vegetating in the teeth of time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse, and thus contriving to dupe itself with delusions of celestial perfection that such an empire should at last be overtaken by fate on occasion of a deadly duel. This, indeed, is a sort of tragical couplet stranger than any poet would ever have dared to fancy. Part 2. No dateline. It was the assumption of the opium monopoly in India by the British government which led to the proscription of the opium trade in China. The cruel punishments inflicted by the celestial legislator upon his own contumacious subjects and the stringent prohibition established at the Chinese custom houses proved alike nugatory. The next effect of the moral resistance of the Chinamen was the demoralization by the Englishmen of the imperial authorities, custom house officers, and mandarins generally. The corruption that ate into the heart of the celestial bureaucracy and destroyed the bulwark of the patriarchal constitution was, together with the opium chests, smuggled into the empire from the English storeships anchored at Whampoa. Nurtured by the East India Company, vainly combated by the central government at Peking, the opium trade gradually assumed larger proportions until it absorbed about $2,500,000 in 1816. The throwing open in that year of the Indian commerce with the single exception of the tea trade, which still continued to be monopolized by the East India Company, gave a new and powerful stimulus to the operations of the English contrabandists. In 1820, the number of chests smuggled into China had increased to 5,147, in 1821, to 7,000, and, in 1824, to 12,639. Meanwhile, the Chinese government, at the same time that it addressed threatening remonstrances to the foreign merchants, punished the Hong merchants known as their abettors, developed an unwanted activity in its prosecution of the native opium consumers, and at its custom houses put into practice more stringent measures. The final result, like that of similar exertions in 1794, was to drive the opium depots from a precarious to a more convenient basis of operations. Macau and Whampoa were abandoned for the island of Linton at the entrance of the Canton River, there to become permanently established in vessels armed to the teeth and well manned. In the same way, when the Chinese government temporarily succeeded in stopping the operations of the old Canton houses, the trade only shifted hands and passed to a lower class of men prepared to carry it on at all hazards and by whatever means. Thanks to the greater facilities thus afforded, the opium trade increased during the 10 years from 1824 to 1834 from 12,639 to 21,785 chests. Like the years 1800, 1816, and 1824, the year 1834 marks an epoch in the history of the opium trade. The East India Company then lost not only its privilege of trading in Chinese tea, but had to discontinue and abstain from all commercial business whatever. It being thus transformed from a mercantile into a merely government establishment, the trade to China became completely thrown open to English private enterprise, which pushed on with such vigor that, in 1837, 39,000 chests of opium valued at $25 million were successfully smuggled into China despite the desperate resistance of the celestial government. Two facts here claim our attention. First, that, of every step in the progress of the export trade of China since 1816, a disproportionately large part progressively fell upon the opium smuggling branch, and, secondly, that hand in hand with the gradual extinction of the ostensible mercantile interest of the Anglo-Indian government in the opium trade grew the importance of its fiscal interest in that illicit traffic. In 1837, the Chinese government had at last arrived at a point where decisive action could no longer be delayed. The continuous drain of silver caused by the opium importations had begun to derange the exchequer as well as the moneyed circulation of the Celestial Empire. Hunetze, one of the most distinguished Chinese statesmen, proposed to legalize the opium trade and make money out of it. But after a full deliberation in which all the high officers of the empire shared and which extended over a period of more than a year's duration, the Chinese government decided that, on account of the injuries it inflicted on the people, the nefarious traffic should not be legalized. As early as 1830, a duty of 25% would have yielded a revenue of $3,850,000. In 1837, it would have yielded double that sum, but then the celestial barbarian declined, laying a tax sure to rise in proportion to the degradation of his people. In 1853, Hein Fang, the present emperor, under still more distressed circumstances and with the full knowledge of the futility of all efforts at stopping the increasing import of opium, persevered in the stern policy of his ancestors. Let me remark en passant that by persecuting the opium consumption as a heresy, the emperor gave its traffic all the advantages of a religious propaganda. The extraordinary measures of the Chinese government during the years 1837, 1838, and 1839, which culminated in Commissioner Lin's arrival at Canton and the confiscation and destruction by his orders of the smuggled opium, afforded the pretext for the First Anglo-Chinese War, the results of which developed themselves in the Chinese Rebellion, the utter exhaustion of the imperial exchequer, the successful encroachment of Russia from the north, and the gigantic dimensions assumed by the opium trade in the south. Although proscribed in the treaty with which England terminated a war commenced and carried on in its defense, the opium trade has practically enjoyed perfect impunity since 1843. The importation was estimated in 1856 at about $35 million, while in the same year the Anglo-Indian government drew a revenue of $25 million, just the sixth part of its total state income, from the opium monopoly. The pretexts on which the Second Opium War has been undertaken are of too recent date to need any commentary. We cannot leave this part of the subject without singling out one flagrant self-contradiction of the Christianity-containg and civilization-mongering British government. In its imperial capacity, it affects to be a thorough stranger to the contraband opium trade and even to enter into treaties proscribing it, yet, in its Indian capacity, it forces the opium cultivation upon Bengal to the great damage of the productive resources of that country, compels one part of the Indian ryots to engage in the poppy culture, entices another part into the same by dint of money advances, keeps the wholesale manufacture of the deleterious drug a close monopoly in its hands, watches by a whole army of official spies its growth, its delivery at appointed places, its inspisation and preparation for the taste of the Chinese consumers, its formation into packages especially adapted to the conveniency of smuggling, and, finally, its conveyance to Calcutta, where it is put up at auction at the government sales and made over by the state officers to the speculators, thence to pass into the hands of the contrabandists who land it in China. The chest costing the British government about 250 rupees is sold at the Calcutta auction mart at a price ranging from 1,210 to 1,600 rupees. But, not yet satisfied with this matter-of-fact complicity, the same government to this hour enters into express profit and loss accounts with the merchants and shippers who embark in the hazardous operation of poisoning an empire. The Indian finances of the British government have in fact been made to depend not only on the opium trade with China but on the contraband character of that trade. Were the Chinese government to legalize the opium trade simultaneously with tolerating the cultivation of the poppy in China, the Anglo-Indian exchequer would experience a serious catastrophe. While openly preaching free trade in poison, it secretly defends the monopoly of its manufacture. Whenever we look closely into the nature of British free trade, monopoly is pretty generally found to lie at the bottom of its freedom. Chapter 2. The regime of Louis Bonaparte and the post-1848 European order. Introduction. Though Marx and Engels' analysis of imperialism was not limited to France, Louis Bonaparte's regime supplied the archetype. Overthrowing a sclerotic republic that could not decide whether to liquidate itself into an Orleanist or a legitimist monarchy, the Second Empire, through its very resolution of it, exemplified the crisis of the democratic revolution. Decades after the Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état, Engels recalled in the following terms the newly Badiesend empire. Louis Napoleon was now the idol of the European bourgeoisie. Because, under his rule, industry and trade advanced to a degree previously unknown, but, first and foremost, because the bourgeoisie saw in him the first great statesman who was flesh of their flesh and bone of their bone. He was an upstart, like every true bourgeois. A dyed-in-the-wool Carbonaro conspirator in Italy, officer in Switzerland, a debt-burdened tramp of distinction and special constable in England, yet constantly and everywhere a pretender to the throne, he had prepared himself by his adventurous past and moral failings in all countries for the role of Emperor of the French and ruler of the destinies of Europe. As the exemplary bourgeois, the American, prepares himself by a series of bankruptcies, genuine and fraudulent, for the role of millionaire. As emperor, he pursued politics entirely according to the rules of the stock exchange. Point 1. Here was no restoration, neither was it merely a class-interested counter-revolution. Rather, imperialism was the political form in and through which the contradiction of the bourgeois relations of production with the productive capacities they generated was managed, if not mediated. The prevailing crisis could not be resolved through the emperor's policing or political maneuvers, including wars both real and phony, neither could it be pacified by the piecemeal adoption of socialist policies, but it could be exploited and displaced by such means. In 1866, Engels registered the political epochal significance of the new authoritarianism, observing that Bonapartism is the true religion of the modern bourgeoisie. And, like every religion, it demanded sacrifices. The articles in this chapter are drawn from the period 1856 to 1859. Elaborating upon the categories and framework first elaborated in the 18th Brumaire and anticipating those of the Civil War in France, these pieces depict Louis Bonaparte's regime as a kind permanent state of emergency. Imperial peace was predicated on continuous, if fake, war. Conflicts without decisive issue strengthened the state's power over society. The new imperialism permeated the international state order, precisely through such interstate conflict. The emperor's regime required satisfying the ambitions of the army, and Napoleonic glory demanded definitively breaking the diplomatic isolation of France imposed since Waterloo. At the same time, any truly national war would return the country to the very upheaval that the empire was meant to forestall. And it was only for fear of the revolution that official Europe accepted the regime of Louis Bonaparte III. The man himself, moreover, was but an adventurer who hides his trivial and repulsive features behind the iron death mask of Napoleon IV. The nephew was not the uncle. Thus, his first step was to enter an alliance with Britain through the maneuvers that led to the Crimean War. This made France Europe's leading power and the adventurer Louis Napoleon the greatest man of the day. 5. The Emperor of the French and Tsar of all the Russias tussled over the question of which branch of state Christianity, French Catholic or Russian Orthodox, would control certain holy places in Ottoman-ruled Palestine. It was a holy war that was never in earnest, either religiously or militarily. The British and French military effort was never directed against the Tsarist state itself. It never sought to destroy the Tsar's armies or capture his critical strongholds. Indeed, for Marx, the war with Russia obscured the fundamental affinity, even alliance of sorts, between the belligerents. As Marx writes, it would be a mistake to describe the war against Russia as between liberty and despotism. The whole avowed object of is the maintenance of the balance of power and of the Vienna treaties, those very treaties which annul the liberty and independence of nations. 6. To the extent that Louis Bonaparte managed to undermine the Treaty of Vienna, he did so only to reinforce the status quo that treaty exemplified. Undermining civil society in order to save it, Bonaparte's armed men stood over and against society. The policing and militarization of society was no simple intensification of class rule. Rather, the republic that Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état overthrew was more readily comprehensible as a class despotism than was the empire that succeeded it. In all the bygone epochs the ruling class, the ascendancy of which corresponded to a specific development of French society, rested its ultima ratio against its adversaries upon the army. It was nevertheless a specific social interest that predominated. Under the Second Empire the interest of the army itself is to predominate. The army is no longer to maintain the rule of one part of the people over another part of the people. The army is to maintain its own rule, personated by its own dynasty, over the French people in general. 7. the bourgeoisie had achieved its class rule under the Second Republic. Their standard-bearer, General Cavaignac, the butcher of the June days, was Louis Bonaparte's chief opponent in the election that, anticipating later elections under the Empire, made him president in December 1848. Marx described as follows the Republic's collapse: the party of order hunches its shoulders, lets the bourgeois republicans tumble, and throws itself on the shoulders of armed force. It fancies it is still sitting on those shoulders when one fine morning it perceives that the shoulders have transformed themselves into bayonets. 8. As Max Horkheimer later commented, in order to control the statist tendencies rising from below, the bourgeoisie had to hastily call upon Bonapartism from above. With the crushing of the workers in June 1848, the national workshops and the right to work could only be repressed by unleashing the general. 9. The general of June could only become adequate to his concept in the emperor of December. Some years later, Marx revised his earlier metaphor. Rather than resting on bayonets, the empire is the regime of the upstart, the informer, and the 12-pounder. 10. Baron Haussmann's new broad boulevards through Paris likely prompted this revision, by giving the emperor's 12-pounders more play. Louis Bonaparte's popularity with the working class, or at least their acquiescence in his rule, and, later, his coup d'état stemmed from his willingness to overrule their class enemy, not because his regime represented some sort of national developmental project appropriate to backward social conditions. Bonapartism was a modern form of state that presupposes the abolition of feudalism. 11. It represented advanced, even avant-garde, capitalist politics. As Engels said of it in the mid-1870s, Louis Napoleon was the idol of the European bourgeoisie. He had saved society on December 2, 1851. He showed how universal suffrage could be transformed into an instrument for the oppression of the masses. 12. According to liberalism, the state arises from civil society, which is prior to it both historically and conceptually. Bonapartism inverts this: the state, emerging from a society in contradiction with itself, comes to subjugate it, ultimately disintegrating it into so many interest groups vying for favor. As Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire, Bonaparte would like to appear as the patriarchal benefactor of all classes. But he cannot give to one without taking from another. Just as at the time of the Fronde it was said of the Duc de Guise that he was the most obligent man in France because he turned all his estates into his partisans' obligations to him, so Bonaparte would fain be the most obligent man in France and turn all the property, all the labor of France into a personal obligation to himself. He would like to steal the whole of France in order to make a present of her to France. 13. This certainly involved rabble-rousing appeals to mass resentment but went beyond mere demagogy. As Adorno remarks, the laws of exchange not lead to a form of rule that can be regarded as historically adequate for the reproduction of society as a whole. Rather, with Louis Bonaparte, the old form of rule joined the economic apparatus so that, once in possession, it might smash it and thus make its own life easier, dissolving society into so many gang wars and rackets. 14. Rather than being subordinated to society, the state stands over and against it, but only because society is also fragmented and stratified. The proletarianization of society meant the continued sloughing off of layers of lumpenized elements ready to staff Bonaparte's society of December 10. Bonaparte's consolidation and retention of power meant implementing what Marx termed imperial socialism. As Engels wrote to Marx in early 1852, did not tell Louis Blanc when he went to France, quand je serai président, je mettrai en pratique vos idées. 15. But Bonaparte was wrong about one thing: it was not as president, but as emperor that he would put socialism into practice. With politics lurching from crisis to crisis, socialism was converted into capitalist policy making. As Marx acidly jokes to Engels, how good that Proudhon's plans for salvation should find realization in the only form in which they are practicable, that of the credit racket and more or less barefaced fraud. 16. And again, I have here a recent piece by one of Proudhon's disciples, de la Réforme de Banques par Alfred Derriman, 1856. Same old tale. The Demonétisation de l or et de l'argent has an introduction by Émile Girardin and betrays evident admiration for Isaac Pereire. 17 Hence it enables one to get some idea of the kind of socialist coups d'état Bonaparte thinks himself capable of resorting to even at the 11th hour. 18 Pereire was a Saint-Simonian financier who, as Marx put it, develops the ideas of Bonaparte even as Bonaparte comments upon the ideas of Isaac. 19 The new economic forms that Bonapartism midwived above all, the new finance capital are, for Marx, symptoms of the general convulsion of society manifesting themselves throughout Europe. 20 No longer simply a particular interest in civil society, business grows into monopoly and finance interfuses with the state, as private property is undermined and transformed. The system of public credit, i.e. of national debts, the origins of which are to be found in Genoa and Venice as early as the Middle Ages, took possession of Europe as a whole during the period of manufacture. The colonial system, with its maritime trade and its commercial wars, served as a forcing house for the credit system. Thus it first took root in Holland. The national debt, i.e. the alienation of the state, whether that state is despotic, constitutional, or republican, marked the capitalist era with its stamp. The only part of the so-called national wealth that actually enters into the collective possession of a modern nation is the national debt. Hence, quite consistently with this, the modem doctrine that a nation becomes the richer the more deeply it is in debt. Public credit becomes the credo of capital. And with the rise of national debt-making, lack of faith in the national debt takes the place of the sin against the Holy Ghost, for which there is no forgiveness. The public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. As with the stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows unproductive money with the power of creation and thus turns it into capital, without forcing it to expose itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. He improvised wealth of the financiers who play the role of middlemen between the government and the nation, and the tax farmers, merchants, and private manufacturers, for whom a good part of every national loan performs the service of a capital fallen from heaven. Apart from all these people, the national debt has given rise to joint stock companies, to dealings in negotiable effects of all kinds, and to speculation. In a word, it has given rise to stock exchange gambling and the modern bankocracy. 21 In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels responded to the accusation that communists sought to abolish private property by saying, property, in its present form, is based on the antagonism of capital and wage labor. In 1848, the bourgeoisie was horrified at intending to do away with private property, but, by his own lights, Bonaparte recognized the socialists' point. He savior of property the middle class that not even the formal intervention of his own mock legislatures, but a simple personal ukase on his part is all that is wanted to make free with their purses, dispose of municipal property, trouble the course of trade, and subject their monetary dealings to his private crotchets. 22 Capitalists become courtiers while entrepreneurial ventures become financial speculations, get-rich-quick schemes, or outright gambling. Under the empire, the sober virtues of the rising bourgeoisie no longer served. Engels later elaborated. The transformation of the great establishments for production and distribution into joint stock companies and state property shows how unnecessary the bourgeoisie are for that purpose. All the social functions of the capitalist performed by salaried employees. The capitalist has no further social function than that of pocketing dividends, tearing off coupons, and gambling on the stock exchange. But the transformation, either into joint stock companies or into state ownership, does not do away with the capitalistic nature of the productive forces. In the joint stock companies this is obvious. Bourgeois society creates for itself a state that can maintain the general external conditions of the capitalist mode of production against encroachments either by the workers or by individual capitalists. The modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine. The ideal personification of the total national capital. The more it proceeds to the taking over of productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist, the more citizens does it exploit. The workers remain wage laborers, proletarians. The capitalist relation is not done away with but becomes far more acute. 23. Post-1848 circumstances in Germany were comparable to what they were in France. After the revolution's collapse there, the prerogatives of the aristocracy were restored, the old Hegelian liberals driven from the universities, and civil liberties suspended. Yet progress shot ahead. It was a confounding situation. As soon as conditions into existence, it was under circumstances that no longer permitted their impartial investigation. 24. Germany became capitalist without ever having been bourgeois. Unlike the Napoleonic period and after 1848 philosophy fled Germany, once the capital of intelligence, the central residence, if not of worldly power, at least of the Weltgeist. 25. As Karl Korsch argued, after 1848 there was in Germany a total disregard of Hegel's philosophy, which coincided with a complete incomprehension of the relation of philosophy to reality and of theory to practice, which constituted the living principle of all philosophy and science since Hegel's time. 26. If bourgeois society could no longer reflect upon itself, still there were compensations. The days when in 1848 the bourgeoisie wept in Babylonian captivity and drooped their heads, i.e., when they buckled before the obduracy of the status quo, were the very days when they became the effective power of the land. In the subsequent decade, even the inner man of the overbearing aristocrat became converted into a profit-loving, money-mongering stock jobber. If you want an example of speculative philosophy converted into commercial speculation, look at Hamburg in 1857. Did not these speculative Germans then prove masters in the swindling line? 27. The defeat of the revolution in Germany made possible philosophy's Selbstaufhebung, its self-overcoming. As Engels later wrote, the year 1848, which otherwise brought nothing to a conclusion in Germany, accomplished a complete revolution there only in the sphere of philosophy. By throwing itself into the field of the practical, here setting up the beginnings of large-scale industry and swindling, there initiating the mighty advance which natural science has since experienced in Germany. The nation resolutely turned its back on classical German philosophy. And so there was a helpless relapse into the old metaphysics. What prevailed among the public since then were, on the one hand, the vapid reflections of Schopenhauer, which were fashioned to fit the Philistines. The vulgar itinerant preacher materialism of a Voigt and a Buchner. At the universities the most diverse varieties of eclecticism competed with one another and had only one thing in common, namely, that they were concocted from nothing but remnants of old philosophies and were all equally metaphysical. 28. But at least German industry boomed. The decade following 1848, an epoch unprecedented in the economical development of, such that simultaneously with the development of manufactories, railways, steam navigation, and exploration of mines, there has suddenly sprung up a credit system not only proportionate to the sudden progress of industry and commerce, but fostered by the hothouse contrivances of the credit mobilier imported from France. 29. As in France and Britain, the foundations of German Bonapartism were laid in the revolution's defeat. When La Salle began to organize what would become German social democracy, the state was prepared, especially inasmuch as the revolution of 1848 had taught the workers to ask politely. To organize the proletariat for its own needs, to keep the political activity of the bourgeoisie in check. A necessary and quite familiar Bonapartist recipe. 30. As the 1850s drew to an end, the instability of the international order was exposed, appropriately enough, in Paris. An attempt to assassinate the emperor and empress nearly succeeded. While in exile in Britain, the Italian revolutionary Felice Orsini learned how to make bombs, a skill he put to use on January 14, 1858, when the emperor's carriage arrived outside the Opera House on the Rue Les Pelletiers in Paris. 31 Immediately arrested and put on trial, Orsini was executed by guillotine in March. But if his attempt failed to assassinate the emperor, it succeeded nevertheless. As Marx remarks in Herr Voigt, Orsini's hand grenades had burst like a thunderbolt, illuminating the internal situation in France. It turned out that Louis Bonaparte's regime was just as insecure as it had been in the first days after the coup d'état. He had to abdicate to his own generals. In an unprecedented development, France was divided into 5 general captaincies in the Spanish manner. 32. Because the Italian revolutionary had constructed his bombs there, the French emperor demanded that his island neighbor crack down on European political refugees. While Palmerston was eager to oblige, his introduction of the requisite bill into Parliament provoked an outcry. Palmerston's ministry collapsed, threatening to take down the Anglo-French alliance with it. As Marx observed, if Orsini did not kill Louis Napoleon, he certainly killed Palmerston. Made dictator of England by a Chinese mandarin at Canton, it is historically appropriate that this political gamester should finally be ruined by an Italian carbonaro at Paris. 33. But the ever-resilient Palmerston soon regained the prime ministership, this time at the head of the new Liberal Party, no less. He was in power throughout Garibaldi's expedition of the Thousand, the fall of the Kingdom of Naples, the 1863 insurrection in Poland, and the American Civil War. An erstwhile member of the Carbonari himself, Louis Bonaparte was not unsympathetic to Orsini's demand that the empire promote Italian unification. During the Crimean War, he had ushered King Victor Emmanuel II of Piedmont-Sardinia into the anti-Russian alliance. This was rather delicate for that monarch, then positioning himself as the indispensable agent of Italian unification, because the Austrian Empire, which then governed much of northern Italy, was also something of an ally in the war against Russia. Having drawn up at Plombières a secret treaty with Victor Emmanuel's minister, the Count of Cavour, Louis Bonaparte adopted the cause of Italian nationalism in July 1858, just months after Orsini's execution. As Marx explained, 2 years had not yet elapsed since the conclusion of the Russian peace when the Italian adventure alone could save from an ignominious catastrophe. 34. The French emperor's new alliance with the Tsar paid off when he directed his army against the Austrians in Italy in 1859. This new war had already been planned during the first one, since Sardinia was allowed to join the alliance of the Western powers as a satellite of Imperial France and especially as its outpost against Austria. Further preparations were made during the conclusion of peace by Louis Napoleon's agreement with Russia, who wanted nothing more than to chastise Austria. 35. The alliance with Russia meant the emperor's abandonment of the Polish cause, making support for Italian and Hungarian national self-determination all the more expedient. Italian unification, a significant aim of the 1848 revolution, would be achieved through the good offices of the emperor acting with the Tsar's approval. But, as usual, all depended on localizing the war. The emperor's war also had to be with the supreme sanction of Europe, above all with the tacit connivance of Britain. A new war was needed, but, as with the Crimean War, it could not be allowed to take on European dimensions and to provoke a rebellion of France against the Bonapartist regime. 36. This entered Louis Bonaparte's calculations when, after the bloody Battle of Solferino in 1859, he made a hasty peace that left his Piedmontese ally in the lurch. The Bonapartist version of Italian unification was undertaken, in the Bolshevik historian David Ryazanov's phrase, as a tinsel show. 37. Cavour, Marx observed, is actually Bonaparte's tool. 38. The treaty Louis Bonaparte made with him stipulated that France would help Cavour's king gain Lombardy and Venice in exchange for Victor Emmanuel II ceding Savoy and Nice to France. In the end, Victor Emmanuel II gained only Lombardy, but the Second Empire exacted its price just the same. The cession to France of his native Nice helped to prompt the hero of two worlds, Giuseppe Garibaldi, to launch an expedition of 1,000 red shirts against the Bourbon Kingdom of the Two Sicilies in 1860.39. Though for a time it had appeared as if Garibaldi might abandon republicanism to side with the King of Piedmont-Sardinia, Marx reported to Engels on July 9, 1860, that he had seen a letter from Garibaldi in which he heartily reviles Bonaparte and hopes eventually to draw his sword against him. 40. So, if Bonapartist intrigues in Italy did not backfire, they at least came out into the open. As Marx wrote, the Revolutionary War in southern Italy is known to be considered at the Tuileries. as the deliberate act of the independent Italian party who, ever since Louis Napoleon's had proclaimed the rising of the South as the only means of taking off the nightmare of French protection. 41 Politics began finally to revive across Europe. As Marx exalted to Engels, Garibaldi is a veritable godsend. Otherwise, Bonaparte would have been restored to popularity. 42 Even if his stature was overblown, especially as a military man, Garibaldi represented the best hope of the Italian cause of Bonaparte. 43. The conflict between the royal Bonapartist and the republican projects of Italian reunification, what Marx termed the cause of French counter-revolution and the cause of nationalities, came to a head in 1862 when Garibaldi led troops to liberate Rome. 44 In the resulting military standoff with Victor Emmanuel II, the republican general was injured by a stray bullet, causing popular displays of sympathy to break out across Europe. From his sickbed, Garibaldi wrote of his desire to serve the great American Republic, which today fights for universal liberty, explicitly linking thereby the anti-Bonapartist cause in Europe to the Union cause in the New World. Sunday, September 28, 1862, witnessed a massive demonstration in Hyde Park in solidarity with Garibaldi. 1 week later, 100,000 gathered again for the same purpose, prompting the American ambassador to Great Britain, Charles Francis Adams, to remark, "I am inclined to believe that perhaps a majority of the poorer classes rather sympathize with us in our struggle. It is only the aristocracy and the commercial body that are adverse." 45 News of Abraham Lincoln's preliminary Emancipation Proclamation arrived the next day, and across Europe popular support for the Union cause surged. 2 years later, when Garibaldi visited London, he was received by the largest crowd the city had ever witnessed. During his short stay, the Italian hero visited American Ambassador Charles Francis Adams as well as Ledru Rollin, Louis Blanc, Karl Blind, Mazzina, and all the other 48 ERS exiled there, all except Marx, who disparaged the entire Macedon. Garibaldi's opposition to Bonapartism had itself grown farcical. As Marx wrote to his friend, "This month, April the 1st's privilege of being All Fools' Day has been extended, at least in London, to the whole of April. Garibaldi and Palmerston forever, on the walls of London." Garibaldi, extolled by the English policeman at the Crystal Palace, wanted me to compose an address to Garibaldi and then call on him with a deputation. I flatly refused. 46. In the end, the enthusiasm for Garibaldi voiced by deputations of workingmen and by the English people at large was matched only by the consternation brought on by his sudden departure. As an Englishman remarked in Reynolds' newspaper, Garibaldi, really expelled from this country by this liberal ministry at the bidding of Louis Napoleon. 47 As for Garibaldi himself, Engels observed to Marx, "The Garibaldi tomfoolery came to a fitting end. The way the chap was shown the door after a week of being gaped at by the swells is really too splendid and could happen nowhere but in England. It would be the ruin of anyone except Garibaldi, and even for him it's tremendously mortifying to have served the English aristocracy as a 9 days' wonder and then to have been thrown out in the street. For to respect the English press is almost worse than respecting the peelers." 48. Less than 6 months later, the First International was established in London. The first struggle within it was between Marx and the Italian Republicans. The France of Bonaparte the Little. Karl Marx. People's Paper. April 5, 1856. No dateline. The France of Bonaparte the Little, reveling at the birth of a son of a Montijo, lavishing the treasures of a nation on a ludicrous pageantry, all clinquant, all in gold, like heathen gods. That France is terribly contrasting with the France tortured at Cayenne, smarting at La Mesa, lingering at Belle Isle and rotting in the Bagny, with the France starving in the Crimea and the France in France reeling on the brink of bankruptcy. In the letter of Citizen Tassilier, literally translated from the original, the reader will find the genuine and soul-stirring story of the French citizens transported to Cayenne. The press of true-born British flunkeyism, it is true, trumpets into the ears of the drowsy world in most hyperbolical flourish the great news of the boundless magnanimity and rather superhuman clemency of the sausage hero of the camp of Satire, proclaiming a general amnesty and deafening the first screams of his testy baby by the shouts of thousands of Frenchmen given back to their families and to liberty. 1. But turning away from the paid exaltation of the sycophant, let us hearken to the unbribed language of facts. Boustrapa offers the men he has tortured during 4 years to tear asunder their chains on the condition of their consenting to brand themselves with indelible infamy and to pass through the Fursi Codni of the Lower Empire. 2. If they will declare loyal submission to the empire, if they will sell their souls, Boustrapa is ready to sell them their lives. Already, says the Monitor, at the inauguration of the empire, this generous appeal has been made. Thus, the Monitor itself avows that the general amnesty now puffed as a stupendous novelty is but a repetition of a stale farce played off 4 years ago. The genius of corruption flatters himself that his victims are now brought down to his own level, that they are sufficiently broken in to accept as a grace in 1856 what they indignantly resented as an affront in 1852. The Monitor decks its generous appeal to meanness with wisely calculated forgeries and falsifications. It pretends that, after the events of June 1848, 11,000 persons having been condemned to transportation to Algiers, the clemency of the President left only 306 in Africa. Now, with the same Monitor in our hand, we assert that, from the 11,000 prisoners made in June 1848, there remained in November 1848, at the time when the Assembly Constituent discussed the execution of the decree of transportation, only 1,700, that 1,500 of them were sent to Belle Isle and, on the March 8, 1849 under the Ministry of Oberud, 700 out of these 1,500 were directed to Bona in Africa. It is then this last figure of 700 that the grace of Boustrapa has reduced to 306 and not, as his lying Monitor has it, the enormous number of 11,000, and that small grace itself was only a trick played off against the Assembly. However, we are obliged to thank the Monitor for having reminded France of the atrocious infamies committed by Cavaignac and the bourgeois republic. 3. As to the transported and exiled of December, the same Monitor computes their number at 11,201 and affirms that this is now reduced to 1,058. Now, the coup d'état made more than 11,000 victims in the sole departments of the Lower Alps, Hérault, Var, and Nièvre, and at this very moment there remain at least 12,000 victims doomed to exile or deportation. It is notorious that the coup d'état has affected more than 50,000 persons. It should be further remarked that the generous appeal of the Monitor is exclusively addressed to those deported to Algiers and other foreign possessions, the slightest allusion being avoided to the condemned of Angers, incarcerated for participation in secret societies, to those thrown into the Bagni by the ambulant war councils of 1851, to the prisoners of Belle Isle, to the students locked up for hissing the paid whitewashers of Boustrapa, etc. For by way of compensation, the Monitor announces an unsophisticated and unconditional amnesty for poachers, smugglers, forgers, thieves, deserters, convicts, and id genus omnet is quite in keeping with the character of the Lower Empire and the precedents of the Brummagem Bonaparte that the birth of a son should prove a holiday for all the lower relations of the father. From the victims of the coup d'état we pass now to its tools, from the men who opposed it to the slaves that executed it, from the soldiers of liberty to the army of the Crimea. If it is a great historical sign that Bonaparte, in midst of the fresh delusions of a newfangled dynasty and the supreme triumph of his admittance into the embalmed air of rancid legitimacy, still wants to be acknowledged by his wretched victims and, therefore, hypocritically bids for their adhesion to the empire, it is a trait of historical irony not less notable that, at the very time the head and the members of the Society of the 10th December are feasting the success of the coup d'état in pompous profusion at Paris, the army that imposed this disgusting rule upon France is expiating its crime in the Crimea by denudation, starvation, agony, and death in their most dismal and hideous forms. 5. In the first period of the Oriental Campaign, from November 1854 to March 1855, The upstart of December was extolled as a second providence, and in every tune was sung the admirable military administration of the empire of all the glories. In contrast to the scandalous sufferings that befell the English army from intentional treason at home and the natural working of a superannuated system. But, as in every other feat of the lower empire, what was taken for a substance was but a theatrical phantasmagoria calculated for immediate stage effect. During 2 years Bonaparte had been exclusively bent on preparing for war. He had strained every nerve of the immense power of centralized France to provide for the first movement of his army. Indeed, it is not to be wondered at that even the wretched adventurer of Strasbourg and Boulogne should not succeed during the first 2 years of his misrule in breaking down the admirable organization of the French army bequeathed by the First Revolution. It is a miracle that he has contrived that point in the first 2 years of actual warfare. Having lavished more wealth on a batrachomyomachia of his own than the great Napoleon in 15 years of his Iliad, he finds at the beginning of the third year the resources of France drained, her military administration broken up, and her very army dwindling away from misery. The cancer that eats up the French army is the organic principle of the lower empire, theft and embezzlement, and but 2 years were needed to make its work appear on the surface. The wretched state of the French army was for a long time carefully concealed not only in the French but also in the English press. Nowadays, it has become a secret running the streets and encumbering the thoroughfares. It has become a truth no longer contract overt after Bonaparte's own monitor has given it the lie direct. For the present purpose it will suffice to quote from the last letter of the Times' Sebastopol correspondent. The French army, however numerous as they may show it to be on paper, is dwindling sadly. Scurvy and fever are playing havoc in its ranks. I recently stated its daily loss at 170 men. Now the French admit the daily mortality in their army to be 120 men and, in some days, considerably more. The right wing of the army, in the Bidar Valley, suffers the most when the mild weather sets in. A great increase of disease is to be anticipated. The sick returns of the French will be terrible. The French army is being expended at least as rapidly as it was by shell and shot during the severest part of the siege. Insufficiency of shelter, want of covering, and the scarcity of food are pointed at as the principal causes of their trials. Having described the rigor of the weather and the prevalence of snowstorms, the correspondent puts the question what the French army must have suffered in tents, not huts carefully fitted out, not double tents well dug out, but single and unprotected tents. He concludes by stating that it is really painful to meet the French convoys of sick and that Marshal Pélissier is more anxious to hide them from the English army than to mitigate their sufferings. We add another quotation from the Morning Advertiser, the very paper that shared with the Morning Post the infamous privilege of hailing Bonaparte's advent in 1851 and of still trumpeting Lord Palmerston as the truly English minister. There are 3,000 sick in the French camp of the Chernaya. The ambulances are choked and the medical staff decimated by disease and exhaustion. The commissariat has broken down and is unable to feed the troops. The men are actually begging biscuits from the soldiers at the outposts. Scurvy from the want of vegetables and typhus from the want of meat rage with indomitable virulence, and the contrast between the two armies is the source of open discontent on the part of the French soldiery. The transports are insufficient to convey the sick to Constantinople. The hospitals there have more than 12,000 patients in them. The epidemic is a positive pestilence and the mortality frightful. The troop ships arriving from the east at Marseilles are loaded with the dregs of fever, and the vessels and the typhoid patients are consigned to the lazaretto at Frioul. What is to be done with these discontented legions dying from a wretched commissariat, scandalous neglect, and notoriously organized plunder? Are they to be soothed by recitals of the Arabian tale of the King of Algiers' nativity? Or by the description of the embroidered and gold-laced uniforms of the cautious hero's pampered guards? It should be recollected that French soldiers have no stomach for undergoing injuries like English privates. Proof, if proof be wanted, is shown in the several attempts made in the French army to shoot General Pélissier, a fact recorded by the Gazette de Milan, Radetzky's Monitor. Nor must it be imagined that the army of the line in France remains a dull spectator of the Crimean tragedy. The razzias of the Paris police have lately been directed at two barracks situated on the right bank of the Seine. The Zouaves ordered to Paris to chafe public enthusiasm by their exhibition are already removed from the capital, they having become suspicious. Two other regiments returned from the Crimea have also been banished into the provinces. The antagonism between the Guard and the line is daily growing more embittered, Bonaparte being about to create at this very moment new Guard regiments in sufficient numbers to enable this privileged corps to keep the garrison of Paris exclusive of the regiments of the line. Having bribed the army into antagonism to the country, he is now trying to bribe an army within the army, a rather dangerous experiment this. The finances, we would not call them the heels of this strange Achilles, he being rather tall at his heels, require a separate article for a full exposition. For the present, it may suffice to state that the funds falling some while hence, it was consequently expected the announced conclusion of peace and the birth of another Bonaparte could not fail to send them up. Such an issue was not quite left to chance. Not only the government gave orders to freely use the public chests at its disposal for the purchase of public funds, but the credit mobilier and similar mushrooms of Bonapartist credit were during 2 consecutive days largely employed in buying stock. All these maneuvers notwithstanding, on the very news of the Nativity, instead of rising, the funds went down and continue to go down. Bonaparte, in great rage now, prohibited the sale on change of any but governmental quoted papers, and had then the principal stock jobber summoned to the Prefecture de Police. When the statuary of Pallas Athena tumbled down in the Parthenon, the accident was received as a fatal doom to the Republic. Bonaparte's bust, tottering on its pedestal in the temple where the marketable value of governments is quoted and the people's history discounted, would seem to presage the downfall of this empire of stock jobbing. The French Credit Mobilier. New York Tribune. June 21, 24, and July 11, 1856. Part 1. No dateline. The Times of London, in a leader of the 30th, is much surprised at the discovery that socialism in France had never disappeared but has rather been forgotten for some years. With this statement it takes occasion to congratulate England at not being pestered with that plague, but free from that antagonism of classes on which soil the poisonous plant is produced. A rather bold assertion this, coming from the principal journal of a country whose leading economist, Mr. Ricardo, commences his celebrated work on the principles of political economy with the principle that the 3 fundamental classes of society, i.e., of English society, owners of the land, capitalists, and laborers for wages, form a deadly and fatal antagonism, rents rising and falling in inverse ratio to the rise and fall of industrial profits, and wages rising and falling in inverse ratio to profits. If, according to English lawyers, the counterpoise of the 3 contesting powers is the keystone of the Constitution of England, according to Mr. Ricardo, the deadly antagonism of the 3 classes representing the principal agents of production must pervade the framework of English society. While the Times contemptuously sneers at revolutionary socialism in France, it cannot help casting a covetous glance at imperial socialism in France, and would fain hold it up as an example for imitation to John Bull, the chief agent of that socialism, the Credit Mobilier having just sent the Times in an advertisement of 3 close columns the report of the Board of Administration at the ordinary general meeting of shareholders on April 23, 1856, M. Prior in the chair. The following is the account that has enlisted the envious admiration of the shareholders of the Times and dazzled the judgment of its editor. A profit of 26 millions on a capital of 60 millions, a profit at the rate of 43.33%. These are indeed fascinating figures. And what has not this wonderful mobilier effected with its grand capital of something like $12 millions? With 60 million francs in hand they have subscribed to the French loans, 250 millions, and, afterwards, 375 millions more. They have acquired an interest in the principal railways of France. They have undertaken the issue of the loan contracted by the Austrian Association for the Railways of the State, they have participated in the Western and Central Railways of Switzerland, they have taken an interest in a considerable operation professing for its object the canalization of the Ebro from Saragossa to the Mediterranean, they had their hands in the amalgamation of the omnibuses at Paris and in the constitution of the General Maritime Company. They have brought about by their intervention the amalgamation of all the old gas companies of Paris into one enterprise. They have, as they say, made a present of 500,000 francs to the people by selling them corn below the market price. They have decided on peace and war by their loans, erected new lines of railways, illuminated cities, given an impulse to the creations of manufacture and the speculations of commerce, and, lastly, extended their influence beyond the frontiers of France and scattered the fruitful seeds of similar institutions over the continent of Europe. The Credit Mobilier thus presents itself as one of the most curious economical phenomena of our epoch, inviting a thorough sifting. Without such a research it is impossible either to compute the chances of the French Empire or to understand the symptoms of the general convulsion of society manifesting themselves throughout Europe. We shall investigate first into what the board calls its theoretic principles and then test their practical execution. These principles, as the report informs us, have been until now but partially realized and await an immensely greater development in the future. The principles of this society are set forth in its statutes and in the successive reports made to the shareholders, but especially in the first of the latter. According to the preamble of the statutes, and considering the important services which might be rendered by the establishment of a society having for its aim to favor the development of the industry of the public works and to realize the conversion of the different titles of various enterprises through the means of consolidating them in one common fund, the founders of the Credit Mobilier have resolved to carry into effect so useful a work and, consequently, they have combined to lay down the basis of an anonymous society under the denomination of the General Society of the Credit Mobilier. Our readers will bear in mind that the French understand by the words anonymous society a joint stock company with limited responsibility of the shareholders, and that the formation of such a society depends on a privilege arbitrarily granted by the government. The Credit Mobilier then proposes to itself, first, to favor the development of the industry of the public works, which means to make industry and public works in general dependent on the favor of the Credit Mobilier and, therefore, on the individual favor of Bonaparte, on whose breath the existence of the society is suspended. The board does not fail to indicate by what means it purposes to extend its patronage and that of its imperial patron over the whole French industry. The various industrial enterprises carried on by joint stock companies are represented by different stocks or other paper shares, obligations, bonds, debentures, etc. Those different stocks are, of course, rated at different prices in the money market according to the capital invested, the profits they yield, the different bearing of demand and offer upon them, and other economical conditions. Now what does the Credit Mobilier propose? To substitute for all these different stocks issued by different joint stock companies one common stock issued by the Credit Mobilier itself. But how can it effect this? By buying up with its own stock or other paper the stocks of the various industrial concerns. Buying up all the bonds, shares, debentures, etc. In one word, all the paper of a concern is buying up the concern itself. Hence the Credit Mobilier avows the intention of making itself the proprietor, and Napoleon the Little the supreme director, of the whole varied industry of France. 6 This is what we call imperial socialism. Part 2. No dateline. It should be recollected that Bonaparte made his coup d'état on two diametrically opposite pretenses, on the one hand, proclaiming it was his mission to save the bourgeoisie and material order from the Red Anarchy to be let loose in May 1852 and, on the other hand, to save the working people from the middle-class despotism concentrated in the National Assembly. 7 Besides, there was the personal necessity of paying his own debts and those of the respectable mob of the Society of the Dix Decembre and of enriching himself and them at the joint expense of bourgeoisie and workmen. The mission of the man, it must be avowed, was beset by conflicting difficulties, forced as he was to appear simultaneously as the robber and as the patriarchal benefactor of all classes. He could not give to the one class without taking from the other, and he could not satisfy his own wants and those of his followers without robbing both. In the time of the Fronde, the Duc de Guise was said to be the most obliging man of France because he had transformed all his estates into obligations held by his partisans. Thus, Bonaparte also proposed to become the most obliging man of France by converting all the property and all the industry of France into a personal obligation toward Louis Bonaparte. To steal France in order to buy France, that was the great problem the man had to solve, and, in this transaction of taking from France what was to be given back to France, not the least important side to him was the percentage to be schemed off by himself and the Society of December 10th. How were these contradictory pretenses to be reconciled? How was this nice economical problem to be solved? How this knotty point to be untwined? All the varied past experience of Bonaparte pointed to the one great resource that had carried him over the most difficult economical situations: credit. And there happened to be in France the school of Saint-Simon, which in its beginning and in its decay deluded itself with the dream that all the antagonism of classes must disappear before the creation of universal wealth by some newfangled scheme of public credit. And Saint-Simonism in this form had not yet died out at the epoch of the coup d'état. There was Michel Chevalier, the economist of the Journal de Débats; there was Proudhon, who tried to disguise the worst portion of the Saint-Simonist doctrine under the appearance of eccentric originality, and there were two Portuguese Jews practically connected with stock jobbing and Rothschild who had sat at the feet of the Père Enfantin and who, with their practical experience, had the boldness to suspect stock jobbing behind socialism, law behind Saint-Simon. These men, Émile and Isaac Prior, are the founders of the Credit Mobilier and the initiators of Bonapartist socialism. 9. It is an old proverb, habent sua fata libelli. Doctrines have also their fate as well as books. Saint Simon to become the guardian angel of the Paris Bourse, the prophet of swindling, the messiah of general bribery and corruption. History exhibits no example of a crueler irony, save, perhaps, Saint Just realized by the just milieu of Guizot and Napoleon by Louis Bonaparte. 10. Events march swifter than man's consideration. While we, from an investigation of its principles and economical conditions, are pointing at the unavoidable crash foreboded by the very constitution of the Credit Mobilier, history is already at work realizing our predictions. On the last of May, one of the directors of the Credit Mobilier, M. Place, failed for the sum of 10 millions of francs, having only a few days before been presented to the Emperor by M. de Morny as one of the Dires de la Finance. Later en vente, 11. Almost on the same day the Moniteur published the new law on the Sociétés en Commandite, which, on pretense of putting a check on the speculative fever, places those societies at the mercy of the Credit Mobilier by making their formation dependent on the will of the government or of the Credit Mobilier. And the English press goes into ecstasies at this great prudential act of Bonapartist wisdom, imagining that French speculators will soon be speedily brought round to the solidity of the English saddlers, spaders, and palmers. At the same time, the law of drainage just passed by the famous Corps Legislatif sanctions the expropriation of the mortgagers of the land in favor of the government of Bonaparte, who by this machinery proposes to seize on the land as by the Credit Mobilier he is seizing on the industry and by the Bank of France on the commerce of France, and all this to save property from the dangers of socialism. 12. Meanwhile, we do not think it superfluous to continue our examination of the Credit Mobilier, an institution which we think is destined yet to enact achievements of which the above are but small beginnings. We have seen that the first function of the Credit Mobilier consists in affording capital to such industrial concerns as are carried on by anonymous societies. We quote from the report of M. Isaac Prior. The Credit Mobilier acts with regard to the values representing industrial capital a part analogous to the functions discharged by discount banks with regard to the values representing commercial capital. The first duty of this society is to support the development of national industry, to facilitate the formation of great enterprises, which, abandoned to themselves, meet with great obstacles. Its mission in this respect will be more easily fulfilled as it disposes of various means of information and research that escape the grasp of private individuals for soundly appreciating the real value or prospects of undertakings appealing to its aid. In prosperous times, our society will be a guide for capital anxious to find profitable employment. In difficult movements, it is destined to offer precious resources for the maintenance of labor and the moderation of the crises which result from a rash contraction of capitals. The pains which our society will take to invest its capital in all affairs only in such proportions and for such limited terms as will permit of a safe withdrawal will enable it to multiply its action, to fructify in a small space of time a great number of enterprises, and to diminish the risks of its concurrence by the multiplicity of partial commandites. Having seen in what manner Isaac develops the ideas of Bonaparte, it becomes important also to see the manner in which Bonaparte comments upon the ideas of Isaac, a comment which may be found in the report addressed to him by the Minister of the Interior on June 21, 1854, with respect to the principles and the administration of the credit mobilier. Among all the establishments of credit existing in the world, the Banque de France is justly considered that which boasts of the most solid constitution, so solid that the slight storm of February 1848 had borne it down in a day but for the prop afforded it by Ledru-Rollin & Co. For not only did the provisional government suspend the obligation of the Banque de France to pay its notes in cash, but empowered to issue notes of 50 francs, while it had never been permitted under Louis Philippe to issue less than 500-franc notes. And not only did they thus cover the insolvent banque by their credit but, in addition, they pledged the state forests to the banque for the privilege of obtaining credit for the state. The Banque de France is at the same time a support and a guide for our commerce, and its material and moral influence gives to our market a very precious stability. This stability is such that the French have a regular industrial crisis each time when America and England condescend only to a little smash in their commerce. By the reserve and prudence which direct all its operations, this admirable institution fulfills, therefore, the part of a regulator. But the commercial genius to generate all the wonders it carries in its womb wants, above all things, to be stimulated, and, precisely because speculation is restrained in France in the strictest limits, there existed no inconvenience but, on the contrary, a great advantage in putting alongside of the Banque de France an establishment conceived in quite a different order of ideas and which should represent in the sphere of industry and commerce the spirit of initiative. The model for this establishment happily existed already. It is derived from a country celebrated its severe loyalty, the prudence and solidity presiding over all its commercial operations. By placing at the disposition of all sound ideas and useful enterprises its capital, its credit, and its moral authority, the General Society of the Netherlands has multiplied in Holland canals, drainage, and 1,000 other improvements which have raised the value of property 100-fold. Why should not France likewise profit by an institution the advantages of which have been demonstrated by so dazzling an experience? This is the thought which determined the creation of the Credit Mobilier, authorized by the decree of November 18, 1852. According to the terms of its statutes, this society can, among other operations, buy and sell public effects or industrial shares, lend and borrow on them as securities, contract for public loans, and, in a word, issue its paper at long dates to the account of the values thus acquired. It has thus the means in hand of summoning and combining at any moment, under advantageous conditions, considerable wealth. In the good use it may make of these capitals the fertility of the institution resides. Indeed, the society may arbitrarily invest in industry, take an interest in enterprises, participate in operations of a long term, which the Constitution of the Banque de France and of the Discount Office forbids these establishments to do. In one word, it is free in its movements and may change its action just as the wants of commercial credit require it. If it knows how, among the enterprises constantly brought forth, to distinguish the fruitful, if, by the timely intervention of the immense funds which it has the disposition of, it enables works to be carried out highly productive in themselves, but absorbing an unusual duration and otherwise languishing, if its concurrence be the sure index of a useful idea or a well-conceived project, the Society of the Credit Mobilier will deserve and win the public approbation. Floating capital will seek its channels and direct itself in mass whithersoever the patronage of the society indicates a guaranteed employ. Thus, by the power of example and by authority which will become attached to its support, more even than by any material aid, this society will be the cooperator of all ideas of general utility. Thus it will powerfully encourage the efforts of industry and stimulate everywhere the spirit of invention. We shall take an early occasion to show how all these high-flowing phrases conceal but feebly the plain scheme of dragging all the industry of France into the whirlpool of the Paris Bourse and to make it the tennis ball of the gentlemen of the Credit Mobilier and of their patron, Bonaparte. Part 3. No dateline. The approaching crash in Bonapartist finance continues to announce itself in a variety of ways. On May 31, Count Montalembert, in opposing a project of law to raise the postage on all printed papers, books, and the like, sounded the note of alarm in the following strain. The suppression of all political life, by what has it been replaced? By the whirl of speculation. The great French nation could not resign itself to slumber, to inactivity. Political life was replaced by the fever of speculation, by the thirst for lucre, by the infatuation of gambling. On all sides, even in our small towns, even in our villages, men are carried away by the mania of making those rapid fortunes of which there are so many examples, those fortunes achieved without trouble, without labor, and often without honor. I seek for no other proof than the bill which has just been laid before you, against the Sociétés and Commandite. Copies have just been distributed to us. I have not had time to examine it. I feel, however, inclined to support it, despite the somewhat draconian regulations which I fancy I discovered there. If the remedy is so urgent and so considerable, the evil must be so likewise. The real source of that evil is the sleep of all political spirit in France, and the evil which I point to is not the only one resulting from the same source. While the higher and middle classes, those ancient political classes, give themselves up to speculation, another labor presents itself among the lower classes of society, whence nearly all the revolutions emanated which France has suffered. At the sight of this fearful mania of gambling, which has made a vast gambling booth of nearly all France, a portion of the masses, invaded by socialists, has been more corrupted than ever by the avidity of gain. Hence an unquestionable progress of secret societies, a greater and deeper development of those savage passions which almost calumniate socialism by adopting its name, and which have been recently well shown up in all their intensity in the trials at Paris, Angers, and elsewhere. Thus speaks Montalembert, himself one of the original shareholders in the Bonapartist enterprise for saving order, religion, property, and family. We have heard from Isaac Pereire that one of the mysteries of the Credit Mobilier was the principle of multiplying its action and diminishing its risks by embarking in the greatest possible variety of enterprises and withdrawing from them in the shortest possible time. Now, what does this mean when divested of the flowery language of Saint-Simonism? Subscribing for shares to the greatest extent, in the greatest number of speculations, realizing the premiums, and getting rid of them as fast as it can be done. Stock jobbing, then, is to be the base of the industrial development, or, rather, all industrial enterprise is to become the mere pretext of stock jobbing. And by the aid of what instrument is this object of the Credit Mobilier to be attained? What are the means proposed to enable it thus to multiply its action and diminish its risks? The very means employed by law. The Credit Mobilier being a privileged company, backed by government influence and disposing of a large capital and credit, comparatively speaking, it is certain that the shares of any new enterprise started by it will, on the first emission, fetch a premium in the market. It has learned thus much from law, to allot to its own shareholders the new shares at par in proportion to the number of shares they hold in the mother society. The profit thus insured to them acts, in the first place, on the value of the shares of the Credit Mobilier itself, while their high range, in the second place, ensures a high value to the new shares to be emitted. In this manner, the Credit Mobilier obtains command over a large portion of the loanable capital intended for investment in industrial enterprises. Now, apart from the fact that the premium is thus the real pivot on which the activity of the Credit Mobilier turns, its object is apparently to affect capital in a manner which is the very reverse of the action of commercial banks. A commercial bank, by its discounts, loans, and emission of notes, sets free temporarily fixed capital, while the credit mobilier fixes actually floating capital. Railway shares, for instance, may be very floating, but the capital they represent, i.e., the capital employed in the construction of the railway, is fixed. A mill owner who would sink in buildings and machinery a part of his capital out of proportion with the part reserved for the payment of wages and the purchase of raw material, would very soon find his mill stopped. The same holds good with a nation. Almost every commercial crisis in modern times has been connected with a derangement in the due proportion between floating and fixed capital. What, then, must be the result of the working of an institution like the credit mobilier, the direct purpose of which is to fix as much as possible of the loanable capital of the country in railways, canals, mines, docks, steamships, forges, and other industrial undertakings without any regard to the productive capacities of the country. According to its statutes, the credit mobilier can patronize only such industrial concerns as are carried on by anonymous societies or joint stock companies with limited responsibility. Consequently, there must arise a tendency to start as many such societies as possible and, further, to bring all industrial undertakings under the form of these societies. Now it cannot be denied that the application of joint stock companies to industry marks a new epoch in the economical life of modern nations. On the one hand, it has revealed the productive powers of association not suspected before and called into life industrial creations on a scale unattainable by the efforts of individual capitalists. On the other hand, it must not be forgotten that in joint stock companies it is not the individuals that are associated, but the capitals. By this contrivance, proprietors have been converted into shareholders, i.e., speculators. The concentration of capital has been accelerated and, as its natural corollary, the downfall of the small middle class. A sort of industrial kings been created whose power stands in inverse ratio to their responsibility, forming a more or less permanent body and enabled, by the very disposal of the joint influence and wealth of the society, to bribe its single rebellious members. Beneath this oligarchic board of directors is placed a bureaucratic body of the practical managers and agents of the society and, beneath them, without any transition, an enormous and daily swelling mass of mere wage laborers whose dependence and helplessness increase with the dimensions of the capital that employs them, but who also become more dangerous in direct ratio to the decreasing number of its representatives. It is the immortal merit of Fourier to have predicted this form of modern industry under the name of industrial feudalism. Certainly neither Mr. Isaac, nor Mr. Émile Périer, nor Mr. Morny, nor Mr. Bonaparte could have invented this. There existed also before their epoch banks lending their credit to industrial joint stock companies. What they invented was a joint stock bank aiming at the monopoly of the formerly divided and multiform action of the private money lenders and whose leading principle should be the creation of a vast number of industrial companies, not with the view of productive investments, but simply for the object of stock jobbing profits. The new idea they have started is to render the industrial feudalism tributary to stock jobbing. If the association were to succeed in exchanging the shares of all industrial companies against its own debentures, it would indeed become the supreme director and proprietor of the whole industry of France, while the mass of ancient proprietors would find themselves pensioned with a fixed revenue equal to the interest on the debentures. But on the road to this consummation, the bankruptcy which follows from the economical conditions we have above illustrated will stop the bold adventurers. This little accident, however, has not been overlooked. On the contrary, the real founders of the credit mobilier have included it in their calculations. When that crash comes, after an immensity of French interests has been involved, the government of Bonaparte will seem justified in interfering with the credit mobilier, as the English government did in 1797 with the Bank of England. The regent of France, that worthy sire of Louis Philippe, tried to get rid of the public debt by converting the state obligations into obligations of Law's Bank. Louis Bonaparte, the imperial socialist, will try to seize upon French industry by converting the debentures of the credit mobilier into state obligations. Will he prove more solvent than the credit mobilier? That is the question. The monetary crisis in Europe. New York Tribune. October 15, 1856. London, October 3, 1856. The general commercial crisis which occurred in Europe about the autumn of 1847 and lasted till the spring of 1848 was ushered in by a panic in the London money market, beginning in the last days of April and reaching its climax on the 4th of May 1847. During these latter days all monetary transactions were brought to a complete standstill, but from the 4th of May the pressure subsided and merchants and journalists congratulated one another on the merely accidental and transitory character of the panic. A few months later, the commercial and industrial crisis burst forth, of which the monetary panic had been but the symptom and the forerunner. There is now a movement in the European money markets analogous to the panic of 1847. The analogy, however, is not complete. Instead of moving from west to east from London via Paris to Berlin and Vienna as did the panic of 1847, the present panic is moving from east to west with Germany for its starting point, thence spreading to Paris, and last reaching London. Then, the panic assumed a local aspect from the slowness of its progress. Now, it appears at once in its universal character from the rapidity of its extension. Then, it lasted about a week or so. Now, it has lasted already 3 weeks. Then, there were few who suspected it to be the forerunner of a general crisis. Now, nobody doubts it save those Englishmen who imagine themselves to make history by reading the Times newspaper. What the most far-sighted politicians feared then was a repetition of the crisis of 1825 and 1836. What they now are sure of is an enlarged edition not only of the crisis of 1847 but also of the revolutions of 1848. The anxiety of the upper classes in Europe is as intense as their disappointment. Having had it all their own way since the middle of 1849, the war as yet was the only cloud in their view of the social horizon. Now, after the war is over, they make the same discovery everywhere as was made by the English after the Battle of Waterloo and the Peace of 1815, when the bulletins of battles were replaced by the reports on agricultural and industrial distress. With a view to save their property, they did everything in their power to put down the revolution and to crush the masses. They are now discovering that they were themselves the instruments of a revolution in property greater than any contemplated by the revolutionists of 1848. A general bankruptcy is staring them in the face, which they know to be coincidental with the settlement day of the great pawning shop at Paris. And, as the English found to their surprise after 1815 that he had been a madman, so the stock-jobbing public of Europe already begin to ask themselves whether Bonaparte has ever been sane. 13 They know that every market is over-imported, that every fraction of the proprietary classes has been drawn into the vortex of the speculative mania, that no European country has escaped from it, and that the demands of governments on their tax-paying people have been stretched to the last point. In 1848, the movements which more immediately produced the revolution were of a merely political character, such as the reform banquets in France, the war of the Sonderbund in Switzerland, the debates of the United Diet at Berlin, the Spanish marriages, the Schleswig-Holstein quarrels, etc. 14 And when its soldiers, the workingmen of Paris, proclaimed the social character of the revolution of 1848, its generals were as much taken by surprise as the rest of the world. Now, on the contrary, a social revolution is generally understood even before the political revolution is proclaimed, and a social revolution brought about by no underground plots of the secret societies among the working classes, but by the public contrivances of the credits mobiliers of the ruling classes. Thus, the anxiety of the upper classes in Europe is embittered by the conviction that their very victories over revolution have been but instrumental in providing the material conditions in 1857 for the ideal tendencies of 1848. The whole epoch from the middle of 1849 down to the present appears, then, as a mere respite given by history to old European society, in order to allow it a last condensed display of all its tendencies. 15 In politics, adoration of the sword; in morals, general corruption and hypocritical return to exploded superstitions; In political economy, the mania of getting rich without the pains of producing such have been the tendencies manifested by that society during its counter-revolutionary orgies of 1849 to 56. On the other hand, if we place side by side the effect of this short monetary panic and the effect of Mazzinian and other proclamations, the whole history since 1849 of the delusions of the official revolutionists is at once deprived of its mysteries. They know nothing of the economical life of peoples, they know nothing of the real conditions of historical movement, and, when the new revolution shall break out, they will have a better right than Pilate to wash their hands and protest that they are innocent of the bloodshed. We have said that the present monetary panic in Europe made its appearance first in Germany, and this circumstance has been hit upon by the journals of Bonaparte to exculpate his regime from the suspicion of having had the least share in precipitating it. Government, says the Paris Constitutional, has endeavored to moderate the spirit of enterprise even after the conclusion of peace by adjourning several new concessions and by forbidding the introduction of new schemes on the bourse. Unfortunately, it could do no more, it could not prevent all excesses. Now, whence did they proceed? If a part was generated in the French market, it was certainly the smaller portion. Our railway companies from a spirit of rivalry were, perhaps, too hasty in issuing bonds, the proceeds of which were destined to extend the branch lines. But this would not have created embarrassment but for the mass of foreign enterprise suddenly sprung into life. Germany, above all, which had taken no part in the war, threw itself recklessly into schemes of all kinds. Not possessing sufficient resources itself, it appealed to ours, and, as the official market was closed to it, our speculators opened to it the coulisse. 16 France, therefore, became the center of cosmopolitan projects which might enrich foreign countries at the expense of national interests. Capital became, in consequence, rare on our market, and our securities, meeting with fewer buyers, suffered that depreciation which, in the presence of so many elements of wealth and prosperity, astonishes the public. Having given this specimen of imperial official nonsense on the causes of the European panic, we cannot withhold an example also of the sort of opposition tolerated under Bonaparte. The existence of a crisis, says the Assemblée Nationale, may be denied, but we cannot help thinking that prosperity is somewhat on the wane when we consider the recent falling off in the receipts of our railways, in the amount of bank advances on commercial bills, and in the duties on exportation levied during the first 7 months of the year, which exhibit a decline of 25 millions of francs. In Germany, then, all the active part of the middle classes have ever since the counter-revolution of 1849 devoted their energies to commercial and industrial enterprise, as the thinking part of the nation have abandoned philosophy for the natural sciences. The Germans, neutral in the war, have accumulated as much more capital as their French neighbors sank in the war. Finding them in this position, with a rapidly progressing industry and an accumulation of capital, the French credit mobilier condescended to notice them as being fit subjects for its operations, the passive alliance between Bonaparte and Austria having already drawn its attention to the unexplored regions of Austria, Hungary, and Italy. However, having set the example and taken the initiative of speculation in Germany, the credit mobilier itself was startled at the unexpected crop of stock jobbing and credit institutions generated by its impulse. The Germans of 1855 to 56 received the swindle constitutions of the French credits mobiliers as dry cut as the Germans of 1831 had received the political constitutions of France. 17 Thus, a Frenchman of the 17th century would behold with astonishment the court of Louis XIV reproduced 100-fold grandeur on the other side of the Rhine, and thus the Frenchmen of the last decennium were surprised to behold in Germany 62 national assemblies where they had with so much trouble produced. 1. Germany is not a land of decentralization after all. Only centralization itself is decentralized, so that, instead of one, there exist a great many centers. Such a country, then, was quite fit to develop in the shortest time and in every direction the contrivances taught it by the credit mobilier, just as Paris fashions are sooner circulated in Germany than in France. This is the immediate cause of the panic having made its first and most widely spread appearance in Germany. New York Tribune. July 27, 1857. No dateline. The soporific dullness which since the conclusion of the Oriental War had characterized the physiognomy of Europe is rapidly giving way to a lively and even feverish aspect. There is Great Britain with her reform movement looming in the future and her Indian difficulties. The London Times, it is true, tells the world that, except those who have friends in India, the British public, as a whole, look for the arrival of the next news from India with as much interest as we should on an overdue Australian steamer or the result of a rising at Madrid. On the same day, however, the same Times in its money article drops the mask of proud indifference and betrays the real feelings of John Bull in the following strain: a continued depression like that now prevailing in the stock market in the face of an uninterrupted augmentation in the bank bullion and the prospect of a great harvest is almost unprecedented. The anxiety with regard to India overpowers all other considerations, and, if any serious news were to arrive tomorrow, it would most probably produce a panic. To speculate upon the course of events in India would be useless just now when every mail may be expected to bring authentic news. But it is evident that, in case of a serious revolutionary explosion on the continent of Europe, England, drained of her men and her ships by the Chinese War and the Indian revolts, would prove unable to reassume the proud position she occupied in 1848 and 1849. On the other hand, she cannot afford to stand aloof, since the Oriental War and the alliance with Napoleon have lately chained her to continental politics at the same time that the complete dissolution of her traditionary political parties and the growing antagonism between her wealth-producing classes expose her social frame more than ever to spasmodic disturbances. In 1848-49, while her power weighed like an incubus on the European Revolution, England was at first a little afraid of it, then diverted its own native ennui by its spectacle, then betrayed it a little, then coquetted a little with it, and at last took earnestly to making money out of it. Her industrial fortunes, somewhat roughly shaken by the commercial distress of 1846-47, may even be said to have to some extent been remade through the agency of the Revolution of 1848. However, the Continental Revolution will be for England neither a spectacle to enjoy nor a distress to speculate upon, but a severe trial to pass through. Crossing the English Channel, we find the surface of society already heaving and rocking with the movement of the subterranean fires. The Paris elections are even less the foreboding, than the real commencement, of a new revolution. It is quite in keeping with the historical past of France that Cavaignac should give color and name to the effort against Bonaparte, in the same way that Odilon-Barrot introduced that against Louis-Philippe. 18 Cavaignac, like Odilon-Barrot, is only a pretext on the part of the people, though both of them serious conceptions on the part of the middle classes. The name under which a revolution is ushered in is never that borne on the banner on the day of triumph. To hold out any chances of success, revolutionary movements must in modern society borrow their colors at the beginning from those elements of the people which, although opposed to the existing government, are quite in harmony with existing society. In one word, revolutions must receive their tickets of admission to the official stage from the ruling classes themselves. The Paris elections and the Paris imprisonments and the Paris prosecutions can be read in their true light only by considering the state of the Paris Bourse, whose disturbances preceded the electoral agitation as they have outlived it. Even during the last 3 months of 1856, when all Europe was laboring in a financial crisis, the Paris Bourse did not witness such a stupendous and continued depreciation of all securities as prevailed during all last June and the beginning of July. Besides, it was now not a process of declining and rising by fits and starts, but all went down in quite a methodical way following the ordinary laws of fall only in the last precipitate plunges. The shares of the Credit Mobilier, which at the beginning of June stood at about 1,300 F, were sunk to 1,162 F. On the 26th, to 1,095 F. On July 3, to 975 F. On the 4th, to 890 F. On the 7th. The shares of the Bank of France, quoted at the beginning of June at above 4,000 F, had, in spite of the new monopolies and privileges bestowed upon the bank, fallen to 3,065 F. On the 29th of June, to 2,890 F. On the 3rd of July, and on the 9th of July brought no more than 2,900 F. The 3% rents, the shares of the principal railways, and all other joint stock shares have proportionably shared in this long downward movement. The new Bank Act, while exposing the desperate situation of the Bonapartist exchequer, has, at the same time, shaken the public confidence in the bank administration itself. 19 The last report of the Credit Mobilier, while revealing the organic hollowness of that institution and the vastness of the interests involved in it, informed the public that there was a struggle going on between its directors and the emperor and that some financial coup d'état was contemplated. 20 In fact, to make good its most pressing obligations, the Credit Mobilier has been forced to throw on the market about 20 millions of securities held by it. At the same time, in order to pay their dividends and get the means of continuing or commencing the works undertaken, railways and other joint stock companies have also had to sell securities, to call for fresh deposits on their old shares, or to procure capital by issuing new ones. Hence the protracted heaviness in the French stock market, which, so far from being the result of merely incidental circumstances, will recur in aggravated forms at every subsequent settling term. The alarming features of the present disease may be inferred from the fact that Émile Périer, the great financial quack of the Second Empire, has stepped forward and tendered a report to Louis Napoleon, taking for his text the words pronounced by the latter in 1850 in an address to the Council General of Agriculture and Commerce: "Credulity, let us not forget it, is the moral part of material interests, the spirit which animates the body. It increases tenfold by confidence the value of all productions." Mr. Périer then goes on explaining in a manner already familiar to our readers the decrease of 980 million francs in the values of the country within the last 5 months. He winds up his lamentations with these fatal words: "The budget of fear almost equals the budget of France." If, as Mr. Périer asserts, apart from the $200 million France has to pay in taxes for maintaining the empire, she has to pay as much more for fear of losing it, the days of that expensive institution, adopted as it was with the exclusive view of saving money, are indeed numbered. New York Tribune, February 22, 1858. No dateline. Quos Deus vult perdir prius dementat. Seems the judgment pretty generally passed in Europe on the French usurper, whom but a few weeks ago the numberless sycophants of success in all countries and of all languages concurred to magnify into a kind of sublunary providence. Now, all at once, on the first approach of real danger, the demigod is supposed to have run mad. To those, however, who are not to be carried away by first impressions, nothing will appear more evident than that the hero of Boulogne is today what he was yesterday, simply a gambler. If he stakes his last card and risks all, it is not the man that has changed, but the chances of the game. There had been attempts on Bonaparte's life before without producing any visible effect on the economy of the empire. Why did the quicksilver which exploded on the 14th of January not only kill persons but a state of things? 21 It is with the hand grenades of the Rue Lepelletier as it was with the greased cartridges dealt out at Barrackpore. They have not metamorphosed an empire, but only rent the veil which concealed a metamorphosis already accomplished. The secret of Bonaparte's elevation is to be found, on the one hand, in the mutual prostration of the antagonist parties and, on the other, in the coincidence of his coup d'état with the entrance of the commercial world upon a period of prosperity. The commercial crisis, therefore, has necessarily sapped the material basis of the empire, which never possessed any moral basis save the temporary demoralization of all classes and all parties. The working classes resumed their hostile attitude to the existing government the very moment they were thrown out of employment. A great part of the commercial and industrial middle classes was placed by the crisis in exactly the same position which spurred Napoleon to hasten his coup d'état, it being well known that the fear of the debtors' prison at Clichy put an end to his vacillations. The same motive hurried the Paris bourgeois to the barricades in 1848 and would make him regard a political convulsion at this moment as a godsend. It is now perfectly understood that, at the height of the panic, the Bank of France on government order renewed all bills due, an accommodation which, by the by, it was again compelled to afford on the 31st of January. But this suspense in the liquidation of debts, instead of restoring commercial activity, has only imparted a chronic character to panic. Another very large portion of the Paris middle classes, the petits rentiers, or men of small fixed incomes, have met with wholesale ruin consequent upon the enormous fluctuations of the bourse, which were fostered by, and contributed to enrich, the imperial dynasty and its adventurous retainers. That portion, at least, of the French higher classes which pretends to represent what is called French civilization never accepted the empire except as a necessary makeshift, never concealed their profound hostility to the nephew of his uncle, and, of late, have seized upon every pretext to show their anger at the attempt to transform a mere expedient, as they considered it, into a lasting institution. Such was the general state of feeling to which the attempt of the Rue Lepelletier afforded an occasion of manifesting itself. This manifestation, on the other hand, has roused the pseudo-Bonaparte to a sense of the gathering storm and compelled him to play out his last card. Much has been said in the Moniteur as to the shouts and cries and the public enthusiasm lavished on the imperial party at their exit from the opera. The value of the street enthusiasm is shown by the following anecdote emanating from a chief actor in the scene and the authenticity of which is vouched for by a highly respectable English paper. On the night of the 14th, a person high in the imperial household, but not that night on service, was crossing the boulevards when he heard the explosions and saw people running toward the opera. He ran thither also and was present at the whole scene. Being recognized directly, one of the persons most nearly concerned in all that had occurred said, "Oh, Mr. ______, for God's sake, find someone belonging to the Tuileries and send off for fresh carriages. If you can find none, go yourself." The person thus addressed set to work immediately to find some of the household servants, which was no easy task, all from high to low, chamberlains to footmen, having, with one or two admirable exceptions, taken to their heels with incredible alacrity. However, at the end of a quarter of an hour, he laid hands on a messenger and sent him post-haste to the palace with the necessary orders. About 25 minutes or half an hour had elapsed when he returned to the Rue Lepelletier and made his way back to the peristyle of the theatre with great difficulty on account of the crowd. The wounded were still lying about on all sides and, apparently, disorder reigned everywhere. At a little distance the gentleman alluded to Esprit Pietri, the prefect of police, and called to him in order to attract his attention and prevent him from going away until he could rejoin him. When he did so, he instantly exclaimed, "Let me implore of you to get the street closed without loss of time. The fresh carriages will be here soon and they cannot drive up to the door. Besides, see what confusion ensues. Let me entreat of you, get the streets cleared." Pietri looked at him with surprise. "The street cleared," he echoed, "why, the street is cleared. It was cleared in 5 minutes. His interlocutor stared at him. "But, then, what is all that crowd? What is that dense mass of men that one cannot elbow one's way through?" "Those are all my people," was Pietri's reply. "There is not a stranger at this moment in this portion of the Rue Lepelletier. All those you see belong to me." If such was the secret of the street enthusiasm paraded by the Moniteur, its paragraphs on the spontaneous illuminations of the boulevards after the attempt could certainly not mislead the Parisians who had witnessed that illumination, which was limited to the shops of the tradespeople employed by the Emperor and the Empress. Even these individuals were not backward in saying that, half an hour after the explosion of the infernal machine, police agents paid them a visit to suggest the propriety of instantly illuminating in order to prove how enchanted they were at the Emperor's escape. Still more, the character of the congratulatory addresses and the public protestations of devotion to the Emperor bear witness to his complete isolation. There is not a single man who signed them who does not, one way or the other, belong to the administration, that ubiquitous parasite feeding on the vitals of France and put in motion like a mannequin by the touch of the Minister of the Interior. The Monitor was obliged day after day to register these monotonous congratulations addressed by the Emperor to the Emperor as so many proofs of the unbounded love of the people for the coup d'état. Some efforts were, indeed, made to obtain an address from the Paris population, and for that purpose an address was carried about by the agents of the police. But, as it was found that the mass of signatures would not be sufficiently imposing, the plan was abandoned. Even the Paris shopkeepers dared to decline signing the address on the pretext that the police was not the proper source for it to emanate from. The attitude of the Paris press, as far as it depends on the public and not on the public purse, entirely responded to the attitude of the people. Either, like the unfortunate spectator, it muttered some half-suppressed words on hereditary rights, or, like the Fer de la Loi, quoted semi-official papers as its authorities for the reported enthusiasm, or, like the Journal des Débats, kept its congratulations within the rigid bounds of conventional courtesy or limited itself to reprinting the articles of the Monitor. In one word, it became evident that, if France was not just yet prepared to take up arms against the Empire, it was certainly resolved to get rid of it on the first occasion. According to my informants, writes the Vienna correspondent of the London Times, who have recently arrived from Paris, the general opinion in that city is that the present dynasty is nodding to its fall. 22. Bonaparte himself, till then the only man in France believing in the final victory of the coup d'état, became at once aware of the hollowness of his delusions. While all public bodies and the press were swearing that the crime of the Rue Lepelletier, perpetrated as it was by Italians solely, but served to put in relief the love of France for Louis Napoleon himself hastened to the corps legislatif there publicly to declare that the conspiracy was a national one and that France consequently wanted new repressive laws to keep her down. Those laws already proposed, at the head of which figure the lowest suspects, are nothing but a repetition of the identical measures employed in the first days of the coup d'état. Then, however, they were announced as temporary expedients, while they are now proclaimed as organic laws. Thus it is declared by Louis Napoleon himself that the empire can be perpetuated only by the very infamies through which it was produced, that all its pretensions to the more or less respectable forms of irregular government must be dropped, and that the time of the sullen acquiescence of the nation in the rule of the society of the perjured usurper has definitively passed away. Shortly before the execution of the coup d'état, Louis Napoleon contrived to gather from all departments, and principally from the rural districts, addresses leveled at the National Assembly and expressive of unlimited confidence in the President. This source being now exhausted, there remained nothing but to appeal to the army. The military addresses, in one of which the Zouaves almost regret not to have had an opportunity to manifest in a striking manner their devotion to the Emperor, are simply the undisguised proclamation of Prétorian rule in France. The division of France into 5 great military pashalics with 5 marshals at their head under the supreme control of Pélissier as Marshal General is a simple consequence of that premise. 23. On the other hand, the installation of a Privy Council, which is at the same time to act as council during the eventual regency of a Montijo, composed of such grotesque fellows as Fauld, Morny, Persigny, Baroche, and the like, shows France at the same time what sort of regime the newly installed statesmen have in store for her. The installation of this council, together with the family reconciliation, denoted to the astounded world by Louis Napoleon's letter in the Monitor, all this, it has been justly remarked, looks like the pilgrim about to set out on a perilous journey. On what new adventure is the hero of Strasbourg then to embark? 24. Some say that he means to relieve himself by a campaign in Africa, others that he intends an invasion of England. As to the first plan, it reminds one of his former notion of going to Sevastopol. But now, as then, his discretion might prove the better part of his valor as to any hostility against England, it would only reveal to Bonaparte his isolation in Europe as the attempt of the Rue Lepelletier revealed his isolation in France. Already the threats held out to England in the addresses of the soldiery have put the final extinguisher upon the Anglo-French alliance, long since struggling in articulo mortis. The rule of the Praetorians. New York Tribune. March 12, 1858. Paris, February 22, 1858. When is Gerard the Lion Killer to be named Minister of Public Instruction? Such is the cant phrase current in the faubourgs of Paris since the appointment of General Espinasse of Dobroja memory as Minister of the Interior and Public Safety. In Russia, it is well known, a general of cavalry presides over the Holy Synod. Why not Espinasse over the French Home Ministry, since France has become the home of praetorians only? By such apparent incongruities the rule of the naked sword is proclaimed in most unmistakable terms, and Bonaparte wants France to clearly understand that the imperial rule does rest not on her will but on 600,000 bayonets. Hence the praetorian addresses cut out by the colonels of the different regiments after a pattern supplied from the Tuileries, addresses in which the slightest allusion to the so-called will of the people is anxiously shunned. Hence the parceling out of France into 5 pashalics, hence the transformation of the Home Ministry into an appendage of the army. Here the change is not to stop. About 60 prefects are said to be on the eve of being disgraced and to be replaced, for the most part, by military men. Prefectorial administration is to devolve upon half-pay colonels and lieutenant colonels. The antagonism between the army and the population is to be organized as the guarantee of public safety, viz., the safety of the hero of Satiri and his dynasty. A great modern historian has told us that, disguise the fact as you like, France since the days of the Great Revolution has been always disposed of by the army. 25 There have certainly ruled different classes under the Empire, the Restoration, Louis Philippe, and the Republic of 1848. Under the first, the peasantry, the offspring of the Revolution of 1789, predominated; under the second, the great landed property; under the third, the bourgeoisie; and the last, not in the intention of its founders but in fact, proved an abortive attempt at dividing dominion in equal shares among the men of the legitimate monarchy and the men of the monarchy of July. Still, all these regimes rested alike on the army. Has not even the Constitution of the Republic of 1848 been elaborated and proclaimed under a state of siege, that is, the rule of the bayonet? Was that Republic not personated by General Cavaignac? Was it not saved by the army in June 1848 and again saved in June 1849 to be finally dropped by the same army in December 1851? 26 What then forms the novelty in the regime now openly inaugurated by Louis Bonaparte? That he rules by the instrumentality of the army. So did all his predecessors since the days of their Mitre. 27 Yet, if in all the bygone epochs the ruling class, the ascendancy of which corresponded to a specific development of French society, rested its ultima ratio against its adversaries upon the army, it was nevertheless a specific social interest that predominated. Under the Second Empire the interest of the army itself is to predominate. The army is no longer to maintain the rule of one part of the people over another part of the people. The army is to maintain its own rule, personated by its own dynasty, over the French people in general. It is to represent the state in antagonism to the society. It must not be imagined that Bonaparte is not aware of the dangerous character of the experiment he tries. In proclaiming himself the chief of the praetorians, he declares every praetorian chief his competitor. His own partisans with General Valiant at their head demurred against the division of the French army into 5 marshalships, saying that, if it was good for the cause of order, it was not so for that of the empire and would one day end in civil war. The treacheries of Napoleon's marshals, with Berthier at their head, were ransacked by the Palais Royal, which feels extremely vexed at the new turn of imperial policy. 28. The future conduct of the 5 marshals at a critical juncture may be best judged from their past. Magnan betrayed Louis Philippe. Barrage de Hiliers betrayed Napoleon. Bosquet betrayed the Republic to which he owed his advancement and to the principles of which he is known to be partial. Castellane has not even awaited a real catastrophe to betray Louis Bonaparte himself. During the Russian war a telegraphic dispatch reached him to this effect: "The Emperor is dead." He instantly drew up a proclamation in favor of Henry V and sent it to be printed. The prefect of Lyons had received the real dispatch, which ran thus: The Emperor of Russia is dead. The proclamation was hushed, but the story got abroad. We repeat that it is impossible to suppose Louis Bonaparte ignorant of the dangers with which his newfangled system is fraught, but he has no choice left. He understands his own situation and the impatience of French society to get rid of him and his imperial mummeries. He knows that the different parties have recovered from their paralysis and that the material basis of his stock-jobbing regime has been blown up by the commercial earthquake. Consequently, he is not only preparing for war against French society but loudly proclaims the fact. It tallies with his resolution to take up a warlike attitude against France that he confounds the most heterogeneous parties. Thus, when Cassagnac in the Constitutional denounced Mr. Villemain as a provoker of hatred to the Empire and accused the Journal des Débats of complicity in the attentat through its silence, this was at first considered to be an act of foolish zeal on the part of the man whom Guizot has described as the roi de drôle. Soon, however, it oozed out that the article had been imposed upon the Constitutional by Mr. Rouland, the Minister of Public Instruction, who had himself corrected the proofs of it. This explanation, by the by, was given to Mr. de Sacy of the Débats by Mr. Myers, the proprietor of the Constitutional, who did not choose to bear the responsibility of the article. The denunciation of all parties as his personal enemies enters, therefore, into the game of Bonaparte. It forms part of his system. He tells them, in so many words, that he indulges no delusion as to the general aversion his rule is the subject of, but that he is ready to encounter it with grape and musketry. The British government and the slave trade. New York Tribune. July 2, 1858. London, June 18, 1858. In the sitting of the House of Lords on June 17, the question of the slave trade was introduced by the Bishop of Oxford, who presented a petition against that trade from the parish of St. Mary in Jamaica. The impression these debates are sure to produce upon every mind not strongly prejudiced is that of great moderation on the part of the present British government, and its firm purpose of avoiding any pretext of quarrel with the United States. Lord Malmesbury dropped altogether the right of visit, as far as ships under the American flag are concerned, by the following declaration. The United States say that on no account, for no purpose, and upon no suspicion shall a ship carrying the American flag be boarded except by an American ship, unless at the risk of the officer boarding or detaining her. I have not admitted the international law as laid down by the American Minister for Foreign Affairs until that statement had been approved and fortified by the law officers of the Crown. But, having admitted that, I have put it as strong as possible to the American government that, if it is known that the American flag covers every iniquity, every pirate and slaver on earth will carry it and no other, that this must bring disgrace on that honored banner, and that, instead of vindicating the honor of the country by an obstinate adherence to their present declaration, the contrary result will follow, that the American flag will be prostituted to the worst of purposes. I shall continue to urge that it is necessary in these civilized times, with countless vessels navigating the ocean, that there should be a police on the ocean, that there should be, if not a right by international law, an agreement among nations how far they would go to verify the nationality of vessels and ascertain their right to bear a particular flag. From the language I have used, from the conversations which I had with the American minister resident in this country, and from the observations contained in a very able paper drawn up by Cass on this subject, I am not without strong hope that some arrangement of this kind may be made with the United States, which, with the orders given to the officers of both countries, may enable us to verify the flags of all countries without running the risk of offense to the country to which a ship belongs. On the opposition benches there was also no attempt made at vindicating the right of visit on the part of Great Britain against the United States, but, as Earl Grey remarked, the English had treaties with Spain and other powers for the prevention of the slave trade and, if they had reasonable grounds for suspecting that a vessel was engaged in this abominable traffic and that she had for the time made use of the United States flag, they had a right to overhaul her and to search her. If, however, she produced the American papers, even though she be full of slaves, it was their duty to discharge her and to leave to the United States the disgrace of that iniquitous traffic. He hoped and trusted that the orders to their cruisers were strict in this respect, and that any excess of that discretion which was allowed their officers under the circumstances would meet with proper punishment. The question then turns exclusively upon the point, whether or not vessels suspected of usurping the American flag may not be called upon to produce their papers. Lord Aberdeen directly denied that any controversy could arise out of such a practice, since the instructions under which the British officers were to proceed on such an occurrence had been communicated at the time to the American government and acquiesced in by Mr. Webster on the part of that government. If, therefore, there had been no change in these instructions, and if the officers had acted within their limits, the American government could have no ground of complaint. There seemed, indeed, a strong suspicion hovering in the minds of the hereditary wisdom that Palmerston had played one of his usual tricks by effecting some arbitrary change in the orders issued to the British cruisers. It is known that Palmerston, while boasting of his zeal in the suppression of the slave trade, had, during the 11 years of his administration of foreign affairs ending in 1841, broken up all the existing slave trade treaties, had ordered acts which the British law authorities pronounced criminal. He chose the slave trade as his field of battle and converted it into a mere instrument of provoking quarrels between England and other states. Before leaving office in 1841 he had given instructions which, according to the words of Sir Robert Peel, must have led, had they not been countermanded, to a collision with the United States. In his own words, he had enjoined the naval officers to have no very nice regard to the law of nations. Lord Malmesbury, although in very reserved language, intimated that by sending the British squadrons to the Cuban waters, instead of leaving them on the coast of Africa, Palmerston removed them from a station where, before the outbreak of the Russian War, they had almost succeeded in extinguishing the slave trade, to a place where they could be good for little else than picking up a quarrel with the United States. Lord Woodhouse, Palmerston's own late ambassador to the court of St. Petersburg, concurring in this view of the case, remarked that, no matter what instructions had been given, if the government gave authority to the British vessels to go in such numbers into the American waters, a difference would sooner or later arise between us and the United States. Yet, whatever may have been Palmerston's secret intentions, it is evident that they are baffled by the Tory government in 1858, as they had been in 1842, and that the war cry so lustily raised in the Congress and in the press is doomed to result in much ado about nothing. As to the question of the slave trade itself, Spain was denounced by the Bishop of Oxford as well as Lord Brougham as the mainstay of that nefarious traffic. Both of them called upon the British government to force by every means in its power that country into a course of policy consonant to existing treaties. As early as 1814, a general treaty was entered into between Great Britain and Spain by which the latter passed an unequivocal condemnation of the slave trade. In 1817, a specific treaty was concluded by which Spain fixed the abolition of the slave trade on the part of her own subjects for the year 1820 and, by way of compensation for the losses her subjects might suffer by carrying out the contract, received an indemnity of £400,000. The money was pocketed, but no equivalent was tendered for it. In 1835, a new treaty was entered into by which Spain bound herself formally to bring in a sufficiently stringent penal law to make it impossible for her subjects to continue the traffic. The procrastinating Spanish proverb, a la mañana, was again strictly adhered to. It was only 10 years later that the penal law was carried, but by a singular mischance the principal clause contended for by England was left out, namely, that of making the slave trade piracy. In one word, nothing was done, save that the Captain General of Cuba, the Minister at Home, the Camarilla and royal personages themselves raised a private tax upon the slavers, selling the license of dealing in human flesh and blood at so many doubloons per head. Spain, said the Bishop of Oxford, had not the excuse that this traffic was a system which her government was not strong enough to put down, because Valdez had shown that such a plea could not be urged with any show of truth. On his arrival in the island he called together the principal contractors and, giving them 6 months' time to close all their transactions in the slave trade, told them that he was determined to put it down at the end of that period. What was the result? In 1840, the year previous to the administration of Valdez, the number of ships which came to Cuba from the coast of Africa with slaves was 56. In 1842, while was Captain General, the number was only 3. In 1840, no less than 14,470 slaves were landed at the island. In 1842, the number was 3,100. Now what shall England do with Spain? Repeat her protests? Multiply her dispatches? Renew her negotiations? Lord Malmesbury himself states that they could cover all the waters from the Spanish coast to Cuba with the documents vainly exchanged between the two governments. Or shall England enforce her claims, sanctioned by so many treaties? Here it is that the shoe pinches. In steps the sinister figure of the august ally, now the acknowledged guardian angel of the slave trade, the third Bonaparte, the patron of slavery in all its forms, forbids England to act up to her convictions and her treaties. Lord Malmesbury, it is known, is strongly suspected of an undue intimacy with the hero of Sati. Nevertheless, he denounced him in plain terms as the general slave dealer of Europe, as the man who had revived the infamous traffic in its worst features under the pretext of free emigration of the blacks to the French colonies. Earl Grey completed this denunciation by stating that wars had been undertaken in Africa for the purpose of making captives who were to be sold to the agents of the French government. The Earl of Clarendon added that both Spain and France were rivals in the African market, offering a certain sum per man, and there was not the least difference in the treatment of these Negroes, whether they were conveyed to Cuba or to a French colony. Such, then, is the glorious position England finds herself in by having lent her help to that man in overthrowing the Republic. The Second Republic, like the first one, had abolished slavery. Bonaparte, who acquired his power solely by truckling to the meanest passions of men, is unable to prolong it save by buying day by day new accomplices. Thus he has not only restored slavery but has bought the planters by the renewal of the slave trade. Everything degrading the conscience of the nation is a new lease of power granted to him. To convert France into a slave-trading nation would be the surest means of enslaving France, who, when herself, had the boldness of proclaiming in the face of the world, "Let the colonies perish, but let principles live." One thing at least has been accomplished by Bonaparte: the slave trade has become a battle cry between the imperialist and the republican camps. If the French Republic be restored today, tomorrow Spain will be forced to abandon the infamous traffic. New York Tribune. December 15, 1858. No dateline. The Emperor of the French has just undertaken the execution of a favorite project of his, namely the regulation of the price of bread throughout his empire. This idea he definitely announced as long ago as 1854 in his speech to the legislative body on occasion of the declaration of war against Russia. His statement of the case at that time is worth quoting, and we give it as follows. Above all, I recommend to your attention the system now adopted by the city of Paris. For if it extend, as I trust it will, to the whole of France, it will for the future prevent those extreme variations in the price of corn which in times of abundance cause agriculture to languish because of the low price of wheat, and in years of scarcity the poorer classes to suffer so greatly because of its dearness. That system consists in the establishment in all great centers of population of a credit institution called Baker's Bank, which during years of dearth can give bread at a price infinitely lower than the official market quotation on the condition of its price ranging a little higher in years of plenty. The good harvests being in general more numerous than the bad ones, it is easy to understand that the compensation between both may be effected with ease. In addition, the immense advantage would be gained of finding credit companies which, instead of gaining from a rise in the price of bread, would, like everyone else, be interested in its cheapness. For, contrary to what has existed to the present time, such companies would make money in seasons of fertility and lose money in seasons of dearth. The principle here set forth is that bread should be sold infinitely below its market price in bad and only a little above that same price in good seasons, the compensation to result from the hope that the good years will by far overbalance the scarce ones. An imperial decree having in December 1853 established the Bakers' Bank at Paris, the maximum price for the 4-pound loaf was fixed at 40 centimes, the bakers being empowered to claim compensation for their loss from the bank, which, in its turn, raised its funds by the issue of obligations guaranteed by the municipality, which, on its part, raised the guarantee funds by contracting new debts and enhancing the excise duties on articles of consumption at the gates of Paris. A certain sum was, besides, directly contributed by the government from the public exchequer. At the end of 1854, the debts thus contracted by the municipality of Paris together with the government money had already reached the sum of 80 millions of francs. The government was then forced to rescind its steps and to successively raise the maximum price of the loaf to 45 and, then, 50 centimes. Thus, the Paris people had partly to pay in the form of increased excises what they saved in the price of bread, and the rest of France had to pay a general pauper tax for the metropolis in the form of the direct government subvention accorded to the municipality of Paris. However, the experiment proved a complete failure, the Paris price of bread rising above the official maximum during the bad seasons from 1855 to 1857 and sinking below it during the rich harvests of 1857 and 1858. Nothing daunted by the failure of this experiment on a relatively small scale, Louis Napoleon has now taken to organizing by his own ukase the baker's trade and the commerce in grain throughout the empire. Some weeks ago, one of his newspapers in Paris attempted to convince the public that a reserve of grain was a necessity in all considerable towns. The argument was that in the worst years of scarcity the maximum deficit of grain had been equal to 28 days' consumption of the whole population and that the average number of consecutive bad years was 3. From these premises it was calculated that an effective reserve for 3 months will be all that can be enacted from human foresight. If extended only to towns with a minimum population of 10,000 inhabitants, the aggregate population of such towns in France amounting to 3,776,000 souls, each average soul consuming 45 kilograms of wheat for 3 months and the present price of wheat being about 14 francs the hectoliter, such a reserve, according to this view of the case, would cost between 31 and 32 million francs. Now, on the 18th of November the Moniteur published a decree in the following terms. Article 1. The reserve of the bakers in all the towns in which the baking trade is regulated by decrees and ordinances is fixed at the quantity of grain or flour necessary for supplying the daily make of each baking establishment during 3 months. Article 2. Within a month from this date, the prefects of departments, after having consulted the municipalities, shall decide whether the reserves shall be established in grain or flour and shall fix the period within which they shall be provided, also the portion of them which may be deposited in public storehouses. Annexed to this decree is a list of the towns in which the baking trade is regulated and which, consequently, have to lay in reserves. The list comprises all the towns and cities of France of a certain degree of importance, except Paris and Lyons, in which reserves already exist and which, consequently, do not fall within the operation of the decree. In all, there are not fewer than 161 towns or cities, and among them are Marseilles, Saint-Quentin, Moulins, Caen, Angoulême, Dijon, Bourges, Besançon, Évreux, Chartres, Brest, Nîmes, Toulouse, Bordeaux, Montpellier, Rennes, Tours, Grenoble, Saint-Étienne, Nantes, Orléans, Angers, Reims, Chalons, Metz, Lille, Douai, Valenciennes, Beauvais, Arras, Saint-Omer, Calais, Boulogne-sur-Mer, Strasbourg, Mulhouse, Rouen, Havre, Macon, Le Mans, Amiens, Abbeville, and Toulon. According to the last census, the population of the 161 towns and cities may now be set down at about 8 million. This gives us then 5,500,000 hectoliters at a cost of between 70 million and 80 million francs for the reserves. In transmitting by circular the decree to the prefects of departments, the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce tells them that, though they must not constrain the bakers to fulfill precipitately the obligations imposed on them by the decree, they must fix within reasonable limits the period allowed for so doing. He leaves the prefects to decide, from local considerations, whether the reserves shall be laid in grain or flour. He then tells them that the present measure, vast as it is, may be considered capable of extension. The government does not exaggerate, Monsieur le Préfect, the importance of the measure I have described. It is aware that the decree only concerns a small part of the population and, accordingly, it has occupied itself with the possibility of extending its means of action. The inhabitants of hamlets and of villages bake their own bread and take from their crops the quantity of wheat necessary for their families during the year. The intervention of the government with regard to them would be useless and impossible. But in a certain number of chief towns of departments, and in a greater number of the chief places of arrondissements and of cantons, and even in populous villages, bakers make an important part of the bread consumed and, yet, they are not the object of any regulations and are not obliged to make any reserves. Is it not possible to place the bakers of such places as these under the same regime and to impose on them the same salutary law of prudence? The government is disposed to think that its prescriptions in this respect would not meet with any serious objections. Before, however, subjecting to the above decree all the rest of France except the small villages, the minister directs the prefects to consult the municipalities of the places which do not now fall within its operation. He then tells the prefects how the reserves are to be stored up. Bakers must, as far as possible, utilize the dependencies of their shops, as the surveillance of them will be easy. But you must invite the municipalities to organize, and to place at the disposal of bakers, public storehouses calculated to receive, on payment of a rent to be fixed by tariff, the reserve they cannot receive themselves. I do not doubt that the enlightened cooperation of the municipal authorities will render these operations easy. The minister next arrives at the vital point where to get the money for carrying out the decree. As to the realization of the capital necessary, I am convinced that bakers will employ the most serious efforts to procure the sums they will need. Such an employment of capital presents commercial advantages so great and promises to realize such legitimate profits that they can hardly fail to obtain credit, especially at a moment at which the interest on money is so low. Is it presuming too much on the goodwill of the capitalists in each commune to hope for their cooperation in favor of the bakers? Would they not find in the reserves constituted a safe pledge of their advances and a pledge which is rather destined to increase in value than to decline? I shall be happy if the efforts you may make in this matter may be crowned with success. I ask myself if the municipalities could not, if necessary, in imitation of the Caisse de Paris, create resources and employ them in advances to bakers. In order to encourage and facilitate such advances and to multiply them by circulation, the granaries destined to receive the reserves might have the character of bonded warehouses conferred on them and might deliver warrants which would safely be accepted with favor by our financial establishment and especially by the Bank of France. The minister concludes his circular by directing that, within 20 days, the prefects shall inform him what they propose in regard to the execution of the second article of the decree and, within a month, shall report on what the municipalities of the towns and villages not included in the decree recommend. Now, we do not purpose to enter at this moment into the question of public granaries, but the immense importance of this economical coup d'état needs no long commentary. It is well known that the present price of grain is ruinously low in France and that, consequently, signs of dissatisfaction are perceptible among the peasantry. By the artificial demand to be created through the means of 3 months' reserve, Napoleon tries to enhance prices artificially and thus stop the mouth agricultural France. On the other hand, he proclaims himself a sort of socialist providence to the proletarians of the towns, although in a rather awkward way, since the first palpable effect of his decree must be to make them pay more for their loaf than before. The savior of property shows the middle class that not even the formal intervention of his own mock legislatures, but a simple personal ukase on his part, is all that is wanted to make free with their purses, dispose of municipal property, trouble the course of trade, and subject their monetary dealings to his private crotchets. Lastly, the question is still to be considered from the pure Bonapartist point of view. Immense buildings for public granaries will become necessary over the whole of France, and what a fresh field they will open for jobs and plunder. An unexpected turn is also given to the trade in breadstuffs, what profits to be pocketed by the credit mobilier and the other gambling companions of His Imperial Majesty. At all events, we may be sure that the Imperial Socialist will prove more successful in raising the price of bread than he has been in attempts to reduce it. New York Tribune. January 24, 1859. No dateline. Like the boy and his wolf alarm, the Italians have so repeatedly affirmed that Italy is rife with agitation and on the eve of a revolution. The crowned heads of Europe have so often prated about a settlement of the Italian question, that it will not be surprising if the actual appearance of the wolf should be unheeded, and if a real revolution and a general European war should break out and take us unawares. The European aspect of 1859 is decidedly warlike, and, should the hostile bearing, the apparent preparations of France and Piedmont for war with Austria, end in smoke, it is not improbable that the burning hate of the Italians toward their oppressors, combined with their ever-increasing suffering, will find vent in a general revolution. We limit ourselves to a not improbable, for, if hope deferred maketh the heart sick, fulfillment of prophecy deferred maketh the mind skeptical. Still, if we are to credit the reports of English, Italian, and French journals, the moral condition of Naples is a facsimile of her physical structure, and a torrent of revolutionary lava would occasion no more surprise than would a fresh eruption of old Vesuvius. Writers from the Papal States dwell in detail on the increasing abuses of clerical government and the deep-rooted belief of the Roman population that reform or amelioration is impossible, that a total overthrow of said government is the sole remedy, that this remedy would have been administered long since but for the presence of Swiss, French, and Austrian troops, and that, in spite of these material obstacles, such an attempt may be made at any day or at any hour. From Venice and Lombardy the tidings are more definite and remind us forcibly of the symptoms that marked the close of 1847 and the commencement of 1848 in these provinces. Abstinence from the use of Austrian tobacco and manufactures is universal, also proclamations to the populace to refrain from places of public amusement. Studied proofs of hate offered to the Archduke and to all Austrian officials are carried to such a point that Prince Alfonso Parcia, an Italian nobleman devoted to the House of Habsburg, dared not in the public streets remove his hat as the Archduchess passed, the punishment for which misdemeanor, administered in the form of an order from the Archduke for the prince's immediate departure from Milan, acts as an incentive to his class to join the popular cry of Fuori I Tedeschi. If we add to these mute demonstrations of popular feeling the daily quarrels between the people and the soldiery, invariably provoked by the former, the revolt of the students of Pavia and the consequent closing of the universities, we have before our eyes a reenactment of the prologue to the 5 Days of Milan in 1848. But while we believe that Italy cannot remain forever in her present condition, while we know that active organization is going on throughout the peninsula, we are not prepared to say whether these manifestations are entirely the spontaneous ebullitions of the popular will or whether they are stimulated by the agents of Louis Napoleon and of his ally, Count Cavour. Judging from appearances, Piedmont, backed by France and perhaps by Russia, meditates an attack on Austria in the spring. From the reception of the Austrian ambassador at Paris, it would seem that he harbors no friendly designs toward the government represented by M. Hubner. From the concentration of so powerful a force at Algiers, it is not unnatural to suppose that hostilities to Austria would commence with an attack on her Italian provinces. The warlike preparations of Piedmont, the all but declarations of war to Austria that emanate daily from the official and semi-official portion of the Piedmontese press, give color to the surmise that the king will avail himself of the first pretext to cross the Ticino. Moreover, the report that Garibaldi, the hero of Montevideo and of Rome, has been summoned to Turin is confirmed from private and reliable sources. Cavour has had an interview with Garibaldi, informed him of the prospects of a speedy war, and has suggested to him the wisdom of collecting and organizing volunteers. Austria, of the chief parties concerned, gives evident proof that she lends credence to the rumors. In addition to her 120,000 men concentrated in her Italian provinces, she is augmenting her forces by every conceivable means and has just pushed forward a reinforcement of 30,000. The defenses of Venice, Trieste, etc., are being increased and strengthened, and in all her other provinces landowners and trainers are called on to bring forward their studs, as saddle horses are required for the cavalry and pioneers. And while, on the one hand, she omits no preparations for resistance in a prudent Austrian way, she is also providing for a possible defeat. From Prussia, the Piedmont of Germany, she can, at best, hope but for neutrality. The mission of her ambassador, Baron Siebach, to St. Petersburg seems to have failed utterly to win a prospect of success in the case of attack. The schemes of the Tsar in more ways than one, and not the least on the question of the Mediterranean, where he, too, has cast anchor, coincide too nearly with those of his ex-opponent, now fast ally, in Paris, to permit him to defend the grateful Austria. The well-known sympathy of the English people with the Italians in their hatred of the Jogo Tedesco renders it very doubtful whether any British ministry would dare to support Austria, anxious as one and all would be to do so. Moreover, Austria, in common with many others, has shrewd suspicions that the would-be avenger of Waterloo has by no means lost sight of his anxiety for the humiliation of perfidious Albion, that, not choosing to beard the lion in his den, he will not shrink from hurling defiance at him in the east, attacking, in conjunction with Russia, the Turkish Empire, thus bringing half the British forces into action on the eastern battlefield, while from Cherbourg he keeps the other half enforced in action guarding the British coasts. Therefore, in the case of actual war, Austria has the uncomfortable feeling that she must rely on herself alone, and one of her many expedients for suffering the least possible loss in case of defeat is worthy of notice for its impudent sagacity. The barracks, palaces, arsenals, and other official buildings throughout Venetian Lombardy are, nevertheless, considered the property of the empire. At this moment the government is compelling the different municipalities to purchase all these buildings at a fabulous price, alleging as its motive that it intends to rent instead of owning them for the future. Whether the municipalities will ever see a farthing of the rent, even if Austria retains her sway, is doubtful at best. But, should she be driven from all or from any part of her Italian territory, she will congratulate herself on her cunning scheme for converting a large portion of her forfeited treasure into portable cash. It is asserted, moreover, that she is using her utmost efforts to inspire the Pope, the King of Naples, the Dukes of Tuscany, Parma, and Modena with her own resolution to resist to the uttermost all attempts on the part of the people or the crowned heads to change the existing order of things in Italy. But none knows better than Austria herself how bad would be the best efforts of these poor tools to make head against the tide of popular insurrection or foreign interference. And while war on Austria is the fervent aspiration of every true Italian heart, we cannot doubt that a large majority of Italians look upon the prospects of a war begun by France and Piedmont as doubtful, to say the least, in its results. While none conscientiously believe that the murderer of Rome can by any human process be transformed into the savior of Lombardy, a small faction favor Louis Napoleon's designs of placing Murat on the throne of Naples, profess to believe in his intention to remove the Pope from Italy or to confine him to the city and campagna of Rome, and of assisting Piedmont to add the whole of northern Italy to her dominions. Then there is a party, small but honest, who imagine that the idea of an Italian crown dazzles Victor Emmanuel, who believe that he anxiously awaits the first opportunity to unsheath his sword for its attainment, and that it is with this sole end in view that the king will avail himself of help from France or any other help to achieve this coveted treasure. A much larger class, numbering adherents throughout the oppressed provinces of Italy, especially in Lombardy and among the Lombard emigration, having no particular faith in the Piedmontese king or Piedmontese monarchy, yet say, be their aims what they may, Piedmont has an army of 100,000 men, a navy, arsenals, and treasure. Let her throw down the gauntlet to Austria. We will follow her to the battlefield. If she is faithful, she shall have her reward. If she falls short of her mission, the nation will be strong enough to continue the battle once begun and follow it up to victory. The Italian National Party, on the contrary, denounce as a national calamity the inauguration of an Italian war of independence under the auspices of France and Piedmont. The point at issue with them is not, as is often erroneously supposed, whether Italy, once free from the foreigners, shall be united under a republican or monarchical form of government, but that the means proposed must fail to win Italy for the Italians and can at best only exchange one foreign yoke for another equally oppressive. They believe that the man of the 2nd of December will never make war at all unless compelled by the growing impatience of his army or by the threatening aspect of the French people, that, thus compelled, his choice of Italy as the theatre of war would have for its object the fulfillment of his uncle's scheme, the making of the Mediterranean a French lake, which end would be accomplished by seating Murat on the throne of Naples, that, in dictating terms to Austria, he seeks the completion of his revenge, commenced in the Crimea, for the treaties of 1815, when Austria was one of the parties, dictated to France terms humiliating in the extreme for the Bonaparte family. They look upon Piedmont as the mere cat's paw of France, convinced that his own ends achieved, not daring to assist Italy to attain that liberty which he denies to France. Napoleon III will conclude a peace with Austria and stifle all efforts of the Italians to carry on the war. If Austria shall have at all maintained her ground, Piedmont must content herself with the addition of the duchies of Parma and Modena to her present territory, but, should Austria be worst in the fight, that peace will be concluded on the Adige, which will leave the whole of Venice and part of Lombardy in the hands of the hated Austrians. This peace upon the Adige, they affirm, is already tacitly agreed on between Piedmont and France. Confident as this party feels of the triumph of the nation in the event of a national war against Austria, they maintain that, should that war be commenced with Napoleon for inspirer and the King of Sardinia for dictator, the Italians will have put it out of their own power to move a step in opposition to their accepted heads, to impede in any manner the wiles of diplomacy, the capitulations, treaties, and the re-riveting of their chains which must result therefrom. They point to the conduct of Piedmont toward Venice and Milan in 1848 and at Novara in 1849, and urge their countrymen to profit by that bitter experience of their fatal trust in princes. All their efforts are directed to complete the organization of the peninsula, to induce the people to unite in one supreme effort, and not to commence the struggle until they feel themselves capable of initiating the great national insurrection which, while deposing the Pope, Bomba, and Co., would render the armies, navies, and war material of the respective provinces available for the extermination of the foreign foe. Regarding the Piedmontese army and people as ardent champions of Italian liberty, they feel that the King of Piedmont will thus have ample scope for aiding the freedom and independence of Italy, if he chooses. Should he prove reactionary, they know that the army and people will side with the nation. Should he justify the faith reposed in him by his partisans, the Italians will not be backward in testifying their gratitude in a tangible form. In any case, the nation will be in a situation to decide on its own destinies. And feeling as they do that a successful revolution in Italy will be the signal for a general struggle on the part of all the oppressed nationalities to rid themselves of their oppressors, they have no fear of interference on the part of France, since Napoleon III will have too much home business on his hands to meddle with the affairs of other nations, even for the furtherance of his own ambitious aims. Aci tuxa, as the Italians say. We will not venture to predict whether the revolutionists or the regular armies will appear first on the field. What seems pretty certain is that a war begun in any part of Europe will not end where it commences. And if, indeed, that war is inevitable, our sincere and heartfelt desire is that it may bring about a true and just settlement of the Italian question and of various other questions, which, until settled, will continue from time to time to disturb the peace of Europe and, consequently, impede the progress and prosperity of the whole civilized world. Affairs in Prussia. New York Tribune. February 1, 1859. Berlin, January 11, 185,929. You know the German proverb, where there is nothing, the emperor loses his right, and this law of nothingness, lording it over so mighty a personage as an emperor, is, of course, not to be set at naught by your own correspondent, where there are no events, there is no reporting. Such is the very conclusive reason which has induced me for some weeks to lay an embargo on my missives from the capital of intelligence, the central residence, if not of worldly power, at least of the Weltgeist. The first phase of the Prussian movement ended in the general elections, while the second begins tomorrow with the opening of the Diet. Meanwhile, the views of the state of affairs in this country developed in my former letters, have been fully borne out by the slovenly, bit by bit, I cannot say march of things, but, as Dr. Johnson of pedantic memory might have called it, their movement with the belly to the ground, without legs, like a worm. 30 The German miles are longer than those of any other nation, but the steps by which they measure the ground are the shorter, with a vengeance. It is for this exact reason that in their fairy tales they are always dreaming of magical boots enabling their happy possessor to walk over a league at every lifting of the foot. The history of the past 10 years in this country has been so one-sidedly judged that some general considerations may not appear out of place. When the king with the brainless head ascended the throne, he was full of the visions of the Romantic school. He wanted to be a king by divine right and to be, at the same time, a popular king, to be surrounded by an independent aristocracy in the midst of an omnipotent bureaucratic administration, to be a man of peace at the head of barracks, to promote popular franchises while opposing all longings of modern liberalism, to be a restorer of ecclesiastic faith while boasting of the intellectual preeminence of his subjects, to play, in one word, the medieval king while acting as the king of Prussia. That abortion of the 18th century. But from 1840 to 1848 everything went the wrong way. The Landjunkers who had hoped the crowned collaborator of the politisches Wochenblatt which day by day had preached the necessity of engrafting the poetical rule of aristocracy upon the Prussian prosaic rule by the schoolmaster, the drill sergeant, the policeman, the tax-gatherer, and the learned mandarin were forced to accept the king's secret sympathies in lieu of real concessions. The middle class, still too weak to venture upon active movements, felt themselves compelled to march in the rear of the theoretical army led by Hegel's disciples against the religion, the ideas, and the politics of the Old World. In no former period was philosophical criticism so bold, so powerful, and so popular as in the first 8 years of the rule of Frederick William IV, who desired to supplant the shallow rationalism introduced into Prussia by Frederick by medieval mysticism. The power of philosophy during that period was entirely owing to the practical weakness of the bourgeoisie. As they could not assault the antiquated institutions, in fact, they must yield precedence to the bold idealists who assaulted them in the region of thought. 31 Finally, the Romantic king himself was, after all, like all his predecessors, but the visible hand of a commonplace bureaucratic government which he tried in vain to embellish with the fine sentiments of bygone ages. The revolution, or, rather, the counter-revolution to which it gave birth, altogether changed the face of things. The Landjunkers turned the private crotchets of the king to practical account and succeeded in driving the government back, not behind 1848, not behind 1815, but even behind 1807. There was an end of coy, romantic aspirations, but in their place there sprang up a Prussian House of Lords. Mortmain was restored, the private jurisdiction of the manor flourished. More than ever, exemption from taxation became again a sign of nobility, the policemen and the government men had to stoop to the nobleman, all places of power were surrendered to the scions of the landed aristocracy and gentry, the enlightened bureaucrats of the old school were swept away to be supplanted by the servile sycophants of rent rolls and landlords, and all the liberties won by the revolution, liberty of the press, liberty of meeting, liberty of speech, constitutional representation. All these liberties were not broken up, but maintained as the privileges of the aristocratic class. On the other hand, if the bourgeoisie in the bygone period had fostered the philosophical movement, the aristocracy now rooted it out and put Pietism in its place. Every enlightened professor was driven away from the university, and the viri obscuri, the Hankstenbergs, the Stahls, and tutti quanti seized upon all the educational institutions of Prussia from the village school to the great seminary of Berlin. The police and administrative machinery were not destroyed, but converted into the mere tools of the ruling class. Even industrial liberty was struck at, and, as the license system was turned into a mighty engine of patronage, intimidation, and corruption, so the artisans in the great towns were again pressed into corporations, guilds, and all the other extinct forms of a departed epoch. Thus, then, the boldest dreams of the king, which had remained dreams during the 8 years of his absolute regime, had all become fulfilled by the revolution and shown as palpable realities in the light of day during the 8 years from 1850 to 1857. But there is another side to the medal. The revolution had dispelled the ideological delusions of the bourgeoisie, and the counter-revolution had done away with their political pretensions. Thus, they were thrown back upon their real resources, trade and industry, and I do not think that any other people have, relatively, made so immense a start in this direction during the last decennial epoch as the Germans and, especially, the Prussians. If you saw Berlin 10 years ago, you would not recognize it now. From a stiff place of parade it has been transformed into the bustling center of German machine building. If you travel through Rhenish Prussia and the Duchy of Westphalia, Lancashire and Yorkshire will be recalled to your memory. If Prussia cannot boast one Isaac Pereire, she possesses hundreds of Mevasens at the head of more credits mobiliers than the German Diet numbers princes. The rage of getting rich, of ahead, of opening new mines, of building new factories, of constructing new railways, and, above all, of investing in joint stock company shares became the passion of the day and infected all classes from the peasant even to the coroneted prince who had once been a Reichsmittelbürger first. So, you see, the days when the bourgeoisie wept in Babylonian captivity and drooped their diminished heads were the very days when they became the effective power of the land. While even the inner man of the overbearing aristocrat became converted into a profit-loving, money-mongering stock jobber. If you want an example of speculative philosophy converted into commercial speculation, look at Hamburg in 1857.32. Did not these speculative Germans then prove masters in the swindling line? Still, this upward movement of the Prussian middle class strengthened by the general rise in the prices of commodities and, consequently, the general fall of the fixed incomes of their bureaucratic rulers was, of course, accompanied by the ruin of the small middle class and the concentration of the working class. The ruin of the small middle class during the last 8 years is a general fact to be observed all over Europe, but nowhere so strikingly as in Germany. Does this phenomenon need any explanation? I answer in one word: look at the millionaires of today who were the poor devils of yesterday. For one man of nothing to become a millionaire overnight, $1,000 men must have been turned into beggars during the day. The magic of the stock exchange will do this sort of thing in the twinkling of an eye, quite apart from the slower methods by which modern industry centralizes fortunes. A discontented small middle class and a concentrated working class have, therefore, during the last 10 years grown up in Prussia simultaneously with the bourgeoisie. The war prospect in France. New York Tribune. March 31, 1859. Paris, March 9, 1859. At the time when the war alarm had seized upon all the bourses of Europe, I wrote that Bonaparte was far from having definitively decided upon war, but that, whatever his real intentions might be, the control of circumstances was likely to slip from his hands. 33 At the present moment, when the greater part of the European press seems inclined to believe in peace, I feel sure that there will be war unless some happy combination lead to a sudden overthrow of the usurper and his dynasty. This much the most superficial observer must admit, that the prospects of peace being circumscribed within the limits of talk, the prospects of war, on the contrary, are based upon material facts. War preparations are being carried on both in France and Austria on a scale unprecedented, and, if one considers the desperate state of the two imperial treasuries, no long chain of arguments is wanted to lead to the conclusion that fighting is meant, and at no distant period too. Let me remark that Austria is pursued by a merciless fate which, whenever her finances seem on the point of recovering, flings her back into an abyss of financial distress as certainly as the malignant marble painfully rolled up the mountain by Sisyphus was darted down by unseen hands whenever the doomed martyr approached the summit. Thus Austria, after years of incessant efforts, had in 1845 succeeded in approaching the point where income and expense meet each other, when the Krakowian Revolution broke out and necessitated an extra expenditure on her part, which led to the catastrophe of 1848.34. Again in 1858 she was announcing to the world the resumption of cash payments by the Bank of Vienna, when all at once the New Year's congratulations sent over from Paris roughly cut short all plans of economy and doomed her to a waste of treasure and an exhaustion of resources which, even in the eyes of the most sober Austrian statesmen, makes war appear the last chance of salvation. 35. Of all journals which boast a more than local influence, the Tribune is, perhaps, the only one that has never condescended to share in the common slang, I will not say of praising Louis Bonaparte's character, because that would have been too bad, but of crediting him with genius and superior force of will. You analyzed his political, military, and financial exploits, and, in my opinion, proved incontrovertibly that his success, so overwhelming in the estimation of the vulgar, was due to a concatenation of circumstances which he had not created, and in using which he never rose beyond the mediocrity of the professional gambler gifted with a keen eye for expedients, for surprises and coups de main, but always remaining the humble servant of hazard and anxiously concealing beneath a mask of iron a soul of gutta percha. Now, this is exactly the view which from the first all the great powers of Europe have silently consented to take of the Grand Saltimbanque, as Russian diplomatists called him. Understanding that he was dangerous because he had placed himself in a dangerous position, they agreed to allow him to play the successor of Napoleon on the express, although tacit, condition that he should always content himself with the mere appearance of influence and never overstep the boundaries which separate the actor from the hero he personates. This game went on successfully for some time, but the diplomatists, as is their habit, had in their wise calculations overlooked one important item, the people. When Orsini's grenades exploded, the hero of Satire feigned to assume an attitude of dictation against England, and the British government proved quite willing to allow him to do so. But popular clamour exercised so violent a pressure on Parliament that Palmerston was not only thrown out, but an anti-Bonapartist policy became a vital condition for the tenancy of Downing Street. 36 Bonaparte gave way, and from that moment his foreign policy has proved one uninterrupted chain of blunders, humiliations, and failures. I need only allude to his free Negro immigration scheme and his Portuguese adventures. 37 Meanwhile, Orsini's attempt had created a recrudescence of despotism in the interior of France, while the commercial crisis withdrew from beneath the parvenu throne the only real basis upon which it rested, material prosperity. Signs of disaffection showed themselves in the ranks of the army, signals of mutiny became audible in the camp of the bourgeoisie, menaces of personal vengeance on the part of Orsini's countrymen poisoned the sleep of the usurper, when, all of a sudden, he tried to create for himself a new position by repeating, mutatis mutandis, Napoleon's rough apostrophe after the Peace of Luneville to the English ambassador, and by throwing in the name of Italy the gauntlet into the face of Austria. 38 It was not from his free will, but from the force of circumstances, that he, the representative of reserve, the field marshal of expedients, the hero of nocturnal surprises, undertook such a desperately bold step. There is no doubt that he was pushed on by false friends. Palmerston, who at Compiègne had flattered him with the sympathies of the English liberals, ostensibly turned against him on the opening of Parliament. 39 Russia, which had urged him on by secret notes and public newspaper articles, entered seemingly into diplomatic pourparlers with her Austrian neighbor. But the die was cast, the war trumpet had sounded, and Europe was, so to say, forced to reconsider the past, the present, and the future of the successful blackleg who had at last arrived at the Italian campaign with which his uncle had begun his career. By the days of December, he had restored Napoleonism in France, but by an Italian campaign he seemed determined upon restoring it all over Europe. What he meant was not an Italian war, but an Austrian humiliation without a war. Successes which his namesake had bought at the mouth of the cannon, he was to wring from the fear of revolution. That he meant no war, but only a success d'estime, is evident. Otherwise, he would have commenced with diplomatic negotiations and ended with war, instead of following the opposite course. He would have prepared for war before talking war. He would, in one word, not have put the carriage before the horses. But he had sadly mistaken the power with which he picked a quarrel. England, Russia, and the United States may go a great length in the way of apparent concession without losing one single atom of their real influence, but Austria, above all with respect to Italy, cannot swerve from her path without endangering her empire itself. Accordingly, the only answers Bonaparte received from Austria were preparations of war which compelled him to embark in the same waters. Quite independent of his will and quite contrary to his expectation, the mock quarrel assumed by and by the dimensions of a deadly conflict. Moreover, everything went the wrong way. In France, he met with a passive but stubborn resistance, and the anxiety of his most interested friends to keep him back from mischief left no doubt of their distrust in his Napoleonic faculties. In England, the Liberal party turned on him the cold shoulder and railed at his pretensions of treating liberty as a French article of export. In Germany, a unanimous shout of defiance proved to him that, whatever the stupid French peasantry might fancy in 1848, there existed on the other side of the Rhine a settled conviction that he was a spurious Napoleon only, and that the respect shown to him by their rulers was a mere conventionality, that, in one word, he was as much a Napoleon by courtesy as the younger sons of English dukes are lords by courtesy. Now, do you think in earnest that the necessity which, in January 1859, led the man into the Austrian complication will be overcome by a ridiculous and shameful reculade, or that the hero of Satire himself thinks he has improved his desperate position by the greatest and most unmistakable defeat he ever underwent? He knows that the French officers do not even affect to conceal their desperate anger at his ridiculous lies told in the Moniteur about the present war preparations. He knows that the Paris shopkeeper is already beginning to draw parallels between Louis Philippe's retreat before an European coalition in 1840 and Louis Bonaparte's Grande Retirade in 1859, that the bourgeoisie are pervaded by an evident, although smothered, rage at their subjection under an adventurer who turns out to be cowardly, that in Germany undisguised contempt for him rules supreme, and that a few more steps in the same direction will make him the laughing-stock of the world. N'est pas monstre qui vote, said Victor Hugo, but the Dutch adventurer cannot do without the reputation of being not only a Quasimodo but a terrible one. 40 The chances which he now reckons upon for beginning the war in earnest are these: Austria will not make the least concession during the diplomatic transactions pending and will thus give him some respectable pretext for appealing to the sword. Prussia has shown herself very lukewarm in her answer to the Austrian note of February 22. And the antagonism between these two German powers may be widened. England's foreign policy will, on the downbreak of the Derby cabinet, fall into the hands of Lord Palmerston. Russia will take her revenge upon Austria without herself risking a man or a ruble, and, above all, she will create European complications, allowing her to take advantage of the meshes she has laid for the Sublime Porte in the Danubian principalities, in Servia and Montenegro. Italy, at last, will commence burning while the diplomatic smoke envelopes the conferences at Paris, and the people of Europe will yield to rising Italy what they refuse to its self-constituted champion. Such are the chances which Louis Bonaparte hopes will once more launch his fortune on the high sea. The pangs of anxiety that he labors under now you may infer from the one fact that at a recent ministerial council he was overcome by a severe fit of vomiting. The horror of Italian vengeance is not the least powerful motive in urging him on to war at any price. That the judges of the Peninsular Femme are watching over him he again ascertained 3 weeks ago. A man was seized in the garden of the Tuileries, searched, and found to be the bearer of a revolver and of 2 or 3 hand grenades with nipples like Orsini's. He was, of course, arrested and carried to prison. He gave an Italian name and had an Italian accent. He said he could give the police a great deal of information, for he was connected with a secret society. For 2 or 3 days, however, he was very silent, and at last he petitioned for a companion, saying he could not, and would not, tell anything so long as he should be kept in solitary confinement. A companion was given him in the shape of one of the prison functionaries, a sort of archivist or librarian. The Italian then revealed, or appeared to reveal, many things. But, at the end of another day or two, his questioners returned and informed him that, on inquiry, all he had uttered was found to be unsupported by facts and that he must make up his mind to act frankly. He said he would the next day. He was left to himself for the night. About 4 o'clock. In the morning he rose, borrowed his companion's razor, and cut his throat. The doctor called in gave as his opinion that the cut was so energetically made that life must have been extinguished on the instant. A historic parallel. New York Tribune. March 31, 1859. No dateline. When Louis Napoleon, emulating the less lucky Marino Faliero of Venice, vaulted to a throne by perjury and treason, by midnight conspiracy and the seizure of the incorruptible members of the assembly in their beds, the sovereign princes and aristocracies of Europe almost to a man exulted in his success as their own. 41 The crimes are his, was their general chuckle, but their fruits are ours. Louis Napoleon reigns in the Tuileries, while we reign even more securely and despotically our domains in our factories, on the bourse, and in our counting houses. Down with all socialism. Vive l'Empereur! And, next to the military, the fortunate usurper plied all his arts to attach the rich and powerful, the thrifty and speculating, to his standard. The empire is peace, he exclaimed, and the millionaires almost deified him. Our very dear son in Jesus Christ, the Pope affectionately termed him, and the Roman Catholic priesthood saluted him with every expression of confidence and devotion. Stocks rose. Banks of credit mobilier sprang up and flourished. Millions were made at a dash of the pen in new railroads, a new slave trade, and new speculations of every sort. The British aristocracy, turning their back on the past, doffed their caps and pulled their forelocks to the new Bonaparte. He paid a family visit to Queen Victoria and was feasted by the City of London. The Exchange touched glasses with the Bourse. There was general congratulation and handshaking among the apostles of stock jobbing and a conviction that the golden calf had finally been fully deified and that his Aaron was the new French autocrat. 7 years have rolled away, and all is changed. Napoleon III has spoken the word that may never be unsaid nor forgotten. No matter whether he rushes on his destiny as recklessly as his forerunner did in Spain and Russia or is forced by the indignant, universal murmur of the royalties and bourgeoisies of Europe into a position of temporary submission to their will, the spell is forever broken. They knew him long since as a villain, but they deemed him a serviceable, pliant, obedient, grateful villain, and they now see their mistake. He has been using them all the time that they supposed they were using him. He loves them exactly as he loves his dinner or his wine. They have served him so far in a certain way, they must now serve him in another way or brave his vengeance. If the empire is peace, henceforth it is peace on the Mincio or the Danube, peace with his eagles flaunting in triumph on the Po and the Adige, if not on the Rhine and Elbe as well. It is peace with the Iron Crown on his brow, Italy a French satrapy, and with Great Britain, Prussia, Austria merely satellites revolving around and lighted by the central orb, France the empire of Charlemagne. Of course, there is gnashing of teeth in royal palaces, but not less in the halls of bankers and merchant princes. For the year 1859 was opening under auspices that promised a restoration of the golden days of 36 and 56. The long protracted stagnation of manufacturing had exhausted stocks of metals, wares, and fabrics. The manifold bankruptcies had measurably purified the atmosphere of commerce. Ships began again to have a market value, warehouses were about once more to be built and filled, stocks were buoyant and millionaires decidedly jolly. In short, there was never a brighter commercial prospect, a more serene, auspicious sky. A word changes all this, and that word is uttered by the hero of the coup d'état, the elect of December, the savior of society. It is spoken wantonly, coolly, with evident premeditation to M. Hubner, the Austrian envoy, and clearly indicates a settled purpose to pick a quarrel with Francis Joseph or bully him into a humiliation more fatal than 3 lost battles, though evidently calculated for instant effect on the bourse in aid of gambling stock sales to deliver. It betrayed a fixed purpose to recast the map of Europe. Austria must recede from all those nominally independent Italian states which she now practically occupies by virtue of treaties with their willing rulers, or France and Sardinia will occupy Milan and menace Mantua with such an army as General Bonaparte never commanded in Italy. The Pope must reform the abuses of clerical rule in his states or follow the petty despots of Tuscany, Parma, Modena, etc. in their headlong race to find safety at Vienna. The Rothschilds groan over their $11 millions lost by the depreciation of stocks consequent on the menace to Hubner and utterly refuse to be comforted. The manufacturers and traders mournfully realize that their anticipated harvest of 1,859 is likely to give place to a harvest of death. Everywhere apprehension, discontent, and indignation convulse the breasts on which the throne of the man of December reposed so securely a few months ago. And the cast down, broken idol can never be set on its pedestal again. He may recoil before the storm he has raised and again receive the benedictions of the Pope and the caresses of the British Queen, but neither will be more than lip service. They know him now what the peoples knew him long since: a reckless gambler, a desperate adventurer, who would as soon dice with royal bones as any other if the game promised to leave him a winner. They know him one who, having, like Macbeth, waded to a crown through human gore, finds it easier to go forward than to return to peace and innocence. From the hour of his demonstration against Austria, Louis Napoleon stood alone among potentates. The young Emperor of Russia may for his own purposes seem to be still his friend, but that seeming is an empty one. Napoleon I in 1813 was the prototype of Napoleon III in 1859, and the latter will probably rush on his fate as substantially as the former did. What has Italy gained? New York Tribune. July 27, 1859. No dateline. The Italian War is finished. Napoleon has ended it as suddenly and unexpectedly as the Austrians began it. Though brief, it has been costly. It has concentrated into a few weeks not only the exploits, the invasions and counter-invasions, the marches, the battles, the conquests, and the losses, but also the expenditures, both in life and money, of many much longer wars. Some of the results of it are palpable enough. Austria has lost territory, her reputation for military prowess has been seriously damaged, her pride has been deeply wounded. But the lessons she has learned, if any, are, we apprehend, rather military than political, and any changes she may be led to make in consequence of this war will be changes in drill, discipline, and arms, rather than in her political system or her methods of administration. She may have been made a convert to the efficacy of rifled cannon, she may perhaps introduce into her service some imitation of the French zouaves. This is much more likely than that she will essentially modify the government of what remains to her of her Italian provinces. Austria has lost, too, at least for the present, that guardianship over Italy, her persistence in which, in spite of the remonstrances and complaints of Sardinia, was made the occasion of the late war. But, though Austria has been obliged for the present to relinquish this office, the office itself does not appear to be vacant. It is a very significant fact that the new settlement of the affairs of Italy was decided at a short interview between the emperors of France and Austria, both strangers, each at the head of an army of strangers, and that this settlement was made not only without the formality of even seeming to consult the parties who were the subjects of it, but without the knowledge on their part that they were thus being bargained away and disposed of. Two armies from beyond the Alps meet and fight in the plains of Lombardy. After a 6 weeks' struggle, the foreign sovereigns of these foreign armies undertake to settle and arrange the affairs of Italy without taking a single Italian into their councils. The King of Sardinia, who in a military point of view had been placed on the level of a French general, seems to have had no more share or voice in the final arrangement than if he had been, in fact, merely a French general. It was the ground of the complaints so loudly urged by Sardinia against Austria not merely that she claimed a general superintendence of Italian affairs, but that she was the advocate of all existing abuses, that it was her policy to keep things as they were, interfering with the internal administration of her Italian neighbors and claiming the right to suppress by force of arms any attempt on the part of the inhabitants of those countries to modify or improve their political condition. And what more respect is paid to Italian sentiment and wishes, or to that right of revolution of which Sardinia was the patron, under the new arrangement than under the old one. The Italian duchies south of the Po, though their proffered aid in the war was accepted, are, it would seem, under the treaty of peace to be handed back to their expelled princes. In no part of Italy has misgovernment been more complained of than in the states of the Church. The maladministration of those states and the countenance and support given by Austria to that maladministration have been prominently set forth as one of the worst features, if not the very worst feature, in the late condition of Italian affairs. But, though Austria has been obliged to relinquish her armed protectorate of the states of the Church, the unfortunate inhabitants of those territories have gained nothing by the change. France supports the temporal authority of the Holy See to full as great an extent as Austria ever did, and, since the abuses of the Roman government are regarded by the Italian patriots as inseparable from its sacerdotal character, there seems to be no hope of improvement. France, in the position which she now holds of sole protector of the Pope, makes herself in fact more responsible for the abuses of the Roman government than Austria ever was. With respect to the Italian Confederation which forms a part of the new arrangement, there is this to be observed, either that Confederation will be a political reality possessing a certain degree of power and influence, or else a mere sham. If it be the latter, Italian union, liberty, and development can gain nothing by it. If it be a reality, considering the elements of which it is composed, what can be expected from it? Austria, the Pope, and the King of Naples, combined in the interests of despotism, will easily carry the day against Sardinia, even if the other smaller states should side with her. Austria may even avail herself of this new standing ground to secure a control over the other Italian states quite as objectionable, to say the least, as that which she lately claimed to exercise under special treaties with them. Louis Napoleon and Italy. New York Tribune. August 29, 1859. No dateline. Every day throws new light on the words and acts of Napoleon III in Italy and helps us to understand what freedom from the Alps to the Adriatic means on his lips. The war, so far as he was concerned, was only another French expedition to Rome on a grander scale in all respects, to be sure, but in motive and results not dissimilar to that Republican enterprise. Having saved France from a European war by concluding the Treaty of Villafranca, the liberator is now about to save Italian society by the compulsory restoration of the princes and by the military suppression of popular movements in central Italy and the Legate Ions, while the British press was teeming with vague conjectures and ondits as to the probable changes which the stipulations of Villafranca were likely to undergo in the conference at Zurich, and Lord John Russell, with the incorrigible indiscretion that induced Lord Palmerston to entrust the seals of the Foreign Office to him, felt himself warranted solemn declaration to the House of Commons that Bonaparte would abstain from lending his bayonets to the dethroned princes. The Wiener Zeitung of August 8 appeared, headed by the following official declaration: The Zurich Conference is about to meet in order definitively to conclude the peace of which the main features were agreed upon at Villafranca. It is difficult for one who considers this evident significance of the conference to understand how the press, not only abroad but even in Austria, could have felt at liberty to express doubts with respect to the execution or the practicableness of the Villafranca stipulations. Sealed by the signs manual of the two emperors, those peace preliminaries possess the guarantee of their execution in the pledges and the power of two monarchs. This is plain language. On the one hand, there are the vain declamations of the deluded Italians; on the other hand, there is the sic volo, sic jubeo of Francis Joseph and Louis Bonaparte, which is backed by bayonets, rifled cannon, and other armes de precision. If the Italian patriots refuse to yield to oily persuasions, they must give way to brute force. There is no other alternative. Lord John Russell's declaration, which he probably uttered in perfect good faith, as it was only put in his mouth that it might help to get rid of the British Parliament during the period appointed for crushing Italy under the iron heel of the Allied despots, to the contrary notwithstanding. As to the Pope's temporal power in the Legate Ions, Louis Napoleon did not even wait for the end of the war to dictate its maintenance. The preliminaries of Villafranca stipulate for the restoration of the Austrian princes in Tuscany and Modena. The return of the Duchess of Parma to power was not included in the stipulations, for Francis Joseph wished to wreak his vengeance upon that princess for having declined openly to pin her fortunes to those of Austria. Yet with his native magnanimity Louis Napoleon has condescended to listen to the humble prayers of the Donna Errante. Through the instrumentality of Walewski he has pledged his word of honor to Señor Mon, the Spanish ambassador at Paris, that she shall be restored to a throne over the same extent of territory as before, with the single exception, perhaps, of the fortress of Piacenza, which is to be made over to Victor Emmanuel. He behaves well at the conference at Zurich. At the idea of playing protector to the sister of the Bourbons, the parvenu not only felt immensely flattered but thought that he had at last hit upon a sure means of conciliating the goodwill of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, which had hitherto scornfully repulsed his advances and held toward him a haughty attitude of reserve. But how was the liberator of nationalities to become the missionary of law and order, the savior of instituted society? How successfully assume this less poetic role? It was a long step downward. To create and protract the incertitude of the public as to the true meaning of the Villafranca preliminaries and to indulge it with wild rumors and sage conjectures was obviously one method gradually to prepare Europe for the worst. Lord Palmerston, who hates Austria, professes to love Italy, and is notoriously the confidant of Napoleon III, has helped the man of December over this slippery ground. Having ousted the Derby ministry because of their Austrian sympathies, Palmerston seemed to have pledged himself to all Europe and, especially, to Italy for the upright intentions of Napoleon III, his august ally. And so, he has quietly put Parliament out of the way, if, indeed, he has not sent it home with a deliberate falsehood in its ear. His positive declaration that England had not yet made up her mind whether or not to participate in the European Congress, which will probably sanction the conclusions of the Zurich Conference and thus lighten the burden of odium which would otherwise rest upon Napoleon's shoulders by distributing it among all the powers of Europe, is contradicted by the Prussian papers, which have published a semi-official note stating that England and Russia have conjointly called upon the Court of Berlin and demanded its concurrence in this European Congress. Napoleon's second step, which he did not take until the feverish excitement of the public mind had been somewhat allayed, was in Sardinia. He strove to induce Victor Emmanuel to do his work for him, a thing not easily to be managed. Whatever Austria and her dependents had lost, Victor Emmanuel seemed to have gained. He had become, in point of fact though not yet in name, the regent of central Italy and of the Legations, the inhabitants of which countries generally proclaimed his dynasty out of hatred to Austria, if not from love of Piedmont. The first demand which the French crusader of liberty made of his new vassal was that he should resign his official leadership of the popular movement. This Victor Emmanuel could not refuse. He withdrew the Sardinian commissioners from the duchies and the papal territories, recalling Boncompagni from Florence, Massimo d'Azeglio from the Romagna, and Farini from Modena. But the imperial liberator was not yet satisfied. From previous experience in France he had seen reason to conclude that, under proper management, popular suffrage forms the best machinery in the world by which to establish a despotism upon a firm and comely basis. The King of Sardinia was consequently requested to operate upon the popular elections in the insurgent provinces so as to make the restoration of their princes appear to be the will of the people. Victor Emmanuel would not, of course, hear of a request the fulfillment of which was sure to blight forever the prospects of Italian freedom and to change Evives into a general cry of execration throughout the peninsula. He is said to have answered Count de Rizet, the French tempter, in these words: "Monsieur, I am, first of all, an Italian prince. Do not forget that fact. The interests of Italy appear to me of more consequence than those of Europe, to which you have been pleased to allude. I cannot lend the authority of my name to the restoration of the dethroned princes, I will not do so. I have already been too indulgent in allowing things to follow their own course as they do." And the chivalrous king is even said to have added, "If armed intervention is determined upon, you will hear from me. As to the confederation, my interest and my honor are alike opposed to it, and I will, therefore, combat it to the death." Soon after this reply was transmitted to Paris, the famous article of Granier de Casagnac on Italian ingratitude containing the sinister intimation that, if the protection of a mighty hand was withdrawn, the Austrian eagle would soon perch on the royal palace of Turin made its appearance. Victor Emmanuel was presently informed that his possession of Piacenza would depend on his good behavior and that the relative influence of the Italian princes in the proposed confederation was still a matter of debate. And the final blow was given to him by bringing the question of the nationality of Savoy upon the carpet, accompanied with an intimation that, if Bonaparte had aided Victor Emmanuel in freeing Italy from the yoke of Austria, he could hardly refuse to free Savoy from the yoke of Sardinia. These menaces soon assumed a tangible shape in the agitation which, on a signal from Paris, broke out among the feudal and Catholic party of Savoy. "The Savoyards," exclaimed a Paris paper, "are weary of spending their money and shedding the blood of their sons for the Italian cause." This was a strong argumentum ad hominem to Victor Emmanuel, and, if he has not directly accepted the task set before him, there is some reason to fear that he has at least promised to pave the way for armed French intervention. If the intelligence contained in the telegram dated Parma, August 9, according to which the Piedmontese have been driven from the city and the Red Republic proclaimed, while property holders and the friends of order are taking flight, is to be relied upon, it is ominous of the future. But true or false, it may well be the signal for the savior of order and property to intervene, to march his zouaves against the incorrigible anarchists, and to clear the road for the returning princes, one of whom, the son in whose behalf the Grand Duke of Tuscany abdicated, has met with a cordial reception at the Tuileries. And the French troops, who are on their way home, have received orders to stay in Italy, so that the obstacles in the way of successful negotiations at Zurich will soon disappear. Chapter 3. Palmerston's re-election as the political consolidation of imperialism. Introduction. Is Marx's concept of Bonapartism merely a theory of how certain dictatorships come to be and operate? Or is it an epical theory of the transformation, the authoritarianization of the state, the public sphere, and politics under conditions of mass democracy? It is remarkable the degree to which this question simply passed unposed by Marxists in the 20th century. 1 Indeed, the very category of Bonapartism largely fell out of Marxist usage, just as it did among the liberals who originally coined it. 2 Though Marx and Engels authored no theory of the state, they did analyze it in political pamphlets and journalism and, indirectly, through the critique of political economy, which grasped that the contradiction of bourgeois freedom conditioned, even necessitated, mass democracy, and, with it, the re-emergence and transformation of the state, the reversal of the process whereby the state had been subordinated to society. The emergence of capital retroactively transformed modern history into one of primitive accumulation and the perfection of the state. Marx's approach to Bonapartism in the United Kingdom, especially, has passed unacknowledged. It seems largely to have satisfied 20th century students of Marx to learn that he wrote on Britain, with little concern for what he actually said. 3 Even less attention has been paid to how Marx's views of British politics developed, whether in response to events or the broader development of his thought. And there simply is no Marxist political history of Great Britain that takes up Marx's own arguments respecting parliamentary Bonapartism. Instead, positions on parties, political systems and dynamics, and personalities developed by one of history's greatest political minds have gone largely neglected. Consequently, commentary on these writings is confined primarily to Marx biographies and to prefaces to selections of the writings themselves. The exception that proved the rule was a handful of New Left Review writers, Tom Nairn, Perry Anderson, David Fernbach, and Gareth Stedman Jones, who touched on the writings largely to dismiss or distort them. For instance, Anderson and Nairn's treatment was in the context of inquiries into Victorian political history that were class-focused, historicist, and sociological. As Anderson himself later remarked, the debates into which they dragged Marx's journalism had at their center a dispute over the character of the dominant class in Hanoverian and Victorian England and the nature of the state over which presided. For these new leftists, Victorian politics was dominated by aristocrats, as it had been since the 17th century, so that, as John Saville summarizes, the industrial bourgeoisie a cadet grouping within the British propertied classes. 5. Neither the Nairn-Anderson argument nor E. P. Thompson's 1965 rejoinder, peculiarities of the English, so much as touched upon the fundamental question of the altered necessity of the state under conditions of capital. 6. David Fernbach's introduction to the second volume of Marx's political writings, brought out by New Left Books in the early 1970s bearing the subtitle Surveys from Exile, epitomizes the approach to Marx's British journalism the New Left took in the 1960s and 70s. According to Fernbach, Marx's experience of the Revolution of 1848 was of no relevance to England, where the relationship between political power and civil society was quite different from that which Marx had studied in France and Germany. In those countries, we are told, society was to a notorious extent dominated by the state, whereas the British state of the mid-Victorian period did not possess the immense standing army and bureaucracy of its continental neighbours. 7. While he includes in his anthology writings on overseas colonies, these are hived off from the question of the relationship between political power and civil society in Britain, which he seems to regard as a country that just happened to possess a vast overseas empire. In keeping with the Nairn-Anderson thesis, Fernbach deprecates the significance of Chartism. Marx was wrong, he says, to believe that the Chartist program of universal suffrage was the equivalent for political power for the working class of England. 8. Indeed, Marx was wrong to participate in the attempt at reconstituting English Chartism in the 1850s, given that the industrial workers of the 19th century had no revolutionary tradition with historic memory to draw on and, anyway, the Chartist party consistently represented the aristocracy of labour. 9. The English bourgeoisie, for its part, was simply benighted, remaining, as we are told, untouched by the rationalist ideology of the Enlightenment. 10. As if Marx's chef d'oeuvre was not rooted in the study of the overwhelmingly British current within the Enlightenment, political economy, which Marx treats as the bourgeois ideology par excellence, one necessarily taken up, analyzed, debated, and, ultimately, inherited by socialism. Fernbach's understanding of Marx's journalism focuses on geography, rather than history. For him, Marx's writings of 1848–52 were mainly about France and Germany, with France being the archetype, Germany a deviation. England fit neither model, but represented yet another Sonderweg, yet another special road to socialism. Marx had already had to recognize with respect to Germany that the general schema of the manifesto could be distorted by relative backwardness, but he failed to understand that it could be equally distorted by England's relative precocity. Supposedly unfamiliar with the language and political landscape, Marx failed to grasp England's national peculiarity. The root of Marx's error was his application to England of a political model worked out on the basis of continental experience. 11. It is an index of the weakness of the 20th century Marxist tradition that the country that first industrialized, with the first modern police force and the overwhelmingly largest overseas empire of the time, has nevertheless been treated largely without cavil as either a paragon of liberalism, an aristocratic anomaly, or, somehow, both at the same time. As Theodore Rothstein already observed in 1905, it was customary, both in historical textbooks and in the discussions of the future of capitalism which occurred whenever capitalism emerged in any country, to contrast the natural economic and social development of England with the artificial development of the country in question. 12. This is the approach Anderson and the New Left Review adopted, if only to argue what was implicit all along, that the norm was just another deviation. For Marx, by contrast, the nation-state was always an element within a system of states. Within that, there was no norm. As the transformation of British politics advanced over the 1850s, Marx came increasingly to recognize that a new era of political activity had dawned. Both the economic crisis of 1857–58 and the opposition to overseas aggression in Asia had failed to galvanize a new revolutionary upsurge. They did create, however, a new party political system in Britain, one signalled by the establishment of the Liberal Party in 1859, and this coincided with the rapid upsurge in the trade union movement. At the same time, global politics began to thaw. At a personal level, for Marx and Engels the worst agonies of exile had begun, however uncertainly, to abate. In 1856, Marx had been able to move his family out of Soho to a better home in Grafton Terrace in Kentish Town, in what were at the time the northwest suburbs of London. By the early 1860s, the nagging financial hassles that he and Engels had faced throughout the previous decade were palpably easing, crucially with Engels's inheritance from his father in 1860, Marx's inheritance from his mother in 1863, the bequest left Marx by Wilhelm Wolff in 1864, and Engels's successful negotiation of partnership in Ehrman and Engels in 1864. Taken together, these laid the foundations for both men's long-sought financial stability. In 1869, Engels returned to full-time political and intellectual collaboration with Marx. In its early years, the counter-revolution consummated by Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état faced little opposition. As Engels remarked, from the 2nd of December, 1851, the continent of Europe was, politically speaking, covered as with a shroud. The powers which, by the grace of the armies, had issued victorious out of the great revolutionary contest had been allowed to govern as they liked, to make and unmake, to keep or break the laws just as they pleased. Representative institutions had everywhere been degraded to a mere sham, there was scarcely any parliamentary opposition anywhere, the press was gagged, and one might have thought that the European continent had given up all ideas of political life after the experiment of 1848 and that military despotism, the rule of the Caesars, was generally acquiesced in. Point 13. Conditioning this politics was, as we have seen, intense economic growth, both in Britain and on the continent. History regressed through progress, in politics, adoration of the sword, in morals, general corruption and hypocritical return to exploded superstitions, in political economy, the mania of getting rich without the pains of producing such have been the tendencies manifested by society during its counter-revolutionary orgies of 14. Already with respect to the British election of 1852, Marx had argued that the crisis of Chartism coincided with a general paralysis of parliamentary governance. Identifying what he termed the apathy of the privileged constituencies, Marx noted that they have lost every interest in their own political existence. This is in no wise apathy against politics in general, but against a species of politics the result of which, for the most part, can only consist in helping the Tories to oust the Whigs or the Whigs to conquer the Tories. The constituencies feel instinctively that the decision lies no longer either with Parliament or with the making of Parliament. Point 15. The following year, Marx analyzed how, under Palmerston, imperial foreign policy grew increasingly independent of Parliament, recognizing in that process a highly unstable crisis management system, both a cause of, and response to, a permanent state of geopolitical emergency. Marx traced closely Palmerston's rise from the beginning of the Crimean War till his ascendancy to Prime Minister in 1855. At that time, the old parliamentary parties that had been entrusted with a monopoly of government now exist merely in the form of coteries, but the same causes that deprived these coteries of the strength to form parties, to differ from one another, deprive them of the strength to unite. 16 In 1857 the most English minister pulled off that rarest of tricks for an incumbent head of state, gaining an even stronger position by an appeal to the electorate. That appeal was not only brazenly jingoistic, it openly avowed the necessity of government, specifically, foreign policy by permanent executive prerogative. Mass politics had yet to fully emerge, certainly, mass socialist parties were absent, and Britain was a long way from universal suffrage. Nonetheless, the massification of democracy was discernible. Meanwhile, hopes for the resuscitation of Chartism were dashed by Ernest Jones's abandonment of the project just as the economic crisis of 1857 erupted. As Marx wrote to Engels, Jones is playing a very inane role. As you know, long before the crisis, he proposed to hold a Chartist conference to which bourgeois radicals were also to be invited. The general idea was to come to a compromise with the bourgeois. This proposal gave rise to splits in the Chartist party, and these in turn involved Jones even more deeply in his project. Now, instead of making use of the crisis and substituting genuine agitation for an ill-chosen pretext for agitation, he clings to his nonsense. The ass should begin by forming a party, for which purpose he must go to the manufacturing districts. 17. Yet, as he acknowledged, Jones's excuse was the enervation now rampant among the working class of England. 18. But Marx considered the absence of socialist political leadership to itself be a critical factor in that enervation. According to Marx's long-held conception, the 1857 economic crisis ought to have sparked a revolution. This conception now gave way, or, rather, became more thoroughly political. And Marx steadfastly upheld that other element of his post-1848 vision, party formation on a class-independent basis. As he had warned in 1850, 15, 20, 50 years of civil wars to go through in order to alter the situation and to train for the exercise of power. 19. That is why he railed in 1858 against our friend Jones, complaining to Engels that has decidedly sold himself to the bright coterie. Is preaching union of the middle and working classes. 20. Engels replied from Manchester. The Jones business is most distasteful. He held a meeting here and the speech he made was entirely in the spirit of the new alliance. After that affair one might almost entirely believe that the English proletarian movement in its old Chartist form must perish utterly before it can evolve in a new and viable form. Here is a connection between Jones's new move, seen in connection with other more or less successful attempts at such an alliance, and the fact that the English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that the ultimate aim of this most bourgeois of all nations would appear to be the possession, alongside the bourgeoisie, of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat. Point 21. Writing to Wade Meyer in America in early 1859, Marx recurred to this betrayal by his erstwhile English collaborator. I have broken with Ernest Jones. Despite my repeated warnings and although I had predicted exactly what would happen, he took the course of trying to come to terms with the bourgeois radicals. He is now a ruined man, but the harm he has done to the English proletariat is incalculable. 22. With Jones's abandonment of Chartism, the last embers of 1848 were extinguished. When the English trade unions played so prominent a role in the First International, it was without political organization. Still, in later years Marx and Engels regarded their work with Jones as germinal for their thinking about social democratic party politics. Looking back to the previous decade, Marx remarked to Engels in late 1864 that a couple of numbers of Jones's notes to the people from the early 1850s happened to fall into my hands again. Noting that the main points in them had been written directly under my guidance and partly even in direct collaboration with myself, Marx exclaims, "Well, what do I find in them? That at that time we conducted the same polemic only better against the cooperative movement than Lassalle conducted against Schulz-Delitzsch in Germany 10-12 years later." 23. On the occasion of Jones's death in 1869, Engels wrote to Marx, "Tomorrow Jones will be buried with an enormous procession in the same churchyard where Lupus lies. It is a real pity about the man. Amongst the politicians, he was the only educated Englishman who was, au fond, completely on our side." 24. In his journalism Marx grappled with the struggle for socialism in the age of democracy. The state no longer expressed more or less adequately the general will of society. It was not more or less guided by reason instantiated in the public sphere, but neither did it simply represent the interest of a class. Marx had begun as a Hegelian and a liberal. He understood that the parliamentary regime lives by discussion. Every interest, every social institution, is here transformed into general ideas, debated as ideas. As a liberal, he understood that, the struggle of the orators on the platform evokes the struggle of the scribblers of the press. The debating club of parliament is necessarily supplemented by debating clubs in the salons and pothuses. 25. Yet, increasingly, public matters were no longer adequately ventilated, and Parliament was only fitfully concerned with the actual operations of the state. When sensationalized, as with the news of the Indian revolt, the press managed to report on subjects typically hidden from view, yet, even then, the coverage was such as served only to obscure matters further. With the electoral vindication of Britain's aggression in what became the Second Opium War, Marx and Engels saw Palmerston as consolidating a new form of ministerial government. Liberalism was at an impasse. What was true of the French National Assembly was no less true of the House of Commons. By now stigmatizing as socialistic what it had previously extolled as liberal, the bourgeoisie confesses that its own interests dictate that it should be delivered from the danger of its own rule, that, in order to restore tranquility in the country, its bourgeois parliament must, first of all, be given its quietus, that in order to preserve its social power intact, its political power must be broken, that the individual bourgeois can continue to exploit the other classes and to enjoy undisturbed property, family, religion, and order only on condition that their class be condemned along with the other classes to like political nullity, that, in order to save its purse, it must forfeit the crown, and the sword that is to safeguard it must at the same time be hung over its own head as a sword of Damocles. 26. And it was not only Marx who thought so. Liberals, too, registered the crisis. Regarding Richard Cobden's motion of censure against the government's wanton aggression in China, Marx observed, the debate rose to a height compatible with the natural measure of the Commons. Roebuck, Gladstone, Palmerston, and Disraeli were great, each in his own way. As discussed in the introduction to Chapter 1, the 1857 contest with Palmerston had summoned up something of liberalism's old vitality, even amongst Tory aristocrats in the House of Lords. Marx observed, peculiar character of the Palmerstonian coterie at Manchester enabled Cobden for the first time since the Anti-Corn Law League agitation to take up again the position of a plebeian leader and to summon again the labouring classes to his banners. Marx then quoted Cobden to the effect that the election of 1857 threatened to constitute Lord Palmerston as the despotic ruler of this country, a despot worse than the King of Prussia or the Emperor of the French, because he has got a parliament beneath whose shield he can shelter himself. 27. But if liberals fleetingly recognized the crisis of their politics, they proved powerless to assuage it. In consequence, liberalism came to be resented even in its Manchester stronghold. In the 1857 election, Palmerston's candidates successfully ousted the old liberal stalwarts, including John Bright himself. Engels wrote Marx detailed accounts of the contest. Lifting the telling details from those private reports to pretend that he was reporting on location, Marx wrote as follows for the Tribune. The rationale of the Manchester election was betrayed by a drunken anti-Bright man who during the polling kept on crying vociferously, "We won't have home policy, we want foreign policy." In other words, away with reform questions and class struggles. After all, the middle classes form the majority of electors and that is all we want. The cry against the aristocracy has become tiresome, unprofitable, and is only stirring up the workingmen. We have got free trade and feel marvelously at our ease. We clearly love a lord for all that. We won't have home policy, we want foreign policy. Let all of us unite on that ground where we are all equals, on the national ground. Let us all be Englishmen, true John Bulls, under the leadership of the truly British minister, Lord Palmerston. 28. Looking back 1 year later, Marx elaborated. The coming historian who is to write the history of Europe from 1848 to 1858 will be struck by the similarity of the appeal made to France by Bonaparte in 1851 and the appeal to the United Kingdom made by Palmerston in 1857. Both pretended to appeal from Parliament to the nation, from treacherous party coalition to the unsophisticated public mind. Both set forth analogous pleas. If Bonaparte was to save France from a social, Palmerston is to save England from an international crisis. Palmerston, like Bonaparte, is to vindicate the necessity of a strong executive against the empty talk and the intermeddling import unity of the legislative power. Bonaparte addressed himself at once to the conservatives and the revolutionists, to thee as the enemy of the aristocrats, to thee as the enemy of middle-class usurpation. Palmerston, has he not insulted every despotic government? Can he be obnoxious to any liberal? On the other hand, has he not betrayed every revolution? 29. Bonaparte stood on no principle, Marx noted, promised to give the country what it wanted, a man. And so does Palmerston. He is a man. His worst enemies dare not accuse him of being a principal. 30. In the China crisis, the industrialists of Manchester transcended their narrow self-interestedness to speak for the Constitution, but the people proved deaf to their appeals. After all, under its sway, bourgeois society, freed from political cares, attained a development unexpected even by itself. 31. Thus, by 1858, Britain unmistakably shared in the fate of the continent. When the volcanic upheavings of 1848 suddenly threw before the eyes of the astonished liberal middle classes of Europe the giant spectre of an armed working class struggling for political and social emancipation, the middle classes, to whom the possession of their capital was of immensely higher importance than direct political power, sacrificed this power and all the libraries for which they had fought to secure the suppression of the proletarian revolution. The middle class declared itself politically a minor, unfit to manage the affairs of the nation and acquiesced in military and bureaucratic despotism. The failure to revive Chartism was accompanied by the liquidation of liberalism, now in Britain as surely as in Europe. As Engels concluded, the powers which, by the grace of the armies, had issued victorious out of the great revolutionary contest, had been allowed to govern as they liked. After the experiment of 1848 and that military despotism, the rule of the Caesars was generally acquiesced in as the only practicable form of government. Even in England, the spirit of political reform had been constantly on the decline. The attempts at keeping alive a popular political movement failed most signally, the middle-class Reform Party going quietly to sleep and suffering an immense defeat in Lord Palmerston's general election of 1857, while Chartism had fallen completely to pieces. 32. Palmerston never exactly became dictator of Britain, it is true. No literal translation into English of Louis Bonaparte's script was ever made. But this was not the crux of Marx's analysis, just as, for him, the French state did not cease to be Bonapartist when the Third Republic replaced the Second Empire. Palmerston did not dispense with the Parliament, but the key questions, especially questions of international war and peace, came increasingly to be handled by the bureaucracy in consultation with the ministry. Bonapartism celebrated its triumphs. In 1860, addressing the consequences of imperialist war in China, Marx's commentary on the new Palmerstonian Bonapartist geopolitics warrants full quotation. If the English were at war with the Chinese at the time of the Pihou expedition, they, of course, could appeal neither to the Treaty of 1843, nor to any other treaty whatever. If they were not at war, Palmerston's cabinet has taken upon itself to commence a new war without the sanction of Parliament. To escape the latter part of the dilemma, poor Newcastle asserts that, since the Canton bombardment for the last 2 years, England had never been at peace with China. 33. Consequently, the ministry had pushed on hostilities, not recommenced them, and, consequently, he might without special pleading appeal to the treaties effective only during a time of peace. And, to heighten the beauty of this queer sort of dialectics, Lord Palmerston, the chief of the cabinet, asserts at the same time in the House of Commons that England, all this time over, had never been at war with China. They were not so now. There were, of course, Canton bombardments, Pihou catastrophes, and Anglo-French expeditions, but there was no war, since war had never been declared and since, to this moment, the Emperor of China had allowed transactions at Shanghai to proceed in their usual course. The very fact of his having broken in regard to the Chinese through all the legitimate international forms of war Palmerston pleads as a reason for dispensing also with the constitutional forms in regard to the British Parliament, while his spokesman in the House of Lords, Earl Granville, with regard to China disdainfully declares the consultation of Parliament by government to be a purely technical point. The consultation of Parliament by government a purely technical point. What difference, then, does still remain between a British Parliament and a French corps legislative? In France it is at least the presumed heir of a national hero who dares to place himself in the place of the nation and who, at the same time, openly confronts all the dangers of such usurpation. But, in England, it is some subaltern spokesman, some worn-out place hunter, some anonymous nonentity of a so-called cabinet that relying on the donkey power of the parliamentary mind and the bewildering evaporations of an anonymous press, without making any noise, without incurring any danger quietly creep their way to irresponsible power. Take, on the one hand, the commotions raised by Isola, 34 take, on the other, the fraudulent business-like maneuvers of the manager of a joint stock bank, the secretary of a benevolent society, or the clerk of a vestry, and you will understand the difference between imperialist usurpation in France and ministerial usurpation in England. 35. By decade's end, Marx's 10-year study as a working journalist documenting the Bonapartist denouement of the 1848 revolution was drawing to a close. That study, begun with the class struggles in France and the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, significantly matured the Marxist approach to politics. With the drafting of the Grundrisse in 1857 and the publication of a contribution to the critique of political economy 2 years later, Marx embarked on the project that was to absorb much of his remaining intellectual vitality. In 1861 he began to draft the 4 volumes of Capital. The following year he submitted his last dispatch as a professional journalist. After 1864, he and Engels pursued their political aims through the International Workingmen's Association, also known as the First International, in which Marx pushed to replace the socialist or semi-socialist sects by a real organization of the working class for struggle. The conquest of political power. 36. The revolution of the city of Paris known as the Paris Commune flowed from, and provoked the culmination of, that endeavor. The First International was effectively wound up in 1872, the same year Marx began drawing up Volume 1 of Capital in French translation. The second edition of the same work appeared in German the following year. Both the Commune's achievements and its defeat reinforced the conclusion that imperialism's innermost necessity was its dialectical fulfillment and overcoming in the dictatorship of the proletariat above all, in the demiurgos of the bourgeois cosmos, Britain. The defeat of the Palmerston Ministry and the election of 1857. New York Tribune. March 25 and 31, and April 6, 1857. Part 1. The defeat of the Palmerston Ministry. London, March 6, 1857. After having raged for 4 nights, the Chinese debates subsided at last in a vote of censure passed by the House of Commons on the Palmerston Ministry. 1. Palmerston retorts to the censure by a penal dissolution. He punishes the Commons by sending them home. The immense excitement prevailing on the last night of the debates within the walls of the House as well as among the masses who had gathered in the adjoining streets was due not only to the greatness of the interests at stake but still more to the character of the party on trial. Palmerston's administration was not that of an ordinary cabinet. It was a dictatorship. Since the commencement of the war with Russia, Parliament had almost abdicated its constitutional functions, nor had it after the conclusion of peace ever dared to reassert them. By a gradual and almost imperceptible declension it had reached the position of a corps legislative, distinguished from the genuine, Bonapartist article by false pretenses and high-sounding pretensions only. The mere formation of the coalition cabinet denoted the fact that the old parties, on the friction of which the movement of the parliamentary machine depends, had become extinct. This impotence of parties, first expressed by the coalition cabinet, the war helped to incarnate in the omnipotence of a single individual, who during half a century of political life had never belonged to any party but always used all parties. If the war with Russia had not intervened, the very exhaustion of the old official parties would have led to transformation. New life would have been poured into the parliamentary body by the infusion of new blood, by the admission to political rights of at least some fractions of the masses of the people who are still deprived of votes and representatives. The war cut short this natural process. Preventing the neutralization of old parliamentary antagonisms from turning to the benefit of the masses, the war turned it to the exclusive profit of a single man. Instead of the political emancipation of the British people, we have had the dictatorship of Palmerston. War was the powerful engine by which this result was brought about, and war was the only means of ensuring it. War had, therefore, become the vital condition of Palmerston's dictatorship. The Russian war was more popular with the British people than the Paris peace. Why, then, did the British Achilles under whose auspices the Redan disgrace and the Kars surrender had occurred not improve this opportunity? Too evidently because the alternative lay beyond his control. Hence his Paris Treaty, backed by his misunderstandings with the United States, his expedition to Naples, his ostensible squabbles with Bonaparte, his Persian invasion, and his Chinese massacres. In passing a vote of censure upon the latter, the House of Commons cut off the means of his usurped power. Its vote was, therefore, not a simple parliamentary vote, but a rebellion, a forcible attempt at the resumption of the constitutional attributes of Parliament. This was the feeling which pervaded the House, and whatever may have been the peculiar motives actuating the several fractions of the heterogeneous majority composed of Derbyites, Peelites, Manchester men, Russellites, and so-called independents, all of them were sincere in asserting that it was no vulgar anti-ministerial conspiracy which united them in the same lobby. Such, however, was the gist of Palmerston's defense. He covered the weakness of his case by an argumentum ad misericordiam, by presenting himself as the victim of an unprincipled conspiracy. Nothing could be more happy than Mr. Disraeli's rebuke of this plea, so common to Old Bailey prisoners. The First Minister, he said, is, of all men, the man who cannot bear a coalition. Why, sir, he is the archetype of political coalitions without avowed principles. See how his government is formed. It was only last year that every member of his cabinet in this House supported a bill introduced, I think, by a late colleague. It was opposed in the other House by a member of the government who, to excuse his apparent inconsistency, boldly declared that when he took office the First Minister required no pledge from him on any subject whatever. Yet the noble lord is alarmed and shocked at this unprincipled combination. The noble lord cannot bear coalitions. The noble lord has acted only with those among whom he was born and bred in politics. That infant Hercules was taken out of the Whig cradle, and how consistent has been his political life. Looking back upon the last half-century during which he has professed almost every principle and connected himself with almost every party, the noble lord has raised a warning voice tonight against coalitions, because he fears that a majority of the House of Commons, ranking in its numbers some of the most eminent members of the House, men who have been colleagues of the noble lord, may not approve a policy with respect to China which has begun in outrage and which, if pursued, will end in ruin. That, sir, is the position of the noble lord. And what defense of that policy have we had from the noble lord? Has he laid down a single principle on which our relations with China ought to depend? Has he enumerated a solitary political maxim which should guide us in this moment of peril and perplexity? On the contrary, he has covered a weak and shambling case by saying that he is the victim of a conspiracy. He did not enter into any manly or statesmanlike defense of his conduct. He reproduced petty observations made in the course of the debate which I thought really had become exhausted and obsolete, and then he turned around and said that the whole was a conspiracy. Accustomed to majorities which have been obtained without the assertion of a single principle, which have, indeed, been the consequence of an occasional position, and which have, in fact, originated in the noble lord sitting on that bench without the necessity of expressing an opinion upon any subject, foreign or domestic, that can interest the heart of the country or influence the opinion of the nation, the noble lord will at last find that the time has come when, if he be a statesman, he must have a policy, and that it will not do, the instant that the blundering of his cabinet is detected and every man accustomed to influence the opinion of the House unites in condemning it, to complain to the country that he is the victim of a conspiracy. It would, however, be quite a mistake to presume that the debates were interesting because such passionate interests hinged upon them. There was one night's debate after another night's debate and still no division. During the greater part of the battle the voices of the gladiators were drowned in the hum and hubbub of private conversation. Night after night the placemen spoke against time to win another 24 hours for intrigue and underground action. The first night Mr. Cobden made a clever speech. So did Bulwer and Lord John Russell, but the Attorney General was certainly right in telling them that he could not for one moment compare their deliberations or their arguments on such a subject as this with the arguments that had been delivered in another place. The second night was encumbered by the heavy special pleadings of the attorneys on both sides, the Lord Advocate, Mr. Whiteside, and the Attorney General Sir James Graham, indeed, made an attempt to raise the debate, but he failed. When this man, the virtual murderer of the Bandiera, sanctimoniously exclaimed that he would wash his hands of the innocent blood which had been shed, a half-suppressed ironical laugh re-echoed his pathos. The third night was still duller. There was Sir F. Thesiger, the Attorney General in SPE answering the Attorney General in Re and Sergeant Chi endeavouring to answer Sir F. Thesiger. There was the agricultural eloquence of Sir John Packington. There was General Williams of Cars, listened to with silence only for a few minutes, but after those few minutes spontaneously dropped by the House and fully understood not to be the man they had taken him for. There was, lastly, Sir Sidney Herbert. This elegant scion of Peelite statesmanship made a speech which was, indeed, terse, pointed, antithetical, but girding at the arguments of the placemen rather than producing new arguments of his own. But the last night the debate rose to a height compatible with the natural measure of the Commons. Roebuck, Gladstone, Palmerston, and Disraeli were great, each in his own way. The difficult point was to get rid of the stalking horse of the debate, Sir John Bowring, and to bring home the question to Lord Palmerston himself by making him personally responsible for the massacre of the innocents. This was at last done. As the impending general election in England will in the main revolve upon this point, it may not be amiss to condense in as short a compass as possible the results of the discussion. The day after the defeat of the Ministry and the day before the ministerial announcement of the dissolution of the House of Commons, the London Times ventured upon the following assertions. The nation will be at a loss to know the precise question to be answered. Has Lord Palmerston's cabinet forfeited the confidence of the people on account of a series of acts committed on the other side of the world 6 weeks before they were here even heard of here and by public servants appointed under a former administration? It was at Christmas when ministers heard of the matter, and they were at that time as ignorant as everybody else. In fact, had the scene of the narrative been the moon or had it been a chapter from the Arabian Nights, the present cabinet could not have less to do with it. Is Lord Palmerston's administration to be condemned and displaced for what it never did and could not do, for what it only heard of when everybody else heard of it, for what was done by men whom it did not appoint and with whom it has not, as yet, been able to hold any communication? To this impudent rhodomontade of a paper, which has all along vindicated the Canton massacre as a supreme stroke of Palmerstonian diplomacy, we can oppose a few facts painfully elicited during a protracted debate and not once contract overt by Palmerston or his subordinates. In 1847, when at the head of the Foreign Office, Lord Palmerston's first dispatch on the admission of the British Hong Kong authorities into Canton was couched in menacing terms. However, his ardors were damped by Earl Grey, his colleague, the then Secretary for the Colonies, who sent out a most peremptory prohibition to the officers commanding the naval forces not only at Hong Kong but at Ceylon, ordering them under no circumstances to allow any offensive movement against the Chinese without express authority from England. On the August 18, 1849, however, shortly before his dismissal from the Russell cabinet, Lord Palmerston wrote the following dispatch to the British plenipotentiary at Hong Kong. Let not the great officers of Canton nor the government of Peking deceive themselves. The forbearance which the British government has hitherto displayed arises not from a sense of weakness, but from consciousness of superior strength. The British government well knows that, if occasion required it, British military force would be able to destroy the town of Canton, not leaving one single house standing, and could thus inflict the most signal chastisement upon the people of that city. Thus, the bombardment of Canton occurring in 1856 under Lord Palmerston as Premier was foreshadowed in 1849 by the last missive sent to Hong Kong by Lord Palmerston as Foreign Secretary of the Russell Cabinet. All the intervening governments have refused to allow any relaxation of the prohibition put upon the British representatives at Hong Kong against pressing their admission into Canton. This was the case with the Earl of Granville under the Russell Ministry, the Earl of Malmesbury under the Derby Ministry, and the Duke of Newcastle under the Aberdeen Ministry. At last, in 1852, Dr. Bowring, till then consul at Canton, was appointed plenipotentiary. His appointment, as Mr. Gladstone states, was made by Lord Clarendon, Palmerston's tool, without the knowledge or consent of the Aberdeen Cabinet. When Bowring first mooted the question now at issue, Clarendon, in a dispatch dated July 5, 1854, told him that he was right, but that he should wait till there were naval forces available for his purpose. England was then at war with Russia. When the question of the Arrow arose, Bowring had just heard that peace had been established and, in fact, naval forces were being sent out to him. Then the quarrel with Ye was picked. On the 10th of January, after having received an account of all that had passed, Clarendon informed Bowring that Her Majesty's government entirely approved the course which has been adopted by Sir M. Seymour and yourself. This approbation, couched in these few words, was not accompanied by any further instructions. On the contrary, Mr. Hammond, writing to the Secretary of the Admiralty, was directed by Lord Clarendon to express to Admiral Seymour the government's admiration of the moderation with which he had acted and the respect which he had shown for the lives and properties of the Chinese. There can, then, exist no doubt that the Chinese massacre was planned by Lord Palmerston himself. Under what colours he now hopes to rally the electors of the United Kingdom is a question which I hope you will allow me to answer in another letter, as this has already exceeded the proper limits. Part 2. The coming election in England. London, March 13, 1857. Stand between two churchmen, good my lord, for on that ground I'll make a holy descant. Palmerston does not exactly comply with the advice tendered by Buckingham to Richard III. He stands between the churchman, on the one side, and the opium smuggler, on the other. While the Low Church bishops vouch his righteousness, the opium smugglers, the dealers in sweet poison for the age's tooth, vouch his faithful service to commodity, the bias of the world. Burke, the Scotchman, was proud of the London resurrectionists, so is Palmerston of the Liverpool poisoners. 3. These smooth-faced gentlemen are the worthy representatives of a town the pedigree of whose greatness may be directly traced back to the slave trade. Liverpool, otherwise not famous for poetical production, may at least claim the original merit of having enriched poetry with odes on the slave trade. While Pindar commenced his hymn on the Olympian victors with the celebrated "Water is the best thing," a modern Liverpool Pindar might, therefore, be fairly expected to open his hymn on the Downing Street prize fighters with the more ingenious exordium, "Opium is the best thing." Along with the holy bishops and the unholy opium smugglers there go the large tea dealers, for the greater part directly or indirectly engaged in the opium traffic and, therefore, interested in oversetting the present treaties with China. They are, besides, actuated by motives of their own. Having in the past year ventured upon enormous speculations in tea, the prolongation of hostilities will at once enhance the huge stocks they hold and enable them to postpone the large payments to their creditors at Canton. Thus, war will allow them to cheat at once their British buyers and their Chinese sellers, and consequently realize their notions of national glory and commercial interests. Generally, the British manufacturers disagree the tenets of this Liverpool catechism upon the same lofty principle which puts in opposition the Manchester man to the Liverpool gentleman. During the First Anglo-Chinese War extending from 1839 to 1842, the British manufacturers had flattered themselves with false hopes of marvelously extended exports. Yard by yard they had measured the cotton stuffs the Celestials were to be clothed in. Experience broke the padlock Palmerstonian politicians had put upon their mind. From 1854 to 1857 the British manufactured exports to China did not average more than £1,250,000 sterling, an amount frequently reached in years preceding the First War with China. In fact, as Mr. Cobden, the spokesman of the British manufacturers, stated in the House of Commons, since 1842 we have not added to our exports to China at all, at least as far as our manufactures are concerned. We have increased our consumption of tea, that is all. Hence the broader views with which British manufacturers, in contradistinction to British bishops, opium smugglers, and tea dealers, are able to take of Chinese politics. If we pass over the tack-eaters and place hunters who hang on the skirts of every administration and the silly coffee house patriots who believe the nation to pluck up a heart under Pam's auspices, we have in fact enumerated all the bona fide partisans of Palmerston. Still, we must not forget the London Times and Punch, the Grand Kafta and the Clown of the British press, both of whom are riveted to the present administration by golden and official links and, consequently, write up a factitious enthusiasm for the hero of the Canton massacres. 4 But then it ought to be considered that the vote of the House of Commons betokened a rebellion against Palmerston as much as against the Times. The imminent elections have, therefore, to decide not only whether Palmerston shall engross all the power of the state, but also whether the Times shall monopolize the whole manufacture of public opinion. Upon which principle, then, is Palmerston likely to appeal to the general election? Extension of trade with China? But he has destroyed the very port upon which that commerce depended. For a more or less protracted period he has transferred it from the sea to the land, from the 5 ports to Siberia, from England to Russia. In the United Kingdom, he has raised the duty upon tea, the greatest bar against the extension of the Chinese trade. The safety of the British merchant adventurers. But the Blue Book entitled Correspondence Respecting Insults in China, laid upon the table of the Commons by the Ministry itself, proves that since the last 7 years there occurred but 6 cases of insult, in 2 of which the English were the aggressors, while in the 4 others the Chinese authorities exerted themselves to the full satisfaction of the British authorities in order to punish the offenders. If, then, the fortunes and the lives of the British merchants in Hong Kong, Singapore, etc. are at present endangered, their perils are conjured up by Palmerston himself. But the honour of the British flag. Palmerston has sold it for £50 apiece to the smugglers of Hong Kong and stained it by the wholesale massacre of helpless British customers. Yet, these pleas of extension of trade, safety of British merchant adventurers, and honour of the British flag are the only ones put up by the government oracles which till now have addressed their constituents. They wisely refrain from touching any point of internal policy, as the cry of no reform and more taxes would not do. One member of the Palmerstonian cabinet, Lord Mulgrave, the household treasurer, tells his constituents that he has no political theories to propound. Another one, Bob Lowe, in his Kidderminster address girds at the ballot, the extension of suffrage, and similar humbug. A third one, Mr. Leiboucher, the same clever fellow who defended the Canton bombardment on the plea that, should the Commons brand it as unjust, the English people must prepare to pay a bill of about £5 million to the foreign merchants whose Canton property had been destroyed. This same Leiboucher in his appeal to his Taunton constituents ignores politics altogether, simply resting his claims upon the high deeds of Bowring, Parkes, and Seymour. The remark, then, of a British provincial paper that Palmerston has got not only no good cry for the hustings, but no cry at all is perfectly true, yet his case is by no means desperate. Circumstances are altogether altered since the vote of the Commons. The local outrage on Canton has led to a general war with China. There remains the question only, who is to carry on the war? The man who asserts that war to be just, is he not better enabled to push it on with vigor than his adversaries, getting in by passing sentence upon it? During his interregnum will Palmerston not embroil matters to such a degree as to remain the indispensable man? Then, the mere fact of there taking place an electoral battle, will it not decide the question in his favour? For the greater part of the British electoral bodies as at present constituted, an electoral battle means a battle between Whigs and Tories. Now, as he is the actual head of the Whigs, as his overthrow must bring the Tories in, will not the greater part of the so-called Liberals vote for Palmerston in order to oust Derby? Such are the true considerations upon which the ministerialists rely. If their calculations prove correct, Palmerston's dictatorship, till now silently suffered, would be openly proclaimed. The new parliamentary majority would owe their existence to the explicit profession of passive obedience to the minister. A coup d'état might then, in due course of time, follow Palmerston's appeal from the Parliament to the people, as it followed Bonaparte's appeal from the Assemblée Nationale to the nation. 5 That same people might then learn to their damage that Palmerston is the old colleague of the Castlereagh Sidmouth cabinet, who gagged the press, suppressed public meetings, suspended the Habeas Corpus Act, made it legal for the cabinet to imprison and expulse at pleasure, and, lastly, butchered the people at Manchester for protesting against the Corn Laws. 6. Part 3 The English Election London, March 20, 1857. The coming historian who is to write the history of Europe from 1848 to 1858 will be struck by the similarity of the appeal made to France by Bonaparte in 1851 and the appeal to the United Kingdom made by Palmerston in 1857. Both pretended to appeal from Parliament to the nation, from treacherous party coalition to the unsophisticated public mind. Both set forth analogous pleas. If Bonaparte was to save France from a social, Palmerston is to save England from an international crisis. Palmerston, like Bonaparte, is to vindicate the necessity of a strong executive against the empty talk and the intermeddling importunity of the legislative power. Bonaparte addressed himself at once to the conservatives and the revolutionists, to thee as the enemy of the aristocrats, to thee as the enemy of middle-class usurpation. Palmerston, has he not insulted every despotic government? Can he be obnoxious to any liberal? On the other hand, has he not betrayed every revolution? Must he not be the chosen of the conservatives? He opposed every reform and the conservatives should not stand by him. He keeps the Tories out of office and the liberal place hunters should desert him. Bonaparte bears a name terrible to the foreigner and identical with French glory. And does not Palmerston do the same with respect to the United Kingdom? At least, save some slight interruptions, he has kept the Foreign Office since 1830, since the days of reformed England and, therefore, since the beginning of its modern history. Consequently, the international existence of England, however terrible or glorious it may happen to appear to foreign eyes, centers in the person of Lord Palmerston. Bonaparte by one stroke set at naught all the official great men of France, and does Palmerston not kick into atoms the Russells, the Grahams, the Gladstones, the Roebucks, the Cobdens, the Disraelis, and tutti quanti? Bonaparte stood on no principle, he had no impediment, but he promised to give the country what it wanted, a man. And so does Palmerston. He is a man. His worst enemies dare not accuse him of being a principal. The regime of the Assembly Legislative, was it not the regime of a coalition composed of Legitimists and Orleanists with a sprinkling of bourgeois Republicans? 7 Their very coalition proved the dissolution of the parties they represented, while the old party traditions did not allow them to merge in any but a negative unity. Such a negative unity is unfit for action. Its acts can only be negative, it can only stop the way. Hence the power of Bonaparte. Is the case not the same with Palmerston? The Parliament that has sat since 1852, was it not a coalition parliament? And was it, therefore, from the outset not incarnated in a coalition cabinet? The Assemblée Nationale, when it was forcibly shut up by Bonaparte, ceased to possess a working majority. So did the House of Commons when Palmerston proclaimed its final dissolution. But here the simile ends. Bonaparte made his coup d'état before he appealed to the nation. Restrained by constitutional fetters, Palmerston must appeal to the nation before he attempts a coup d'état. In this respect, it cannot be denied all the odds are on the side of Bonaparte. The massacres of Paris, the dragonnades in the provinces, the general state of siege, the proscriptions and deportations en masse, the bayonet placed behind the electoral urn gave to the argumentations of the Bonapartist press a sinister eloquence which its shallow sophistry, its abominable logic, and its nauseous floridness of adulation were unable to deprive of persuasive force. Palmerston's case, on the contrary, grows the weaker the more his myrmidons inflate their lungs. Great diplomatist as he is, he has forgotten to bid his slaves be aware of the prescript of the lame who like to lead the blind, to impress upon them Talleyrand's pas de zeal. And, indeed, they have overdone their part. Take, for instance, the following dithyrambic uttered by a metropolitan organ. Palmerston forever, is a cry which we hope to hear resounded from every hustings. The most devoted allegiance to Lord Palmerston is the first tenet to be insisted upon in the profession of faith of every candidate. It is indispensable that Liberal candidates will be compelled to admit that Lord Palmerston as Premier is a political necessity of the hour. It is requisite that he should be recognized as the man of the time, not only as the coming man but as the man that has come, not only as the man for the crisis but as the man, and the only living man, for those conjunctures which are evidently impending upon our country. He is the idol of the hour, the pet of the people, the ascending as well as the risen sun. No wonder that John Bull should prove reluctant to stand this, and that a reaction against the Palmerstonian fever should have set in. Palmerston's person being proclaimed a policy, no wonder that his adversaries have made it a policy to sift his person. Indeed, we find that Palmerston, as if by magic, has worked the revival from the dead of all the fallen grandeurs of parliamentary England. In proof of this assertion, the spectacle of Lord John Russell's appearance before the metropolitan electors assembled at the London Tavern, the exhibition made by Sir James Graham, the Peelite, before his Carlisle constituency, and, lastly, the performance of Richard Cobden, the representative of the Manchester School, before the crowded meeting in the Free Trade Hall at Manchester. Palmerston has not acted like Hercules. He has not killed a giant by lifting him up to the air, but he has reinvigorated dwarfs by throwing them back upon the earth. 8. If any man had sunk in public estimation, it was certainly Lord John Russell, the father of all legislative abortions, the hero of expediency, the negotiator of Vienna, the man in whose hand everything fatally dwindled to nothingness. 9. Now look at his triumphal appearance before the London electors. Whence this change? It resulted simply from the circumstances in which Palmerston had put him. I, he said, am the father of the Test and Corporation Act, of the Parliamentary Reform Bill, of the Municipal Corporation Reform, of the Tithes Question Settlement, of some Liberal acts with respect to the dissenters, of others with respect to Ireland. In one word, I engross the substance of whatever was progressive in Whig policy. 10. Are you to sacrifice me to a man who represents Whiggism minus its popular elements, who represents Whiggism not as a political party, but only as a place-hunting faction? And then he turned his very shortcomings to his advantage. I have always been an adversary of the ballot. Do you expect me now, because I am proscribed by Palmerston, to degrade myself by recanting my convictions and by pledging myself to radical reforms? No, shouted his auditory. Lord John ought at this moment not to be pledged to the ballot. It is greatness in the little man to confess himself under present circumstances a bit-by-bit reformer. 3 cheers. And one more for John Russell without the ballot. And then he gave the last turn to the scale by asking his audience whether they would allow a small coterie of opium dealers at the bidding of Palmerston to constitute themselves into an electioneering body to impose their government-hatched conclusions on the free electors of the metropolis and to proscribe himself, Lord John Russell, their friend of 16 years standing, at the bidding of Palmerston. No, no, shouted the auditory. Down with the coterie. Long life to Lord John Russell. And he is now likely not only to be returned but to head the poll in London.